Love in Motion, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. The banner over the punch table said, "Welcome back, Sweetgum High Class of 2016," and somebody had pinned one corner higher than the other, so the whole thing sagged toward the cookie tray like it was tired of waiting too. "It's been 10 years," Aneka said, and somebody still hung that banner with their eyes closed. "That's the welcoming committee for you. Bless them." Tabby stood beside her, deadpan, holding a cup of red punch she had not sipped once. They decorated this whole gym out of love, and not one straight line in the building. It's kind of beautiful if you don't look directly at it. The old gym smelled the way it always had, floor wax and rubber, and a sweetness underneath that Aneka could never name, and somebody had wheeled the bleachers halfway out so there'd be room for round tables with paper cloths. Streamers. A DJ in the corner playing something from senior year that made a knot of women near the free throw line shriek and grab each other. It was loud and warm and full of people Aneka had known her whole life, all of them a little different now. A fuller beard here, a new tattoo there, somebody's wedding ring catching the light, one of the Pruitt boys bouncing a baby on his hip like he'd been doing it for years, but underneath it the same. The exact same. She loved it. She had not expected to love it, and she did. She'd changed outfits 3 times before she left the house and landed on the yellow sundress, the one that made her feel like the best version of herself, and standing here in the noise, she was glad she'd bothered. "Okay, but be honest." Renata appeared on Aneka's other side with 3 fresh cups balanced in her hands, distributing them like she was dealing cards. "Scale of 1 to dying. How does it feel being back?" "I moved back in March." "You left for 10 years." "And I came back." "That's what I'm asking about." Renata pressed a cup into Aneka's hand, whether she wanted it or not. "How does it feel?" Aneka looked out at it. The crooked banner, the streamers, Coach Willis by the door with a clipboard he didn't need and a full head of white hair he hadn't had at graduation, a cluster of her old classmates laughing so hard one of them had to sit down. "It feels like I never should have gone," she said, and meant it, and was a little surprised to hear it come out of her mouth in front of people. Renata pressed a hand flat to her own chest. "See, that's the punch talking, and I love it. I've had 4 sips. It's emotional punch. It works fast." Tabby finally tasted hers, made a face, and set the cup down on the nearest table with great finality. "It's warm." "It's nostalgic," Renata corrected. "It's warm, and somebody put ginger ale in it that's already flat. Both things can be true." This was the thing about being home that Aneka hadn't been able to explain to anybody in Atlanta. The friends she'd made there, who were perfectly nice and would never in their lives stand in a gym arguing about the temperature of communal punch. She'd loved Spelman. Loved the city, too, for a long time, the 4 years of school and the years after when she stayed and built something that looked, from the outside, exactly like a life. A good apartment. A good job, technically. Running classes at a glossy wellness studio in a glass building where everybody was lovely and nobody knew the name of her childhood dog. She'd been fine. She'd been so fine she could have kept being fine for another 10 years and woken up at 38 wondering where her actual life went. So she'd come home. Signed a lease on the empty storefront on Main, the one that used to be a print shop, with its high tin ceiling and its big front windows and its absolute disaster of an interior. She was going to put a studio in there. Hers. The thing she'd wanted since she was 22 and had been too scared to want out loud. "Has anyone seen my brother?" Aneka said, scanning. "He drove separate. He said he'd be here by 8, and it is. 8:40, Tabby supplied. "It's 8:40. He's going to walk in at 9:15 and act like that's reasonable." "It's Akil," Renata said. "He's going to walk in at 9:15 and 3 women are going to fix him a plate." That was also true. Aneka and her twin had come into the world 11 minutes apart. Aneka first, a fact she had been holding over him their entire lives, and somewhere in those 11 minutes the universe had handed Akil every ounce of being on time it forgot to give her, and then taken it back out of spite. He was charming about it. He was charming about everything. It was deeply annoying to share a face structure with someone that smooth. Okay, while we wait, Renata leaned in, dropping her voice into the register that meant she was about to enjoy herself. I have to know. Did you see who RSVP'd? I didn't look at the list. You didn't look at the list. I helped set up the chairs, Ren. I didn't audit the guest list. Renata and Tabby exchanged a look over Aneka's head, the specific one the two of them had been trading since they were 15, and Aneka felt the back of her neck go warm before she even knew why. What? She said. What's the look? No look. That is a look I have known for half my life. What is it? Renata opened her mouth. Tabby, who could read a room like a weather report, put a hand on Renata's arm. A clear and visible not here, not now. And Renata, who could not read a room if it came with subtitles, shook her off. I'm just saying, Renata said, that 10-year reunions have a way of bringing people back to town. People who maybe moved away. People you maybe had a thing about once, that you maybe never fully processed in a healthy way. Ren. And I think it would be very mature and very healthy of you to be prepared emotionally in case. Renata, I swear. In case Chase Whitfield walks through that door. The name landed in the middle of the three of them like a dropped tray. Aneka felt her whole face do something. She couldn't have stopped it if she'd tried, the heat climbing up out of her collar and into her cheeks. And she hated that 10 years gone and a whole adult life built somewhere else had not given her a single defense against 4 syllables. I do not, she said, with as much dignity as she could find, have a thing about Chase Whitfield. There was a silence. It was not a kind silence. Aneka? Tabby said it gently, the way you'd talk to someone standing on a ledge. You wrote his name in the back of your chemistry notebook in 10th grade with a little... I was 15. There was a little design element. It was one time. Renata photographed it. I have it on my phone, Renata confirmed, reaching for her purse. I migrated it through 4 phones. It survived a lake incident. Do not. It's a heart, Aneka. It's a little heart, and it says... And here was the thing Aneka would think about later, lying awake, replaying it frame by frame, the way you press on a bruise. Here was the exact moment, because she should have walked away. She'd had a whole second where some animal part of her brain felt the floor tilt, felt the air change behind her, and instead of trusting it, she did the worst possible thing, which was double down at full volume to make them stop. Okay, fine, she said, loud, throwing up both hands. Fine. Yes. I had the most embarrassing, hopeless, pathetic crush on Chase Whitfield from the time I was about 13 until basically the day he left town. Are you happy? He was my brother's best friend. He slept over at my house probably 400 times and ate my mother's food and never once looked at me like I was a human girl. And I never said one single word to him about any of it because I was a coward. And it was humiliating, and I have carried it around for years. And the only good thing, the one good thing about him moving to Charlotte with his mom is that I never had to look at his stupid, handsome face again. There. That's the whole thing. Can we please get more punch? She finished. She was breathing a little hard. Renata was not looking at her. Renata was looking at a point just past Aneka's right shoulder, and every ounce of the mischief had drained straight off her face, her eyes gone wide and fixed with the specific horror of a woman watching a car accident develop in slow motion. And Tabby had closed her eyes the way you do when you've stepped on a rake, and you can already feel the handle coming. Aneka's stomach dropped through the gym floor. No. She turned around. Akil was standing there. And beside her twin brother, close enough that there was no possible way on God's earth he hadn't heard every word, stood a man. He was taller than she remembered. That was the first stupid thing her brain did, just clocked the height like it mattered. Broad through the shoulders in a way the boy had never been. Deep brown skin gone smooth and warm under the gym lights. In a soft gray shirt with the sleeves pushed up, a forgotten cup of red punch in one hand. The same dark eyes, the same mouth, except the mouth was doing something now that the boy's mouth never used to do. A slow thing, a curve, the corner of it tucking in like he'd just been handed the single greatest gift of his entire life and was deciding how to unwrap it. Chase Whitfield, home, 6 feet away, smiling at her like Christmas. The DJ, with catastrophic timing, faded one song into another. Somebody laughed across the gym. The whole warm, noisy room went on existing, indifferent, while Aneka stood there and felt herself die in real time. "Hey, Nika," Akil said, far too cheerful, drawing out the old nickname. "You remember Chase?" Aneka opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Chase tilted his head, that slow curve deepening into something with teeth in it, something delighted, and when he finally spoke, his voice was lower than the boy's had been too, warm and easy and absolutely merciless. "Stupid, handsome face," he said. "I'll take it."
Chapter 2. Chase had been back in Sweetgum for 9 days, and in 9 days he had already learned that you could not walk 10 feet in this town without somebody feeding you. "Eat," said the woman at the door, who he was about 90% sure had taught his 4th-grade Sunday school, pressing a paper plate of lemon bars into his free hand before he could decline. "You got too thin up there in Charlotte. They don't feed you in the city." "They feed you fine in the city, Miss Ada." "They feed you wrong." She patted his cheek like he was still 10 and sent him on his way. He carried the plate and the cup of punch somebody else had handed him and let Akil steer them both through the crowd, and it was strange. All of it. The good kind of strange. The gym still smelled like it had when they'd run suicides on this floor at 6 in the morning for a coach who believed in suffering. The bleachers were half pushed back. Somebody had hung a banner with one corner higher than the other, and Chase felt a pull in his chest looking at it, stupid and sudden, because of course it was crooked. Of course it was. This was a town that did everything a little crooked and entirely out of love, and he had spent a long time away in places that hung their banners straight and meant nothing by it. "You're doing the thing," Akil said. "What thing?" "The thing where you look around like you're going to cry about the gym." "I'm not going to cry about the gym. You teared up at the water tower on the drive-in. I watched you." That was the sun. It was 8 at night. It was a late sun. Chase ate a lemon bar to end the conversation. It was very good. Everything here was very good and very loud and full of people who had known him before he was anybody, and the part of him that had spent years keeping his guard up kept waiting for the catch. That was when he heard her voice. He didn't place it right away. It was lower than it used to be. Surer, just one more voice in a loud room, coming from a knot of women over by the punch table, and it slid past him the way 100 half-familiar voices had slid past him all night. He kept walking. Akil was a step ahead, oblivious, saying something about finding their old table. Chase was halfway to a reply, reaching past a tray of somebody's deviled eggs when the voice rose and his own name came out of it. I had the most embarrassing, hopeless, pathetic crush on Chase Whitfield from the time I was about 13 until basically the day he left town. "Are you happy?" Chase stopped walking. He did not move after that. He could not have moved if Miss Ada had come back with a fire under him. Because here was the secret nobody in this gym knew. The one he had carried out of this town as a kid, and never once set down, never told Akil, never told anybody. The one he'd half convinced himself he'd invented. Because surely a thing that started that young had no right to still be standing now, full grown, waiting for him in his own hometown gym. He'd had it too. He'd had it worse. He was my brother's best friend. He slept over at my house probably 400 times and ate my mother's food, and never once looked at me like I was a human girl. That part was a lie, and it landed in him like a hook, because he had looked. God, he had. So carefully, so constantly, with such a clear understanding of exactly how forbidden it was, that he'd become an expert at never getting caught at it. And apparently he'd been so good that she'd spent all this time believing herself invisible to him when the truth was, he'd built his whole teenage self around the discipline of pretending she was. And I never said one single word to him about any of it because I was a coward, and it was humiliating, and I have carried it around for years. You and me both, Chase thought, and something in his chest cracked open that he'd had bolted shut so long he'd forgotten the shape of the room behind the door. And the only good thing, the one good thing, about him moving to Charlotte with his mom is that I never had to look at his stupid, handsome face again. There. That's the whole thing. "Can we please get more punch?" A silence. And Chase, who had spent years learning how to keep every single thing off his face, felt his face go and do whatever it wanted. Aneka Boyd turned around. He'd known she was home. Akil had mentioned it back in the spring. My sister moved back. She's opening some kind of studio. And Chase had said, "Oh yeah," in a voice he'd worked very hard to keep flat and had then thought about for approximately the next 3 months. He'd known he would see her. He had run the scene a dozen ways on the drive down from Charlotte, every version of it casual. "Hey, good to see you. It's been forever." The two of them adults now, the old thing safely dead and buried. He had not run this version. In no version had she handed it to him first. She'd grown up. That was the dumb thought. The same dumb thought she'd clearly just had about him, because he watched it cross her face in reverse. She was looking at him like the floor had opened. Big eyes, that mouth he'd spent 10th grade not looking at, the whole of her gone still and stricken in a yellow dress, and all the years between then and now fell away so fast it made him dizzy. And underneath the grown woman was the girl who used to sit on the stairs pretending to do homework while he and Akil played video games, the girl he'd been so aware of that he'd memorized the sound of her feet on those steps. Say something, he told himself. Say the casual thing. Say it's been forever. He had a choice, right there. He could see both roads. He could be gentle, could let her off the hook, could say something kind and ordinary, and watch her gather herself back up and decide, in her own time, that the thing she'd just confessed was a closed chapter from a long time ago. Or, the or was reckless, and he knew it. The or was a door he had no business opening with Akil standing 4 feet away. But she was looking at him like she wanted to sink into the floor and disappear, and Chase realized, with the particular clarity of a man who has just been handed the one thing he stopped letting himself want, that he did not want her to disappear. He wanted, very badly, for her to stay exactly where she was and keep looking at him. If he was gentle, it ended here. If he teased her, she'd have to fire back. And if she fired back, she'd have to stay in the room. "Hey, Nika," Akil said, materializing at his shoulder, drawing out the old nickname, far too pleased about something. "You remember Chase?" She opened her mouth. Nothing came out, which was somehow the most gratifying thing that had happened to Chase in a very long time. He tilted his head. He let himself smile the way he'd never once let himself smile at her when they were kids, slow and full and entirely without cover. "Stupid handsome face," he said. "I'll take it." Color came up under her brown skin, heat and fury both, and her eyes narrowed, and there it was. There was the fire, the thing that meant she was not going to disappear. She was going to stand right there and fight him. There she is, he thought, and felt more like himself than he had in longer than he wanted to admit. "I didn't," Aneka started and started again with admirable nerve. "That was a private conversation. In a gym. A private conversation in a gym. With your outside voice. I do not have an Nika." He'd forgotten until this exact second how much he liked saying her name. "You projected. They heard you in the parking lot." Coach Willis put down his clipboard. One of her friends made a sound like a kettle. The dry one, the deadpan one, who had never once in school looked impressed by him and was now watching him with the openly delighted expression of a woman revising her opinion in real time, pressed her lips together hard. The other had both hands over her mouth. Aneka looked like she was deciding whether to commit a crime. "It's good to see you," Chase said, and let the teasing drop out of it for 1 second. Just one, so she'd hear that part was true. "It really is." It landed wrong, or it landed right, he couldn't tell, because her face did something complicated, and she looked away first, and Akil, who had been watching the entire exchange like a man at a tennis match, chose that moment to sling an arm around Chase's neck. "Okay," Akil announced to the group. "I'm stealing him. We got people to see. Nika, breathe. You're turning a color. I'll find you later." And he hauled Chase bodily away from the punch table and into the crowd before Chase could say another word. They got about 30 feet. "So," Akil said, "don't. I didn't say anything. You said so. That's not a thing a person can object to." Akil steered them toward the back wall, by the trophy case, where it was marginally quieter. He was grinning. Chase had known that grin most of his life, and it had preceded every bad decision the two of them had ever made together. My sister, huh? Akil? Had a crush on you. She was a kid. For years, by her own sworn testimony, delivered at volume. Akil popped a meatball off a passing tray. 400 sleepovers. The math is upsetting when you think about it. I was downstairs eating Hot Pockets and my own sister was up on those stairs. Can we not? Pining. Chase said nothing. He was working very hard at saying nothing because the thing he wanted to say was me too, man. The whole time, and I never told you because she's your sister and I didn't know what you'd do. And he could not say it. Not here, not 9 days back. Not with the old loyalty sitting between them like a third person who'd grown up in both their houses. That was the part nobody warned you about a friendship this old. People thought the danger was a brother throwing a punch. Akil wasn't a brother who'd punch a guy for looking at his sister. That was the easy version, the version from movies. Akil was worse. Akil was the person Chase had told everything to since they were 6. Every fear and every stupid hope, with this one single exception carved out and kept in the dark all this time, and the keeping had become its own kind of betrayal, and Chase didn't know how to put it down now without it landing like he'd been lying the whole way along, which he had, sort of, by omission, to the one person he never lied to. You're quiet, Akil said, and the grin had gone down a little, gone thoughtful, and for a second Chase had the unsettling feeling his friend could see straight through him, the way he sometimes could, the way the twins both could. That's not like you. Long drive, lot of lemon bars. Akil studied him a beat longer. Then, instead of pushing, he did something stranger. He let it go, too easily, the way he never let anything go, and changed the subject with a smoothness that should have set off every alarm Chase owned. Hey, since you're back and looking for work. Akil leaned against the trophy case. Casual, way too casual. Nika's having a nightmare with that studio space. Old print shop on Main. She had a contractor lined up out of the county and the guy bailed on her last week, took her deposit and ghosted, and now she's got a build-out and no builder and an opening date she's gonna miss. He examined his meatball. Real specialist job, too. Sprung floors, mirror wall, the whole thing. Be a shame, she's wanted this her whole life. Chase looked at him. Akil looked at his meatball. You want me, Chase said slowly, to build your sister's. Don't call her my sister like she's mine to lend out. She's a grown woman with her own business, and she'd box both our ears for talking about her like a project to hand off. Last time I had an opinion about her life, she reminded me she's 11 minutes older and has been bossing me since the delivery room. The smile came back, the bad decision one, except aimed at Chase now in a way Chase couldn't read. I'm just saying you're a contractor. She needs one. Small town. Funny how that works. And he clapped Chase on the shoulder and pushed off the trophy case and went to go be charming at a table full of people who'd missed him, leaving Chase standing alone by the trophies with a plate of lemon bars and the dawning, terrible suspicion that his oldest friend in the world had just done something on purpose. Across the gym, by the punch table, Aneka Boyd was very pointedly not looking at him. Chase ate another lemon bar to keep from smiling, and failed at that too.
Chapter 3. The thing about a small town was that there was nowhere to hide, and the thing about Rochelle's old-fashioned diner at 9 on a Saturday morning was that everyone who'd been at the reunion the night before was now sitting in it, eating eggs, remembering. Aneka slid into the back booth with her hood half up like that would help. Take that off, Tabby said, not looking up from her menu, which she had memorized in the 3rd grade. You look like you're in witness protection. I am in witness protection. You're in a booth. Malachi already clocked you. Wave at the man. He runs the place now. He's not going to let you hide in his diner. Aneka waved weakly across the diner at Malachi, who was balancing 4 plates up one arm and tipped his chin at her without breaking stride. And then she pulled the hood down because there was no dignity left to protect anyway, and a hood wasn't going to bring it back. Renata arrived in a cloud of perfume and zero remorse, sliding in across the booth. Okay, she announced. before anybody says anything. Oh, now you want to turn to talk, Aneka said. Before anybody says anything, I have prepared an apology. Have you? I have prepared the first line of an apology, and then I got distracted because Aneka. Renata clasped both hands on the tabletop and leaned in, and whatever contrition she'd assembled in the parking lot evaporated on contact with the actual story. He is so fine now. I'm sorry. That is not the apology. But he is. Renata? He grew into the whole face. He used to be all ears and elbows, and now he's just... Renata made a gesture with both hands that described roughly a doorway. Built. The man builds things for a living, and it shows. It's very on brand. Tabby, who had apparently already been to the counter, slid a second coffee across the table in front of Aneka without being asked. Drink that, she said, flat as ever. You look like you didn't sleep. I didn't sleep. I know. That's why I got you the cup. She said it without sentiment, but she doctored it exactly the way Aneka took it, and the small, ordinary kindness of it made Aneka's throat go tight in a way the mortification hadn't. I have to leave town, Aneka said into the coffee. You just got back. I have to leave again. I'll open the studio somewhere else, somewhere he isn't. Is there a town in this state that doesn't have Chase Whitfield in it? Because I'll go there. I'll go right now. Sit down. You're not going anywhere. The man heard you say you had a crush on him. Nobody died. Tabby finally set the menu down. Let's be clear-eyed about the actual damage. You confessed. He heard. The whole reunion heard, but the whole reunion has known since. Since sophomore year? Renata said. All of us. Since sophomore year. Tabby agreed. This is not new information to anyone in this diner except, somehow, Chase, who I guess was too busy being a teenage boy to notice a girl staring at him like he hung the moon every time he walked into your kitchen. I did not stare at him like... You used to set a place for him at dinner before anybody asked you to, Renata said, gentler than usual, every time he was coming over. Your mama used to tease you about it. You'd have his plate down before he was even through the door. Aneka put her face in her hands. It was a crush, she said into her palms. Everybody had a crush at 13. It's not a big deal. Tabby stirred her coffee. At 13. Yes. And then it ended at what? 14? 15? Aneka didn't answer. 16? Renata offered, delighted. 18? Did it end before you left for Spelman is what we're circling? Or did it get in the car and ride down to Atlanta with you? It did not. Quick question. Tabby turned her cup in a slow circle, mild as milk. Every guy you dated in the city, the lawyer, the dentist, that one who did CrossFit and wouldn't stop talking about it, polished, buttoned up, citified. You ever notice how not one of them lasted? That's not. Because none of them were him, Renata said. Tall, Tabby said. Quiet until he's not, Renata said. Hands that actually build something, Tabby finished. And the two of them looked at her with the awful tenderness of people who had watched her do this for 15 years and loved her anyway. You almost told him, you know. Renata said it more softly than usual. The summer after we graduated. You had the whole thing planned. You came over to my house and practiced what you were going to say. I did not practice. You practiced in my bathroom mirror. I timed you. Aneka was quiet a second. And then I found out he was moving to Charlotte, she said, so I decided there was no point telling a boy who was already halfway out the door. I just folded it up and put it away. She heard how it sounded. For 10 years, apparently. In a drawer. Like a sweater. Aneka? It's fine. It's a very old sweater. I forgot I even owned it. She lifted her head and stared at the ceiling because the ceiling was not looking at her like that. I'm 28, she said. I have a degree. I have a business. I am opening it with my own 2 hands. I am a serious, grown, capable woman. Absolutely, said Tabby. And he smiled at me across a gym last night, and I was 15 again. Just like that. She heard her own voice crack on it and hated that too. Snap. 15. Invisible. Standing on the stairs. For a second, nobody teased. Renata's hand found her wrist, and Tabby reached over and stole a sip of Aneka's coffee for no reason, except to make her roll her eyes, and for once neither of them said anything at all. And now he knows, Aneka said, because that was the truly unbearable part, and somebody had to say it. And he didn't even have the decency to look kind about it. He smiled like I'd handed him a present. Like Christmas came early. You should have seen his face. I did see it, Renata said. I was there. It was a great face. Renata, I'm just confirming the report. Aneka dragged both hands down her face and let them drop. Can we please talk about literally anything else? I'm begging. Tell me about your week. Tell me about the weather. Tell me. Actually, Renata said, and there was a new note in it. A careful note, the note of a woman who had been waiting to bring something up. I do need to tell you something, and you're not going to like it, and I want it on the record that it's not my fault this time. Aneka looked at her. Tabby had gone very still, which meant she already knew, which meant the two of them had been talking about this without her. Never a good sign. What? Aneka said. So you know how Dwayne fell through. Renata said it fast, like ripping tape. Your contractor, the one from over in the county who took your deposit and stopped answering his phone. I'm aware that Dwayne fell through, Renata. I've left him 11 voicemails. Right, so you're billed out. Renata winced. The sprung floor, the mirror wall, the whole specialty thing. You need somebody who can actually do that, not just hang drywall, and you need them fast because your soft opening is 6 weeks out and you've already got people signed up for the founding class and a banner ordered. And, Renata, I know my own timeline. What's the thing? Renata looked at Tabby. Tabby looked back at her with an expression that said, You started it, you finish it. There's one contractor in Sweetgum who does specialty interior builds, Tabby said, because Tabby was the one who always just told you. Her voice was kind and even and completely without mercy. 1. Custom floors, finished carpentry, the works. Everybody else around here frames houses and pours driveways. For what you need on the timeline you've got, there's exactly one person. Aneka's stomach was already falling. She knew. Of course she knew. The universe did not set up a joke this clean and then decline to land it. No, she said. Aneka? No. Absolutely not. There's no... She was grasping. There's got to be somebody in the next town over, somebody from Atlanta. I'll pay extra. You don't have extra. You put everything into the lease and the equipment, Tabby said. You told me that yourself. You said you had exactly enough if nothing went wrong. Then I'll wait. I'll push the opening. You can't push it without losing the founding members and the deposit on the banner and your whole summer launch, Tabby said. You walked me through all of this 2 weeks ago. You were very proud of the math. The math has not changed. The only thing that's changed is the name of the man holding the saw. Across the diner, Malachi called out an order number, and somebody's coffee got refilled. And the whole warm, bright, ordinary morning kept happening while Aneka sat very still in the back booth and felt the trap close around her with an almost gentle click. He moved back literally yesterday, she said faintly. He doesn't even have a job here yet. There's no way he's already. Akil mentioned it last night, Renata said, far too innocent, examining her own nails. Said Chase is looking for work now that he's home. Said it kind of loud, actually. Right to me. While you were in the bathroom, Aneka stared at her. Then she stared at the table, where the pieces were assembling themselves into a shape she did not like at all. Her brother, who had hauled Chase off into the crowd and then come back 40 minutes later, looking like a cat with feathers in its teeth. Her brother, who had her studio timeline memorized because she'd cried on his couch about Dwayne not a week ago. Akil did this? She said slowly. I'm not saying that. Renata held up both hands. I would never say that about your loving twin brother, who only wants what's best for you and who definitely just happened to mention his unemployed contractor best friend to the one person in the world guaranteed to repeat it to you. Akil did this. Probably Akil did this, Tabby agreed, sipping her coffee. Aneka let her forehead drop to the cool tabletop and stayed there. Above her, she could hear the two of them not quite laughing, the specific suppressed sound of people who loved you and also found your suffering extremely funny. I hate all of you, she said to the table. We know, said Tabby. Drink your coffee. You're going to need to call him.
Chapter 4. She'd worn armor. That was the first thing Chase noticed when Aneka unlocked the old print shop on Monday morning. She'd called him Sunday afternoon, voice clipped and businesslike, said she had a job and heard he was available and could he come look at the space. All of it delivered like she was reading off an index card she'd written to keep herself from hanging up. He'd said yes before she finished the sentence. And now here she was in the doorway, and it made him want to grin, so he did. She had her hair pulled back tight, a clipboard against her chest like a shield, a blazer she clearly did not need in this heat, and an expression that said she had spent the rest of the weekend building a wall and intended to stand behind it for the rest of her natural life. It was adorable. He wasn't going to tell her that yet. He had a feeling she'd swing the clipboard. "Mr. Whitfield," she said. "Mr. Whitfield?" His mouth curved the way it always wanted to around her. "That's new. You used to call me Chase, back when you were memorizing my face in your kitchen." The clipboard came up an inch. "I'm going to stop you right there. I'm just saying I like Chase. We're keeping this professional. I'm extremely professional." He stepped past her into the space, close enough that she had to decide whether to move and chose stubbornly not to. So for a second they were sharing the same doorway and the same square foot of morning light, and he watched her breath do something it had no permission to do. He kept walking like he hadn't noticed, because noticing out loud right now would end the fun. "Let's see what we're working with." The shop was a disaster, and he loved it instantly. High tin ceiling, the good kind, original. Big front windows pouring light across a floor somebody had abused for 40 years. Plaster cracking off one wall, a back room full of shadows, the ghost outline on the brick where the old press had stood. It was a mess, and it had bones, and his hands itched the second he walked in, the way they always did when a space had something in it worth finding. "Okay," he said, turning a slow circle. "Talk to me. What is this going to be?" "A movement studio." She stayed near the door. "A couple of reformers eventually, classes, private sessions. I need a sprung floor for the main room, mirrors along that wall, a reception desk and a small retail nook up front, and 2 changing rooms in the back with a sprung floor." He crouched, pressed his palm flat to the boards, felt the give and the rot under the give. "Floating or batten?" A pause. He looked up. She was watching him with the first crack of something other than dread, surprise, maybe, that he'd asked the right question. "Floating," she said. "If you can, I can." He stood, brushing his hand off on his jeans, and didn't miss the way her eyes tracked the motion before she caught herself and looked at her clipboard. "Floating's better for what you're doing anyway. Knees'll thank you in 10 years. You want maple up top?" I had not gotten as far as the species of wood. "Maple." He said it gently, like a gift. "Trust me." "I don't, actually." But there was no heat in it now, and the corner of her mouth was fighting her, and he filed that away in the same place he kept the sound of her breath in the doorway, a small growing collection of evidence that this was not, in fact, hopeless. He moved through the space slow, talking as he went, letting her trail him because he'd noticed she would not stand still if he was the one standing still. She needed to be the one in motion, so he became the thing she orbited. He named the problems as he found them. The wall that had to come out, the subfloor that had to come up, the wiring that predated the moon landing. He did it without dread, the way he did everything, because he'd learned a long time ago that a room full of problems was just a room full of things he got to fix. And he wanted her to hear that nothing about what she was building scared him, that she'd dreamed it this big and he could see every inch of how to make it real. He wanted her to hear that he found it beautiful. "The mirror wall," he said, stopping at it. "You want it floor to ceiling?" "Floor to ceiling, the whole run." He nodded, looking up the height of it, and then he looked back at her, and he let himself do the thing he'd been wanting to do since the gym, which was simply look at her without pretending he wasn't. He looked the way he'd never let himself look when they were kids, openly, taking his time, his eyes moving over her face like he had every right to be there. She felt it. He watched her feel it. She lifted her chin. "What? You're going to be standing in front of that mirror every day," he said. "Teaching, probably right there." He nodded at the center of the floor. "I'm building it so the first thing you see when you walk in every morning is you, looking like you're exactly where you're supposed to be." He shrugged, easy. Figured that mattered, for the design. The flush came up under her skin, warm and immediate, and she opened her mouth and shut it again, and for one whole second, Aneka Boyd had nothing to say. He had never enjoyed anything more in his life. "That's," she started. Professional, he supplied. I know, the most professional man you'll ever hire. You are not, Aneka. He took a step toward her. Just one. Slow, telegraphed, nothing she couldn't see coming, because that was the whole thing about him. He never came at anybody sideways. He came straight on and let them watch him do it. I'm going to be honest with you because I think you've had about a decade of people not being honest with you, including yourself. Don't. I heard what you said at the reunion. He said it plainly, no teasing in it now, his voice dropping into something low and certain that he watched land in her like a stone in water. Every word. And I'm not going to pretend I didn't, and I'm not going to let you stand there in a blazer in June pretending it didn't happen so we can both be comfortable. I don't really do comfortable. She was very still. The clipboard had drifted down to her side. You're supposed to be giving me a bid. I'm getting to the bid. Chase. There it is, he said softly. Chase. Knew you still had it. Her breath went out of her in something that was almost a laugh, almost a curse, and she pressed her lips together and looked at the ceiling, and then back at him. And the look she gave him was equal parts I could strangle you and something else. Something underneath. The thing she'd spent the weekend trying to wall off and was discovering the wall did not work on him, because he wasn't trying to climb it. He was just standing on her side of it, smiling, like he'd been there the whole time. The bid, he said, is fair. Ballpark, you're looking at less than the guy who skipped town quoted you, and I'll have it itemized and in your inbox tonight so you can see every line. I can start Wednesday. I'll have you open by your date, and the work will be the best work in this town, because I'm the best there is at it, and because, he let the pause sit, it's yours. I'd do it right for anybody. For you, I'll do it perfect. You keep saying that, because you keep flinching when I do. He tilted his head. I'm going to keep saying it till you stop. The silence stretched between them, full of about 15 things neither of them said, and Chase let it because he'd also learned that the loudest thing in a room is sometimes the thing nobody's saying, and he was content to stand in the wreck of her future studio and let her hear all of it at once. The door chimed. Knock, knock, Akil said, strolling in with 2 coffees and the expression of a man who had timed his entrance to the exact wrong moment on purpose. Am I interrupting? I'm interrupting. What did I interrupt? Nothing, Aneka said, too fast, stepping back, the clipboard snapping up to her chest again. He was giving me the bid. Akil handed his sister a coffee, handed Chase nothing, and looked between the two of them with the deep, unbearable satisfaction of a man watching a plan come together. How's the bid looking? Chase looked at Aneka. Aneka looked at the floor. It's looking good, Chase said. I think she's going to hire me. I have not. She's going to hire me, Chase said again to Akil, grinning now, full and unhidden, because I'm the only one in town who can do it, and because deep down she wants to, and because her brother set the whole thing up and we both know it. Akil pressed a hand to his chest, wounded. I would never. You were early to a reunion. I'm turning over a new leaf. You've never been early to anything in your life. You were early so you could walk me in the door right when she... Chase stopped because Aneka had made a small strangled sound, and he turned to find her staring at her brother with the slow-dawning horror of someone watching the last piece of a conspiracy click into place. You, she said to Akil. Me what? You did this. You told Renata. You brought him here. I brought coffee, Akil said serenely, sipping his. For me and my sister. You can buy your own. You're employed now. He clapped Chase on the shoulder on his way to inspect the cracked wall, leaving the two of them standing there in the light, and over his shoulder, to no one, to the room, to the universe, he added, Hire the man, Nika. He's good, and he's been mooning over this town for 10 years. Somebody should let him build something. Chase felt that one land in his own chest, a little too close to the truth, and for the first time all morning it was him who had to look away. And Aneka, sharp as ever, caught it. He watched her catch it. He watched her file it away, and he thought, with a warmth that had nothing to do with the June heat, good. Let her wonder. Let her start collecting evidence, too. Wednesday, he said, and stuck out his hand. Send me the green light tonight, once you've seen the numbers. But shake on it now, so we both know where this is going. She looked at his hand, then at his face. Behind her, Akil was whistling. She put her hand in his, and it was warm and small, and it fit, and neither of them let go quite as fast as professional would have required, and Chase decided that Wednesday could not possibly come soon enough.
Chapter 5. Aneka had a plan for Wednesday, and the plan was simple. Be there when he arrived. Be cordial. Be brisk. Establish, with the clean efficiency of a woman who had run a studio in a glass building in Atlanta, that this was a job site and she was the client, and then leave him to it and go answer emails in the back where she did not have to watch. The plan survived until 7:42 in the morning, which was when Chase Whitfield walked in carrying a toolbox in one hand and 2 coffees in the other, in a gray t-shirt that had clearly been washed 200 times and had given up trying to be anything but honest about his shoulders, and said, "Morning, boss," in a voice still rough with sleep, and Aneka felt the entire plan slide off the table and shatter on the floor next to her dignity. "You brought me coffee," she said. "I brought you coffee." He set one down on the folding table she'd been using as a desk, close to her hand. Not in it, she noticed. He kept doing that, leaving things just shy of touching her. "Roasted beans. Oat milk, 1 sugar, extra hot. That's still you, right?" She stared at the cup. "How do you know how I take my coffee?" "You ordered it in front of me Sunday." He was already crouching by the floor, popping the toolbox open, not looking at her. Like he hadn't just admitted he'd cataloged her coffee order 4 days ago and kept it. "I pay attention to you. Figured you'd noticed by now." It was 7:43 in the morning, and she was already in trouble. She took the coffee to the back, sat down at her folding table, and opened her laptop with the firm intention of being a professional adult who did not think about the man in the next room. She had 40 emails. She had a vendor in Atlanta waiting on a reformer order. She had a whole life to run. "You know this floor is older than both of us put together?" Chase called from the main room. A board came up with a long groan of nails. "Whoever laid it did a real nice job, 40 years ago, for a print shop." Aneka said, not looking up. "I'm just saying it's a shame to tear out good work." "You're being paid to tear it out." "I'm being paid to tear it out and lay better." Another board, the scrape of a pry bar. "I'm at peace with the contradiction. You want me to save you a piece of the old maple? For a sign, maybe? Something out front? People like that, the old wood in the new place." She looked up before she could stop herself, because that was, annoyingly, a genuinely good idea, the kind of thoughtful touch she would never have thought to ask for. "That's not a terrible idea. I have those sometimes." She could hear the grin in it. "Write it down so you remember I had one." She did not write it down. She did not need to write it down, because she was going to remember every single thing he said today, whether she wanted to or not, which was the entire problem. She tried the email again. She got 2 sentences in before he started humming, low and tuneless and content, and she realized she'd read the same line 4 times and absorbed none of it, because she was listening to a man hum while he pulled up a floor. She put the laptop down. She told herself she was checking on the progress. He'd taken the t-shirt to its limit. He was on his knees, prying up a rotted board, his back to her, the muscle moving under the thin, worn cotton, a sheen of sweat already at the back of his neck because it was June in Georgia and he hadn't switched the AC on yet, and Aneka stood in the doorway and forgot, briefly, what progress was. "You can come closer," Chase said, without turning around. "I don't bite on the first day." Heat went up the back of her neck. "I'm supervising." From a real safe distance. He sat back on his heels and turned, and caught her looking, and did not let her pretend she hadn't, just held her eyes with that open, unhurried attention that made her feel like the only thing in the room. "You can supervise from here. I'd like the company. I have work. You've been doing your work in the back for 45 minutes. He wiped his hands on a rag, taking his time about it. "And you came up here anyway. I'm just saying you don't have to make up a reason. You can just come stand by me." "Chase," there it is. The corner of his mouth went up. "I like when you say it. You say it like you're mad, and you're not." She crossed her arms, which was a tactical error because it made him glance, just for a second, just one unhurried second. and then bring his eyes right back up to hers, like he'd decided her face was the better view and wanted her to know he'd decided it. "You're going to be like this the whole time," she said. "The whole build. Probably." He stood, unfolding to his full height, and the room got smaller. He crossed to where she stood in the doorway. Not fast, never fast. He came at her the way he came at everything, straight on and easy, and stopped close enough that she could feel the heat coming off him, close enough that she had to tip her head back to keep his eyes. "You want me to stop?" The honest answer was no. The honest answer was a catastrophe. She reached for the brisk Atlanta voice and found it had left the building. "I want you to lay a floor. I'm going to lay you the best floor in Georgia." He said it low, and it had no business sounding the way it sounded. And she watched him watch her react to it, watched him clock the breath she took and file it away with everything else he was collecting. "But I'm also going to tell you you smell like that vanilla thing you always wore. And I'm going to tell you I noticed, because I'm not going to spend 6 weeks 3 feet away from you pretending I don't notice you. I did that for years. I'm done doing that." "You're my contractor," she said, and it came out with no force at all. "I'm your contractor." He didn't step back. If anything, the air between them got shorter. "And you confessed your whole heart in a gym 4 days ago, and I've thought about it every hour since, and I think you should know that before we spend a summer in this room together. So you're not in here wondering. You don't ever have to wonder with me, Aneka. That's the one thing I can promise you. I'll always tell you exactly where I am." She was not breathing right. His eyes had gone soft and certain, and they were on her mouth now, openly, and then back up, and he was so close that if she swayed forward an inch, 1 inch, the whole careful decade of her life would tip over, and some reckless part of her, the 15-year-old part she'd dragged to Spelman and back, leaned the tiniest fraction toward him before she caught it. He saw it. Of course he saw it. He saw everything. His hand started to come up, slow, telegraphed, and she did not step back, and for one suspended second the whole world was the half-inch of air between them and the heat coming off his skin, and the look on his face that was not teasing at all anymore. That was want, plain and patient and a little undone. He was going to touch her. She could see him deciding to, see him giving her every chance to stop him, and she wasn't stopping him. Somewhere behind them, the old AC unit shuddered to life on its own. The thermostat finally deciding June had won, and kicked on with a bang loud enough to wake the dead. They both jumped. Aneka stepped back, one hand pressed to her own collarbone like she could push her heart back down, and Chase let out a breath that was half a laugh and dragged a hand down his face, and for one glorious second he looked as wrecked as she felt, which was the only thing that saved her. "Okay," she said, too brightly, grabbing at the first solid object her mind could find. "Floor. You should show me you mentioned samples." "I mentioned samples." He was still looking at her like she was the best thing he'd seen in years, but he let her have the lifeline, crossing to his bag and crouching to dig out a fan of maple finish samples, laying them in a row across a sawhorse. He was a professional, after all. He'd said so. 3 grades. This one's the budget option. This one's mid. This one'll cost you, but it'll outlast the building. Aneka came to stand over the samples, careful to leave a full arm's length of sawhorse between them, and studied the wood with more intensity than 3 nearly identical blonde boards strictly required. They look the same. They are not the same. He set a finger on the first. This one'll scuff in a year with people doing lunges on it all day. This one. He moved to the third, and his hand was close to hers now, both of them braced on the same sawhorse, and he did not move it away. "This one you finish once and forget about. Warms up over time. Gets better the more it's used." He glanced sideways at her. "I'd go with the one that lasts. I'm biased toward things that last." "Of course you are." She picked up the third sample so she'd have something to do with her hands that wasn't noticing his. It was warm from the sun through the front windows, smooth, heavier than it looked. She turned it over. "This one. Fine. The expensive one. Don't look so pleased." "I'm always pleased. It's my whole thing." He took the sample back from her, and his fingers brushed hers doing it, unhurried, on purpose, and she felt it travel all the way up her arm. Good choice, boss. You've got an eye. She set the sample down. She made herself look at him, and the question came out smaller and more honest than she meant it to, stripped of all the brisk Atlanta armor she'd shown up in. Why are you doing this? He went still, not startled, just still, the way he got when something mattered. Doing what? This. All of it. The coffee. The saying everything. You just got back. Her voice wanted to shake, and she wouldn't let it. You could have just built the floor. Chase looked at her for a long moment, and whatever he saw in her face made him set the sample down too, slow. And when he answered, there was nothing light in it at all. Because what you said in that gym wasn't one-sided, he said. It never was. I felt the same way about you back then, the whole time. I just had more practice hiding it than you did. He reached out then, unhurried, the way he did everything, and she thought for one airless second he was going to touch her face again. But instead his fingers found a fine dusting of sawdust along her forearm, left there from the sample, and he brushed it away. Slow, deliberate. The pad of his thumb tracing the soft inside of her wrist on the way, and then his hand simply stayed there, warm and certain, loosely circling her arm like it had every right to be. And I feel it now, he said, quieter, his thumb moving once, idly, against her pulse. So I'm not going to build your floor and keep my mouth shut and let you go on thinking you were the only one. You weren't. You aren't. That's the why. It landed in her like something dropped from a height, the words and the press of his hand arriving together, and Aneka came apart at the seams in total silence. She felt it everywhere, all at once. The heat of his palm soaking through to the bone and a matching warmth blooming behind her sternum and going down through her stomach and out to the very ends of her, to her fingers, to her toes in her sensible work flats, the floor of her whole careful adult life tilting clean off its foundation. He was still tracing that slow line against the inside of her wrist, where her pulse was going like a hummingbird, and he had to feel it. He had to know exactly what he was doing to her, and he just stood there, doing it, holding her arm and her eyes at the same time, while she forgot every word in the English language. He had felt the same, back then, the whole time. While she sat on those stairs convinced she was invisible, he had been hiding the exact same thing, and he was standing here now in a sweat-through t-shirt with his hand wrapped around her wrist, telling her so like it was the simplest fact in the world. She had absolutely no idea what to do with any of it. I? She said. That was the whole sentence. That was as far as she got. Aneka, gentle, patient, not pushing, never pushing, his hand still loose on her arm, gone still now, just there. She made herself step back. His hand fell away easy, no grip in it, no holding on, and the loss of the warmth was almost worse than the touch had been. I have to, she said, and gestured vaguely at the back of the building, at the emails, at the entire rest of her life. I have to go do a thing, a work thing, in the back. Okay. He didn't stop her. He didn't even look hurt, which was somehow worse, because he looked like a man who had said exactly what he meant and could afford to wait as long as it took. Go do your work thing. She went. She walked with as much dignity as a woman can manage when her ears are ringing, into the back room, and she shut the door, and she sat down hard in her folding chair in front of the laptop and the 40 unanswered emails. And she put both hands over her face. Oh my God, she thought. Oh my God. Oh my God. He had felt the same way. He had said it out loud, in the daylight, with sawdust on his arms, like it cost him nothing, when it had cost her 10 years and a confession screamed across a gymnasium to even get near it. She pressed her palms harder against her eyes. Her heart was going like she'd run here. She did not know how to be a person who got the thing she'd wanted since she was 13. There had been no preparation for this. She had spent a decade being expertly, comfortably unrequited, and the man had just walked into her unfinished studio and dismantled the only thing she knew how to be. Through the wall, after a moment, she heard him start to hum again, low and content, like a man who had all the time in the world and knew exactly how he intended to spend it. She dropped her hands and stared at the closed door and discovered, to her absolute horror, that she was smiling.
Chapter 6. By Friday, Chase had learned the rhythm of being avoided by Aneka Boyd, and he had to admit it was one of the more enjoyable things anybody had ever done to him. It went like this. She would arrive at the studio before he did, so she could be established at her folding table in the back with her armor on and her laptop open before he walked in. She would call out a crisp morning without looking up. She would stay back there as long as humanly possible. And then, every single time, without fail, somewhere around the second hour she would invent a reason to come up front. A question about the timeline, a delivery to sign for, a sudden urgent need to look at the wall he'd already shown her twice. And she would stand in the doorway and watch him work and pretend she wasn't. And Chase would let her, and neither of them would say a word about the morning he'd told her the truth, and she'd fled like the building was on fire. He wasn't pushing. That was the thing he'd decided, lying awake Wednesday night replaying the way her pulse had hammered under his thumb. He'd said the big thing. He'd meant every word, and he didn't regret a syllable of it, but he'd watched it land on her like a dropped piano, and a man who'd waited 10 years could wait a little longer for her to find her feet. So he dialed it back. He didn't crowd her. He didn't reach for her again. He just showed up. Every day, did beautiful work, kept the conversation easy, and let her get used to the simple fact of him being there and not going anywhere. It was, he suspected, far more devastating than the pushing had been. He could see it wearing on her, the not being chased. She didn't know what to do with a man who'd told her he wanted her and then just calmly handed her a tape measure. "Hold that end," he said Friday afternoon, and she came and held the end of the tape against the far wall. And her fingers were careful not to touch his, and he pretended not to notice that too. 41.5, she read off. 41.5. He wrote it on the subfloor in pencil. "You're good at this. I held a tape measure. You held it straight and read it right the first time. You'd be amazed how many people can't." He moved to the next mark. "You always were good with your hands. Used to watch you fix that bike chain of Achilles when you were, 14? He'd just stand there helpless, and you'd have it back on in 2 minutes, greasy up to the elbow, telling him he was hopeless." She went still for a second, the tape measure sagging. "You remember that?" "I remember a lot of things." He kept his eyes on the pencil mark so she wouldn't have to do anything with her face. "Told you. I paid attention." A delivery truck pulled up out front before she could decide how to handle that, which was probably for the best, because Chase had noticed she could only take the past in small doses, like a person easing into cold water, and he had no intention of dunking her. The mirrors came off the truck around 2. The reformers were still 2 weeks out, but the long mirror panels arrived wrapped in blankets, and Chase spent an hour with the delivery guy walking them in one at a time, and Aneka hovered the whole time, hands twitching like she wanted to help and knew better. And when the last one was leaned safe against the wall, she stood in front of it and went quiet. "That's really happening," she said to the mirror, to herself. Chase came to stand a little behind her, not close, just enough that they were both in the glass, him a head taller, both of them dusty, the wrecked half-built room reflected around them. He watched her look at it. He watched her see it, the studio that was going to exist, the thing she'd wanted since she was 22 and had been too scared to say out loud. "It's going to be good, Aneka," he said quietly. "Better than the picture in your head. I promise you that." She met his eyes in the mirror, and for a second she didn't put any wall up at all. She just let him see that she was scared and happy and overwhelmed all at once, and Chase felt that look go straight through his chest, and it took everything he had not to close the small distance between them and put his hands on her shoulders. He didn't. He decided. He let the moment be what it was and stepped back to get the level. She was thawing. He could feel it. It was the best work he'd ever been paid to do. They ended up at Rochelle's a little after 5, which had not been planned, except that Aneka had stayed late going over the lighting plan with him, and her stomach had growled loud enough to echo off the tin ceiling, and Chase had said "diner" in the same easy tone he said everything, and she'd looked like she wanted to say no and said fine instead, and he'd chosen not to make anything of the fact that they were now, technically, getting dinner. The diner was full of the early crowd. Malachi raised a hand from behind the counter when they came in, called, "Sit anywhere," and Chase steered them to a booth by the window because he'd learned she liked to sit where she could see the street. A busboy dropped off 2 waters and a basket of rolls almost before they'd sat down, the diner running its usual quick, warm rhythm around them. "This isn't a thing," Aneka said, sliding in across from him. "It's 2 people eating meatloaf. I'm getting the chicken. It's 2 people eating different entrees in a fully public restaurant," Chase amended. "Nothing could be less of a thing. Relax." She did not relax, but she did pick up a menu and hide behind it, and Chase let her, content, drinking his water and watching the evening come down gold over Main Street outside the window. He liked it here. That was the part he hadn't expected, coming home. He'd braced for it to feel small, the way it had felt small at 17 when his whole life got loaded into his mother's car and driven 300 miles north. Back then, he'd have given anything to leave. Now he sat in a booth in a town that had watched him grow up and felt something settle in him that had not settled in 10 years of other places. "Can I ask you something?" Aneka said, from behind the menu. "You can ask me anything. That's the rule." She lowered the menu. "Why'd you really come back? And don't say the work. You could do that fancy carpentry anywhere. Charlotte's bigger. There's more money in a city." Chase turned his glass on the table, considering how much to give her. Small doses. But she'd asked, and he'd made her a promise about always telling her where he was. "My mom and dad split up the summer we graduated," he said. "You probably remember some of it. It was loud. He moved to Texas. She wanted to be near her sister in Charlotte, and I was 18 and didn't have a better idea, so I went." He shrugged. "Spent 10 years being real good at my job and never once feeling like anywhere was home. Charlotte was just a place I kept my tools." He looked up at her. "Then my mom passed 2 years back, and I was standing in her apartment that never felt like hers either, and I thought, I want to go home, and there was only one place that ever was." Aneka had gone soft and still across the table. "Chase, I didn't know your mom passed. I'm so sorry." "It's okay. It was peaceful." He gave her a small smile. "She'd have liked that I came back. She always said I left a piece of myself in this town." He didn't say the rest of that sentence, which was that he was fairly sure he knew exactly which piece, and that it had been sitting on a set of stairs doing homework when he last saw it. Small doses. "Anyway, that's the real why. Sorry it's not a fun story." "It's not supposed to be fun." She reached across the table, and for a second he thought she might take his hand, and his whole body went still with the hope of it. But she just touched the edge of the table near his glass, the way he was always leaving things near her hand and not in it, and pulled back. "It's a good why." Before he could answer, a shadow fell across the booth. "Well, would you look at this?" It was one of the diner regulars, an older woman with reading glasses pushed up into silver curls, holding a to-go bag and beaming at the 2 of them with the open delight of a person who had nothing better to do than narrate other people's lives. Aneka Boyd. "And is that the Whitfield boy? Lord, I haven't seen you since you were knee-high. You 2 on a date?" "No," Aneka said. "We're discussing lighting," Chase said. "Mm-hmm." The woman looked between them, supremely unconvinced, her smile widening. "Lighting, that's what they're calling it." She patted the edge of their booth. "Well, you make a handsome pair, whatever it is. I'll let your mama know I saw you, Aneka." And she sailed off toward the door, leaving a small, ringing silence behind her. Aneka had put her face in her hands. "By tomorrow morning," she said, muffled, "the entire town is going to think we're together." Chase looked at her across the booth, at the woman he'd been quietly, completely gone for since before he had the sense to know what it was, sitting in a diner in their hometown with her face in her hands and the last gold light coming through the window, and he could not, for the life of him, find a single thing about that sentence that troubled him. "Yeah," he said gently, "they might." She looked up at him over her fingertips, and he held her eyes and didn't tease and didn't push, just let her see that he meant it, that he would not mind one bit if the whole town decided it tomorrow, that he was already there and waiting for her to catch up, and Aneka was the one who had to look away first. But she was smiling when she did it. He saw that too. Malachi came by a few minutes later to take their order, and set down the food when it was ready, with zero idea he'd interrupted anything. And the evening went on around them, warm and ordinary, and Chase worked his way through a plate of meatloaf and felt, for the first time in a long time, like a man exactly where he was supposed to be.
Chapter 7. It had been a long, good day at the studio, the kind that left Aneka's hands smelling like sawdust and her chest a little too full for comfort. They'd fallen into a rhythm over the past week, the two of them, though she would have died before calling it that out loud. She worked the front, on her folding table command center, handling vendors and the city inspector and the endless small fires of opening a business. He worked the floor, methodical and steady, turning a gutted old print shop into something that looked a little more every day like the place she'd seen in her head when she signed the lease. They didn't talk constantly. That was the part that undid her. She'd expected the charmer, the relentless one, the man who'd told her he wanted her with sawdust on his arms. What she got instead, since the day he laid himself bare and she fled, was this: a man who simply showed up, did beautiful work, asked her opinion on hardware finishes, and let the wanting sit in the room with them, patient and unhurried, while she got used to the weight of it. It was, she was discovering, very hard to keep a wall up against a man who wasn't trying to climb it. By 5:30, the light through the big front windows had gone strange, a flat coppery yellow that meant Georgia was about to throw a tantrum, and Aneka had been so absorbed in pretending to review the lighting invoice, and so absorbed in not watching Chase fit the last of the baseboards into place, that she didn't clock the sky until the first fat drops hit the glass. The storm came in fast the way summer storms did. No warning, just that green light, and then the bottom falling out of the clouds. "That's a lot of rain," Chase said, not looking up from the trim. "It'll pass." It did not pass. It got worse. The rain came down in sheets that turned Main Street into a river and rattled the big front windows in their frames. And somewhere around the third clap of thunder, the power went out, the half-built studio dropping into a gray, watery dimness, and Aneka's laptop screen was the only light until it, too, went dark from a dead battery she had been too distracted all week to charge. "Well," Chase said into the dark, and she could hear that he was smiling. "Guess we waited out." "I can drive in this." "You cannot drive in this. There's a foot of water at the Main Street dip. I watched a truck nearly float off it 20 minutes ago." A scrape, a shuffle, and then the small flare of his phone flashlight, throwing his face into warm relief. "Sit down, Aneka. It's a thunderstorm. It'll blow through in an hour. I've got half a bag of pretzels in my tool bag and 2 folding chairs and nowhere to be." She sat down. There was, infuriatingly, nowhere to be. He set his phone face up on an overturned bucket between the 2 chairs, so the flashlight bounced off the old tin ceiling and filled the room with something soft. And he held the bag of pretzels out to her, like this was all perfectly normal. 2 people sitting in a half-finished studio in the dark in the rain, and for a while neither of them said anything. The storm filled the silence. It was, she realized, the first time in a week they'd been still at the same time. No tape measure between them, no emails to hide behind, just the rain and the dark and the warm small light and him. She took a pretzel because it gave her something to do. Lightning lit the room white for half a second, throwing the whole half-built studio into sharp relief. The bare studs, the stacked mirror panels glinting against the wall, the gap where the floor still wasn't. And then it was gone, and there was just the bucket light again and the drum of rain on the roof overhead. "Solid old building, this," Chase said, tipping his head back at the ceiling as the rain drummed on. "They built it right the first time. Anywhere newer, we'd be mopping by now. You're admiring the architecture in the middle of a natural disaster. I admire good bones wherever I find them. You'll learn my ways." He stretched his legs out, crossing them at the ankle, settling in like a man at a campfire instead of a man trapped in a blackout with a woman who kept flinching away from him. "Tell me something. How'd you pick this building? Out of everything on Main, you picked the one that needed the most work. You could have taken the old florist spot. That place was move-in ready. The florist spot had no light." She heard herself answer before she decided to. 2 windows, both facing the alley. This place gets the morning sun all the way across the floor. You can't teach a sunrise class in a room that doesn't have any sun. She shrugged, though he probably couldn't see it. I walked in here, and it was a wreck. And I knew it would cost me everything I had, and I signed the lease anyway, because I stood in the middle of the floor and I could see it. The whole thing, finished, full of people. Yeah, Chase said softly. I know that feeling. Walking into a wreck and seeing the finished thing instead. A beat. It's the best feeling there is, honestly. It's the whole reason I do what I do. Thunder rolled somewhere close, and the windows shivered with it. It was, she thought, dangerously easy to talk to him in the dark. You're doing the thing, Chase said. What thing? The thing where you go quiet and I can hear you building a wall in real time. He ate a pretzel. You don't have to. It's just me. That's the problem, Aneka said, before she could stop herself. And then there it was, out in the dark between them, and she couldn't take it back. Chase didn't pounce on it. He just waited, the way he always waited, patient as weather. She stared at the rain on the windows. It was easier to say in the dark, maybe, where she didn't have to watch his face do anything. Do you know what it's like, she said, to want one specific thing for 15 years and be completely sure you'll never have it? You build a whole life around the never. You get good at it. You date the wrong men in the right buildings, and you tell yourself you're fine, and the wanting just sort of settles in, becomes furniture. You stop noticing it's there because it's always been there. Her throat was tight. It's safe. That's the awful part nobody tells you. Wanting something you can't have is safe because you never have to find out if you'd be any good at actually having it. The rain came down. Chase was very quiet beside her. And then you walked into a gym, she said, and you smiled at me. And 4 days later, you stood in this room with sawdust on your arms and told me it was never one-sided, and you took the never away. She finally looked at him. In the bounced light, his eyes were dark and steady on her. And I don't have any furniture anymore, Chase. I don't know how to be a person who gets the thing. You handed me the thing, and I have no idea what to do with my hands. For a long moment, the only sound was the storm. Okay, Chase said, low. Then I'll tell you what to do with your hands. You don't have to do anything with them yet. That's allowed. He shifted his chair, the legs scraping the bare subfloor, turning to face her fully in the small light. You think I'm not scared too? I am terrified. I wanted you so long it warped the shape of me. I left this whole town partly so I'd stop, and I never stopped. Not in 10 years. Not for a single woman in a single city. And now I'm sitting 3 feet from you in the dark, and I want to reach over so bad my hands hurt. He held them up, rueful, and she could see it, the want in them, held still by sheer will. But I'm not gonna. Not until you're ready. We've got nothing but time. I'm not going anywhere. I keep telling you that, and I'm going to keep telling you till you believe it down to the floor. Aneka's heart was doing something painful and enormous in her chest. And here was the thing she had not planned. The move that 15 years of careful never had not prepared her for at all. She went first. Just a little. She turned in her chair, and she reached across the small, dark space between them, and she put her hand over one of his where it rested on his knee, his big, warm, calloused carpenter's hand going still as stone under hers, and she felt him stop breathing, felt the whole of his attention drop to the point where her fingers covered his knuckles, and her own pulse roared in her ears so loud it nearly drowned the rain. Aneka, he said, and his voice had gone rough all the way through. I'm trying, she whispered, to do something with my hands. I don't know if I'm doing it right. You're doing it right. He turned his hand over slow under hers, so they were palm to palm, and laced his fingers up through hers one by one, careful, like he was handling something that might spook. And the slide of his rough palm against hers sent heat all the way up her arm and down her spine. He didn't pull her closer. He just held on, there in the dark, and looked at her like she'd handed him the moon. You're doing it perfect. They were close now. She didn't remember either of them moving, but somehow the gap had vanished, knees nearly touching, his face a hand's width from hers in the soft, bounced light, and his eyes dropped to her mouth and stayed. And she felt the question in the air between them. Felt how easy it would be, how much they both wanted it, The whole room narrowed down to the few warm inches of space she could close if she was brave, if she was finally brave. Her phone buzzed in her back pocket, loud against the quiet, and she shifted to dig it out, and it lit up between them with her brother's name across the screen. Akil, it said. Then, in the banner, "Power's out all over town. You stuck somewhere? Answer your phone, Nika." They both looked at it. The moment hung, trembling, one breath from breaking open, and then Chase let out a long, shaky laugh and pressed his forehead briefly to the back of her hand, still laced in his, like a man saying grace. "Your brother," he said, "has the worst timing of any human being alive. Or the best." She was breathless. She did not pull her hand away. "Depending who you ask." "I know exactly who to ask." But he was smiling, and he gave her hand one more squeeze before he let her reach for the phone. She typed back to Akil one-handed, stuck at the studio, "Fine, power's out, stop texting me," and set the phone face down. And when she looked up, Chase was watching her in the bucket light with an expression she had no defense against at all, soft and certain and entirely too patient. And she had to look at her own knees for a second to keep from doing something reckless. Outside, the worst of it was already moving off. The thunder had gone distant, a low grumble somewhere over the next county, and the rain on the old roof had softened from a roar to a steady wash, and the streetlights would come back any minute now, and the spell of the dark would lift, and they'd be two people in an unfinished building again instead of whatever they'd just been. She found she wasn't in a hurry for the lights. "Storm's letting up," she said, which was a thing to say. Probably. Chase didn't move, didn't push, just kept his hand wrapped around hers like he had nowhere in the world he'd rather be than a dark folding chair in a half-built room. "No rush, though. You're the one who said we've got nothing to do but wait it out." "I did not say that. You said that. You agreed, tacitly, by sitting down." He smiled. "It's binding." And Aneka laughed, a real one, surprised out of her, the knot in her chest loosening by a single careful degree, and the storm kept easing, and his hand stayed warm in hers. And for the first time since he'd walked back into her life and turned it upside down, she let herself simply sit in it, in the dark, with him, and not run. The lights came back on 20 minutes later. By then she was still holding his hand, and she'd stopped pretending she wasn't.
Chapter 8. Chase was in a good mood, and for once in his life he wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop. He'd been in a good mood for 3 days, ever since the storm, ever since she'd reached across the dark and put her hand over his and not let go. He kept catching himself smiling at nothing, at a board, at the grain of a piece of maple. Akil had noticed. Akil had said, "You're whistling," in the tone of a man reporting a symptom, and Chase had said, "I know," and kept right on whistling. So when the bell over the propped-open door jingled around mid-morning and a voice said, "Heard somebody finally bought the old print shop," Chase was loose and easy and entirely unbothered, on his knees laying the first run of the floor, the good maple, the stuff that would outlast the building. Then he placed the voice and went still, and a very old part of him sat up and paid attention. That was the thing about a hometown. You knew the voices. Damian Sutton stood in the doorway with his hands in his pockets and the easy, square-shouldered confidence of a man who had always found rooms glad to see him. He'd filled out since school, gone from the lean track team kid to a solid build, but the face was the same, the open, good-looking, everybody's buddy face that had made him class vice president and prom something, and the kind of guy teachers trusted with the spare key. He was holding a clipboard of his own. "Damien," Chase said, and stood and wiped his hand on his jeans, and did not entirely know what his own voice was doing. "Chase Whitfield." Damien's eyebrows went up, and surprise crossed his face, and then a cooler thing moved underneath it, the look of a man who remembered. "Heard you were back. Didn't believe it." He came in, looking around at the studs and the half-laid floor with a professional eye. "This is good work. You doing the whole build?" "Whole thing. Sutton Electric's doing the panel upgrade next door. Landlord owns both units. Asked me to swing by and look at this one's wiring while I'm at it." He said it easy, but his eyes were already moving past Chase, around the space, the way a man's eyes move when he's looking for someone specific. "Aneka around? I heard it was her place. We were all in the same class, long time ago. She's at the supplier, Chase said. Back this afternoon. Damien nodded, slow, and there was something working behind his eyes now. Some piece of gossip turning over. It's funny. I've been back a few weeks, and everywhere I go, somebody's got something to say about the two of you. Whitfield's building Aneka Boyd's studio. Whitfield held Aneka Boyd's hand through the blackout. He tipped his head, mild, watching Chase's face. Small town. People talk. I figured I'd come see for myself whether there was anything to it before I, said hello to an old classmate. And there it was, laid right out on the half-finished floor between them. Damien wasn't here for the wiring, or not only. I'll catch her. Damien smiled, jotted something on his clipboard, and Chase stood there in the half-built studio and felt the old certainty settle into him, steady and familiar, like a tool fitting back into his hand. He'd felt it before. He knew exactly what it was. He'd felt it the last time this man asked about her, too. Because Damien Sutton had asked about her before, a long time ago in this same town. It had been senior year, late spring, the whole class loose and stupid with the end of things. Somebody's older brother had built a bonfire out in the meadow by Sweetgum Lake, the big one the whole town was named for, and half the graduating class was out there in the warm dark, the fire throwing sparks up at the stars and the lake black and glassy beyond it. Chase could still smell it if he let himself. Wood smoke and crushed grass and the crabapple blossom that came in thick that time of year. Akil had been beside him, the way Akil was always beside him, talking with his mouth full about something, a game, a girl. Chase wasn't even listening, because Aneka was across the fire in a green dress with her hair down, 18 and luminous and laughing at something, and Chase was doing what he always did, which was stand near his best friend and not look at her and feel the wanting grind against the loyalty until both of them ached. And then Damien Sutton had drifted over, easy, a cup in his hand, and let his eyes rest on her a second too long, and leaned in toward Chase the way confident boys do. Your boy Akil's sister. She seeing anybody? Chase had not planned what came out of his mouth. He just heard it come out, low and flat and certain, a tone he didn't even know he had until he used it. Yeah, sort of. It's complicated. I wouldn't. It was a lie, and not really a lie at all. There was no one. There was only the whole of Chase's own heart, which he kept in a box he never opened, not even for himself. But Damien had looked at him and read something in his face and held up both hands and said, "My bad, didn't know," and backed off. And he'd never gone near her again. And 2 months later, Chase had loaded his life into his mother's car and driven to Charlotte and left it all behind. He had told himself at the time that the move was why, that a long-distance anything was impossible, that walking away clean was the kindest thing. He'd had a lot of noble-sounding reasons. The plain truth, the one he could look straight at now without flinching, was simpler. He had wanted her since before he had the words for it, and some animal part of him had not been willing to stand at that fire and watch her walk off with somebody else, so he'd made sure she didn't. He wasn't proud of the method. He wasn't ashamed of the wanting. The wanting had been the truest thing about him for 10 years, and it was still standing, and Damien Sutton had just walked back into town and started asking her name again, like the clock had reset. It hadn't reset. That was the thing Damien didn't know yet. You good? Damien was looking at him, head tilted, an edge in it, not quite a challenge, but close. A man who remembered being waved off once and had maybe, over the years, worked out why. You look like you got something on your mind. I do, actually. Chase set the nail gun down. He'd never been a man who came at things sideways, and he wasn't about to start with this. He looked Damien Sutton square in the face, easy, no heat in it, just the plain truth laid flat on the table between them. I'm going to save us both some time. Back at that bonfire when I told you she was spoken for, that was a scared 18-year-old who didn't have the guts to say it was him. I'm not 18 anymore, so I'll say it clean this time. I'm the one who's interested. Then and now, you should know that going in. Damien's eyebrows went up. For a second, something passed between the two of them, the whole decade folding down into a single understood thing. And then slowly, Damien huffed a breath that was almost a laugh. Well, he said, at least you said it out loud this time. He looked toward the back, toward where the panel was, and then back at Chase, and his voice had lost its edge but kept its spine. She's still a grown woman, Whitfield. She gets to decide. You don't get to wave me off twice. No, Chase agreed, and meant it. I don't. If she wants you, that's hers to say. I'm just not going to stand here and pretend I'm a bystander. I did that once. Cost me 10 years. And he went to go look at the panel, easy as anything, leaving Chase standing on the half-laid floor with the nail gun in his hand, and 10 years of held-back truth finally said out loud. So let me get this straight. Akil had his feet up on a sawhorse an hour later, eating a sandwich he'd brought in uninvited, watching Chase lay floor with the serene enjoyment of a man who did no physical labor of any kind. Damian Sutton came by. To look at the panel. To look at the panel. Akil nodded slowly. Damian Sutton, who has had a thing for my sister since approximately the 10th grade. Chase's hands went still on the board. Since 10th grade. Oh, everybody knew. Well, everybody except Nika. She never noticed anything in those days. She was too busy being secretly weird about somebody else. Akil took a bite. He did not appear to notice the look on Chase's face, or if he did, he was enjoying it. Damien used to find reasons to be at the house, always wanting to shoot hoops in our driveway specifically. My mom loved him. I always figured he'd say something senior year, and then he just didn't. Lost his nerve, I guess. Some guys do. He shrugged. Funny he'd turn up now, though, right when things are getting interesting around here. Things aren't getting interesting. Chase, my brother, I have known you since we were 6 years old. You have been whistling for 3 days. Akil pointed the sandwich at him. You held my sister's hand in a thunderstorm. She told Renata. Renata told the entire population of this town. I heard about it from the man at the gas station. Do not tell me things aren't getting interesting. Chase didn't say anything. He was thinking about a bonfire and a green dress and a lie he'd told with his whole chest at 18. Hey! Akil's voice changed, just slightly, the bit dropping for a second. I'm glad, you know. For what it's worth. I've been glad this whole time. You think I keep showing up here with sandwiches because I like watching you work? He grinned, but it was a real thing underneath. I set this up. The reunion, the contractor thing, all of it. I knew the second she moved home what I was doing. My 2 favorite people. I've been waiting on you both for years. It landed exactly where Chase needed it to. The blessing he'd spent a decade afraid he'd never get. The one thing he'd been most scared of. His oldest friend telling him it was all right to love her. And here it was, handed over with a mouthful of sandwich on a Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, Chase said, and his voice came out rougher than he meant. Thanks, man. You don't know what that means. I got some idea, Akil grinned. Don't make it weird. Wouldn't dream of it. But something had clicked over in Chase, quiet and final. For 10 years, the wanting had been a thing he carried alone, in the dark, with no permission from anybody, least of all himself. Now Akil knew and was glad. Now Chase had said the true thing out loud, to Damien, in daylight. There was nothing left to hide, and no reason left to wait. And the only person whose answer mattered was a woman across town at a supplier's counter who had reached for his hand in a thunderstorm and not let go. Through the wall, faintly, Chase could hear Damien moving around the back room, opening the panel, testing the lines, getting comfortable in Aneka's building like a man who figured he had time. Chase wasn't worried about it. Damien was a good guy and an honest rival, and she was free to want whoever she wanted. But Chase had loved her since before he had the words for it, and he was done being the boy who stood at the fire and said nothing. He set another board and drove the nail clean and true. Let the best man make his case. Chase intended to be the one who made it plainest.
Chapter 9. The thing nobody warned Aneka about when she signed a lease and bet her whole savings on a dream was that opening a business apparently meant her entire personal life would be conducted in front of an audience. You're doing it wrong, Renata announced from the folding chair she had claimed as a throne, a smoothie in one hand and zero intention of helping. Whatever you're doing, do it slower. Make him watch. I am installing a cubby system, Aneka said, not turning around. For shoes, it is not a seduction. Everything's a seduction if you commit. It was a Saturday, 2 weeks out from the soft opening, and the studio had reached the stage of a build where it almost looked like itself. The floor was down, the gorgeous floating maple Chase had promised, golden and warm under the front windows. The mirror wall was up. The reception nook had walls. And because the punch list was long and the clock was real, the whole crew had assembled, which is to say Aneka and Chase were working, and everyone they knew had shown up to spectate under the transparent fiction of lending a hand. Tabby was assembling a shelf with the grim competence of a woman defusing a bomb. Akil was eating. Renata was directing, badly. And Chase was across the room, hanging the bar along the mirror wall, sleeves shoved up, a pencil behind his ear, looking like the kind of thing you'd put on a calendar. And Aneka was doing an exceptional job of not noticing, she felt, given the circumstances. The not noticing was a full-time job lately. Ever since the storm, ever since she'd reached across the dark and taken his hand and not let go, something had shifted that she didn't have a name for and didn't entirely want one. He hadn't pushed. That was the maddening part, the part that kept her up at night. A man who'd told her flat out that he wanted her, who'd held her hand through a blackout, and who then just kept showing up every morning with her coffee order memorized and asked her opinion about cabinet pulls like nothing in the world was on fire. He'd handed her the thing, and then handed her all the time she wanted to be terrified of it, and she was terrified of it. She'd had 15 years of practice loving Chase Whitfield from a safe and silent distance. And only a couple of weeks of practice being a woman, he might actually, openly, in front of God and Renata, want back. The first one she could do in her sleep. The second one made her hands shake when he stood too close, which, she was learning, was a thing he did on purpose. So she kept her eyes on the cubbies. It seemed safest. "How's the cubby coming?" Chase called. "It's coming. You need a level? I have a level. You want me to come check it?" "I want you to hang your bar, Whitfield, and mind your business." "My business," Chase said, setting down his drill and crossing the room anyway, because minding his business was a thing he had simply never once done in his life, "is making sure this place is perfect, cubbies included." He crouched down next to her, close, the warmth of him immediate, and studied her work with an expression of deep professional concern that she did not trust for 1 second. "Huh. Don't huh me. It's a good huh. It is not a good huh. Nobody has ever hud like that about something good." She sat back on her heels and glared at him, which was a mistake, because he was grinning at her from 8 inches away, and the morning light was doing something unfair to the planes of his face. "What?" "It's level," he said. Annoyingly, "You did it right." He tapped the top edge, and his arm brushed hers, warm and deliberate, and neither of them moved away from it. "I was going to come over here and be useful, and you went and didn't need me. How am I supposed to impress you if you keep knowing how to do things? Try doing your own job impressively." "Oh, I'm very impressive at my job." He stood and offered her a hand up, and she looked at it and took it, because she was apparently a person who took his hand now, and he pulled her to her feet with an easy strength that put her a little too close to him for a beat before she stepped back. Across the room, she was aware of Renata vibrating with joy. "Come see how it's done. You'll learn something. I have installed a cubby, and I'm proud of you. Come learn a real skill. A cubby is a real skill." What it turned into, somewhere in the next hour, was a competition, because that was what always happened when the two of them got within 10 feet of a shared task. It started small. He bet she couldn't sink a screw without stripping it. She did, twice, and made a face at him. She bet he couldn't eyeball a level line as well as the actual level, and he did, dead straight, and had the nerve to wink about it. This, Aneka could do. This was the loophole. When it was a competition, when there was a scoreboard and a referee and a smart remark loaded and ready, she could let herself look right at him, could fire back, could stand close and trade barbs and let the whole bright charged thing between them masquerade as nothing more dangerous than two stubborn people who both hated to lose. Flirting she could not survive. Winning she could do all day. So she leaned all the way into the winning and told herself that was all it was, and did not examine too closely why her face hurt from smiling. By noon, they had turned the entire punch list into a scoreboard. And Akil had appointed himself referee, and Renata was keeping score on the back of a paint stir stick, and even Tabby had stopped pretending she wasn't paying attention. Okay. Renata held up the stick. Current score. Aneka has the cubbies, the screw thing, and the grout. Chase has the bar, the door he rehung, and the thing with the wire I didn't understand. Conduit, Chase said. The thing with the wire. So they're tied, which means we need a tiebreaker, which means we don't need a tiebreaker, Aneka said. The mirror, Akil said, with relish, pointing at the last panel leaning against the wall, the final piece of the mirror run, still wrapped. Last one to go up. Whoever hangs it cleaner wins. Loser buys at Rochelle's. That's a two-person job, Aneka protested. Then do it together, Renata said, delighted, and we'll judge. Which was how Aneka ended up pressed shoulder to shoulder with Chase Whitfield, the two of them maneuvering a 6-foot mirror panel up against the wall in unison, his hands in her hands, his voice low and steady in her ear. Easy. Tip your end up, I got the weight. The warmth of his whole side along hers, his breath stirring the curl at her temple, while 3 people watched and pretended this was about carpentry. You're shaking, Chase murmured just for her, as they settled the panel onto its bracket. I'm holding 6 feet of glass over my own head. It's heavy. He held it while she set the clips, and his eyes found hers in the reflection, the two of them framed there, dusty and close. And the look he gave her was so warm and so unhurried and so completely without shame that she nearly dropped a clip. That's why you're shaking, the weight. Shut up and hold it steady. Holding it steady. A beat, his mouth near her ear. You smell like that vanilla thing again? Just so you know, in case you were curious what I'm thinking about up here. She set the last clip with hands that were not entirely steady and stepped back, and the panel was up, dead level, flush and clean and perfect, the whole mirror wall complete now and throwing the bright finished room back at all of them. It was beautiful. She forgot, for a second, to be flustered and just looked at it, the wall she'd pictured in her head the day she signed the lease, real now, finished, the morning light pouring down the length of it. Oh, she said softly. Yeah, Chase said, and he wasn't looking at the mirror. He was looking at her, looking at it. Yeah, exactly. It's a tie, Akil declared. The mirror's a tie. You both hung it. Then nobody buys at Rochelle's, Aneka said. Or, Renata said, and hear me out. The two of you go to Rochelle's together to settle it, and the rest of us aren't invited. And you call it a tiebreaker, and we all pretend that's what it is. Renata. I'm keeping score of a different game now, Renata said serenely, and wrote something on the paint stick and turned it around. It said in marker, a heart. Aneka put her face in her hands. Tabby across the room made a sound that might have been a laugh, which from Tabby was practically a standing ovation, and said, She's not wrong, though, and went back to her shelf. And Chase, who had heard all of it, who heard everything, pushed off the mirror wall and crossed the room toward her, unhurried, the way he crossed every room, and the nearer he got, the more the noise of everyone else seemed to drain out of it. Renata and Akil, and the bright finished studio, all going soft at the edges until it was just the two of them and the small charged space between his chest and hers. He stopped close, closer than the room strictly allowed, near enough that she had to tip her head back to hold his eyes, near enough to feel the warmth coming off him and see the exact dark of his eyes and the place where his jaw needed shaving, and her whole body went tight and humming and stupid, the way it always did when he stood inside her air on purpose. For the record, he said, low, just for her now, the teasing gone out of it and something heavier moving in underneath. I'd have let you win the mirror anyway. I'd have let you win all of it. I just like watching you do it. His gaze dropped to her mouth, unhurried, and came back up, and her breath went somewhere she couldn't find it. But I'm done with the scoreboard, Aneka. I want to take you to dinner. Not a tiebreaker. Not the crew. You and me, a table, me telling you to your face how I feel about you while you try to change the subject. The corner of his mouth tipped. Say yes. You've been saying everything but yes for 2 weeks, and it's killing me. And here it was, the moment she always ran from, the cliff edge, the place where 15 years of practice told her to put her head down and laugh it off, and retreat to the safe, silent distance she knew how to survive. She could feel the whole worn script under her feet. She didn't take it. Her heart was slamming, and her hands were not steady, and he was close enough to feel all of it. And she lifted her chin that last half inch and made herself stay in it. Stay right there in the heat and the wanting and the terrifying daylight of being wanted back. Yes, she said. It came out barely above a whisper, but he caught it, the way he caught everything she tried to keep small. And the look that broke across his face was worth every second of the 15 years, brighter and steadier and almost stunned, the look of a man who'd been waiting a long, long time and couldn't quite believe the waiting was done. Yeah? He said softly. Yes, before I lose my nerve. Pick me up at 7. Behind her, Renata made a noise like a kettle reaching a full boil. Akil said, finally, loud enough to rattle the new windows. Tabby, the trader, started a slow clap. And Chase Whitfield stood in the middle of the studio he'd built her, the morning pouring gold down the length of the finished mirror wall, close enough that she could still feel the warmth of him like a hand at her back, and looked at her like she'd handed him the whole world wrapped in a bow. 7, he said. I'll be early. You're always early. For you, he said, his voice doing something low and warm that she felt all the way to the soles of her feet. I'll be earlier. And he reached out, slow enough that she could have stepped back, and they both knew she wasn't going to, and tucked a curl behind her ear, his fingertips grazing the line of her jaw on the way down, a small bright trail of fire that she felt long after his hand had dropped, and the whole room hollered, and Aneka, for the first time in 15 years, did not look away.
Chapter 10. Chase Whitfield had built houses. He had hung doors plumb to the 16th of an inch, had wired panels and set beams, and stood on roofs in February wind without his hands shaking once. His hands were shaking now. He stood on the porch of the little house Aneka was renting now that she was back, 15 minutes early like he'd promised, holding a single stem of something he'd picked up that afternoon because a whole bouquet felt like too much and nothing felt like too little, and he made himself breathe. He had hung doors for a living. He had no business sweating through a shirt he'd ironed twice over a knock on a door. He knocked. There was a pause, a scuffle, something that might have been her swearing softly at a shoe, and then the door opened. And every coherent thought Chase had ever had walked quietly out the back of his head. She'd done something with her hair. It was down, soft around her face, and she was wearing a dress the color of a ripe peach, the kind of warm gold that made her brown skin glow like something lit from inside, and she had a little gold at her ears and a lot of nerves in her eyes, and she was, without any competition Chase could think of, the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life. "Hi," Aneka said. "You cut me off at the knees," Chase said, because his mouth had apparently decided honesty was the only setting left to it. "I had a whole thing I was going to say. It's gone. I got nothing. Look at you." A flush climbed up her throat, warm and lovely, and she pressed her lips together like she was trying not to smile and losing. "You said that out loud. I say everything out loud. You know that about me by now." He held out the stem, a single ranunculus, all those layered petals, and watched her take it carefully, her fingers brushing his. "I couldn't decide on flowers. This felt like less of a production than a dozen of anything. I didn't want to scare you off before we made it down the steps. It's perfect." She looked at it, then at him, and something in her face went soft and stricken all at once. "Chase?" "Yeah? I'm really nervous." "I know." He smiled and felt the truth of it settle some of the shaking in his own hands, because there was something steadying about being scared together. "Me too. My hands haven't shaken like this since the bank handed me my first loan. Come on. I made a reservation. Let's go be nervous somewhere with good food." He offered his arm and she took it, and they came down the porch steps into the gold evening. And that was when she stopped walking. She was looking at the vehicle at the curb. A big, gleaming, deep charcoal SUV, the expensive kind, the kind that looked like it had been polished with a diaper, sitting there under the streetlight like it had taken a wrong turn out of a much richer zip code. "Whose is that?" Aneka said. "Mine." "That's yours." "That's mine." He opened the passenger door for her, and the interior light came up warm over cream leather and a dash that probably cost more than her first month of rent. "Watch your dress on the running board." She did not get in. She stood on the sidewalk with her flower and looked from the SUV to him and back, her brow furrowing. "Chase, I thought you were looking for work. I thought you needed the money. That's half of why I felt good about hiring you. I thought I was helping out a guy who'd just moved back and was getting started." Looking for work? The corner of his mouth tipped, not offended, just amused, like she'd said something charming and slightly ridiculous. "Aneka, just because I'm recently back in town doesn't mean I'm broke. I took your job because I wanted to be the one who built your place, not because I needed the check." He leaned a forearm on the top of the open door, easy, certain, and looked at her in that direct way that always made her stomach drop. "I'm good at what I do, real good. I ran my own outfit in Charlotte for years, and I did well, and my bank account reflects it. The truck's just the part of it you can see from the curb." She blinked at him. "You let me give you the friends and family discount speech." "I did. It was adorable. You had a little folder." "I had a little folder," Aneka said faintly, and then, recovering with the first spark of the fight he loved coming back into her. "You could have said something. You didn't ask. You decided I was a hard luck case, and I let you, because you were being kind about it, and I liked watching you be kind." He held out his hand to help her up onto the running board. "Get in the fancy truck, Aneka. I'm taking you to dinner. We can argue about my finances over the bread." He'd picked a place in Peachwood on purpose, a little Italian spot on a side street, family-run, dim and warm, exactly the kind of place where nobody would know their names, and nobody would text Akil, and nobody would be leaning over a neighboring booth pretending not to listen. He'd thought about it for days. He'd thought about a lot of things for days. The drive out was its own small country. The windows were cracked, and the June evening poured in warm and green-smelling, cut hay and honeysuckle, and the river they crossed where the road dipped, and the light went long and gold across the fields, and Aneka sat in his passenger seat with the flower in her lap, and her knees angled toward him, and slowly, mile by mile, stopped gripping her own hands. Chase reached over and turned up the radio, low, the station he kept it on, and a song came on that they had both been too young to understand the first time it played, and were exactly old enough to understand now. All slow keys and a voice like warm honey. The kind of 90s slow jam that had soundtracked every middle school dance either of them had stood at the edge of. "Oh no," Aneka said, delighted, sitting up. "Is this Boys II Men? It's the good station out of Macon. Plays nothing but our childhood after 7 o'clock. He smiled at the windshield. "You know every word, don't pretend." "I know every word," she admitted, "but I'm not singing in front of you on a first date, Whitfield. I have some dignity left." "That's a shame. I'd have given you the whole second verse." And he hummed a few bars of it under his breath, just to make her laugh, low and a little off-key, and it worked. She laughed, and somewhere in there the last of the stiffness went out of her shoulders. "This is surreal," she said, watching the fields go by, the music low and sweet between them. "I keep thinking about how many times I rode past you in a hallway and didn't say a word." "You weren't the only one not saying words. You said plenty of words. You said words to everybody. You were the most words person in the entire class. Not to you." He kept his eyes on the road, but he felt her look over. "I could talk to anybody, walk up to anybody, say anything. You, I couldn't get a full sentence out around. You want to know how scrambled you used to make me? I once told you the cafeteria was out of tater tots and then walked into a door." Aneka laughed. Surprised, the real one, the one he'd been chasing all summer. "That was you? I remember that. The whole hall heard it." "The whole hall heard it," Chase agreed gravely. "I had a knot on my forehead for a week. Worth it. You smiled at me in third period." He risked a glance. "I'd have walked into a lot of doors for that, Aneka. I walked into metaphorical ones for years after." She went quiet at that, but it was a good quiet, a full one, and the radio rolled on into something by SWV. And when he slowed for the turn, her hand had drifted across the console and come to rest, light, just barely, on his forearm where his sleeve was rolled. She didn't seem to have decided to do it. He didn't say a word about it. He just drove the rest of the way to Peachwood very carefully, hyper-aware of the warmth of 4 fingertips on his skin, like a man transporting something that might detonate. The restaurant was everything he'd hoped. Low light and red wine, and a candle in a little amber glass that threw flickering warmth up across her face, a corner table in the back where it was just the two of them and the murmur of strangers who didn't care who they were. A round woman with a heavy accent brought bread and oil and called them both honey and disappeared. And here, finally, with no scoreboard and no crew and no tape measure between them, Chase did the thing he'd promised her he'd do. He told her to her face. "I want to say the thing now," he said, "before I lose my nerve and spend all of dinner talking about drywall. Chase, I'm going to say it. You can eat bread while I do it. You don't have to do anything." He turned the little candle a quarter turn, just to have something to do with his hands, then made himself stop and look at her. "I've been in love with you since we were kids. Not a crush. Not a thing I'd have grown out of. I went a long way and stayed gone a long time, and not one day of it ever made a dent in it. I used to think that was just how I was built. Then I walked into that reunion and saw you across the room and understood it finally. I wasn't built that way. I was built for you. The whole time." The candle flickered. Aneka had gone very still, the piece of bread forgotten in her hand, her eyes bright and enormous in the low light. "I'm not telling you that to put you on the spot," Chase went on, gentler. "I know all those years of wanting something you were sure you couldn't have doesn't just evaporate because the thing sits down across from you and orders the eggplant. I know you're scared. I'm not asking you to catch up to me tonight. I just wanted you to hear it plain, from my own mouth, in good light, so you'd stop wondering whether it was real. It's real. It's the realest thing about me." For a long moment, she didn't say anything. The candle popped. Somewhere across the room, a fork rang against a plate. "I rehearsed being charming tonight," Aneka said finally, her voice not quite steady. "In the mirror you hung. I had this whole plan to be cool and funny and not let you see how much I—" She stopped. Her throat worked. "And then you go and say something like that and ruin my entire strategy. I'm very bad for strategies. Ask anybody." "I have loved you," Aneka said, and the words came out shaky and fast, like she had to get them out before the fear caught up to them. "Since we were kids, since you carried a keel home on a sprained ankle and you were so gentle with him, and I thought, oh no. I loved you first, Chase. I had a head start on you, and I never said a word." Everything in Chase went bright and silent and still. "Say that again," he said, low. "No, once was hard enough. I'm shaking, look." She held up a hand, and it trembled, and he reached across the little table and took it, folded it gently between both of his, the way you'd cup something small that had come in out of the cold, and her breath caught, and her eyes came up to his and held. "You loved me first," Chase repeated, wondering. "All that time, the both of us, saying nothing." "We're saying it now?" "Yeah." His thumb moved slow across her knuckles, and he watched her pulse jump in her wrist, watched her lips part, felt the whole loud restaurant compressed down to the 8 inches of candlelit air between their hands. "We're saying it now." They closed the place down. The food came and went and was good, and neither of them could have told you a thing about it afterward. They talked the way they hadn't gotten to all summer. No banter to hide behind, just the two of them spilling years across a table. And he told her about the house he'd bought out past the edge of town, a porch he'd rebuilt board by board, a kitchen he was still arguing with, the first thing in a long while that had felt like making something for himself instead of for somebody else. The candle burned down. The warmth between them built and built with nowhere to go. Every brush of a hand, a small struck match, until the round woman gently let them know she was closing, and they realized they were the last people in the place. The drive home was unbearable. That was the only word Chase had for it. On the way out, the car had been full of nerves and conversation. On the way back, it was full of something thicker. Something that pressed against the windows. A silence so charged he could hear her breathing, could hear the soft shift of her dress every time she moved, could feel her watching the side of his face in the dark. The radio was still going, low, the same station, except now it had slid into the slow part of the night. Something by Brian McKnight, all aching falsetto and held notes, and it was not helping. It was pouring honey slow into a car that already had too much in it. The dashboard light caught the edge of her, the curve of her cheek, her hands folded too carefully in her lap. The honeysuckle came in the cracked windows. Every nerve in him was a tuning fork struck once and ringing. He drove exactly the speed limit. He had never wanted anything in his life the way he wanted to pull over on that dark river road and kiss her. And precisely because he wanted it that badly, he was not going to do it in a parked car on the highway like a teenager. He'd waited this long. He could wait the 15 more minutes and do it right. "You're quiet," Aneka said softly into the dark. "I'm concentrating real hard on driving," Chase said, "and not on you, which is taking everything I have." He heard her breath go uneven. He kept his eyes on the road and his hands on the wheel, and the last few miles unspooled in that thick humming dark, and when he finally pulled up in front of her house, neither of them moved to get out. He walked her to the door. Of course he did. He came around and opened her side and offered his hand, and she took it and didn't let go, and they went up the path through the warm, singing dark, fireflies low over the grass, the porch light haloed with moths, and at her door she turned around and there was nowhere left for either of them to look but at each other. "So," Aneka said, barely a whisper. "So," Chase said. She still had his hand. He could feel her trembling through it, and he could feel his own pulse going like a hammer, and the few inches of summer night between them had gone so charged it was a wonder the moths didn't spark on it. "I'd very much like to kiss you," Chase said, low and rough, "if you'd let me. I've wanted to longer than I've known how to want anything. I figure that's long enough to ask politely." "Chase." Her eyes were wet and shining and fixed on his mouth. "If you don't, I think I might actually die." That was all the yes he needed, and still he made himself go slow. He lifted his free hand the way he did everything that mattered, careful and unhurried, and brushed his knuckles along the line of her jaw first, barely skimming, and felt her breath stutter and her lashes drop and her chin tip the smallest fraction toward him. He turned his hand and cupped the side of her face. His thumb moved once across her cheekbone. She pressed into his palm and let out a shaking breath against the inside of his wrist, and he took the last inch by degrees, slow enough to feel her exhale break across his lips, slow enough that their noses brushed, and he stopped there, a hair away, not closing it, letting her feel how much he wanted to and wasn't, until her fingers tightened on his and she made a small sound that was almost his name. Then he kissed her. The first touch barely landed. His mouth grazed hers and lifted, came back and pressed and lifted again, soft, asking, so light it was nearly nothing. And he held himself there at that gentle edge with his pulse roaring and his free hand trembling against her jaw, giving her every chance in the world to step back. She didn't step back. She surged up onto her toes and her hand fisted in the front of his iron shirt, and she kissed him like she'd been holding her breath for 15 years and had finally come up for air. After that, he stopped being careful. His hand slid back into her hair and closed there, cradling the back of her head, tilting her up to him, and he caught the next sound she made with his mouth and answered it. She tasted like the wine, sweet and dark, and she opened to him with a softness that went through him like a struck note, and he pressed in deeper and felt her rise to meet every degree of it. Her free hand flattened over his heart, which was slamming, and then dragged up to the back of his neck and into his hair and pulled, and he made a low sound against her mouth he hadn't planned on, and felt her shiver in answer. His other arm came around her and gathered her in until there was no space left, until he could feel the whole length of her against the whole length of him, until her toes barely touched the porch boards. The June night pressed thick against his back. A firefly flared and faded somewhere past her shoulder. The crushed flower fell from her hand to the boards, and neither of them looked down. He kissed her until her breath was coming in pieces against his mouth, and his hands had memorized the shape of her, and every locked-up year behind the both of them came loose all at once and burned off clean. When they finally broke apart, they didn't go far. He rested his forehead against hers, both of them breathing like they'd run somewhere, his hand still cradling her jaw, her fist still knotted in his shirt, and he could feel her smiling before he opened his eyes to see it. "Okay," Aneka breathed. "Okay, that was, yeah. 15 years and you were worth the—" "Don't say wait," Chase murmured and kissed her again, softer, quick, just because he could now, just because the not doing it was finally over. "I cannot be held responsible for what I do if you say worth the wait. It's too much. My heart can't." She laughed against his mouth, and it was the best thing he had ever felt. Her laugh on his own lips. And he pulled her in and held her there on the porch in the firefly dark, his chin on the top of her head, her arms gone around his middle, the two of them just breathing, both stunned, the long summer evening humming around them like something alive. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. It buzzed again. Aneka pulled back an inch, eyes still soft and dark and very close. "That's a keel," she said. "You know that's a keel." "It is absolutely a keel. He's going to want a full report." "He's going to get nothing," Chase said, "because some things are mine." And he tucked that one curl behind her ear the way he had in the studio, except this time he let his hands stay, let his fingers trace the line of her jaw and tip her chin up one more time, and the porch light buzzed and the fireflies rose and fell over the dark grass, and Aneka Boyd looked up at him like he was something worth being brave for. "Tomorrow night?" he asked. "I'm not done. I've got a lot of time to make up for, and I'd like to start on it first thing." 7 o'clock, she agreed, soft, certain, not looking away. "You'll be early." "For you," Chase said. "I'll always be early."
Chapter 11. Aneka woke up smiling, which was its own kind of alarming. She lay there in the morning light with her hand pressed to her own mouth like she could still feel him there, and she replayed the whole thing, the porch, the fireflies, the slow, careful way he'd asked, and the entirely uncareful way it had gone after. And a sound came out of her that she was deeply grateful no one was around to hear. She had kissed Chase Whitfield. Chase Whitfield had kissed her back like the porch was on fire. After 15 years of folding that wanting up and putting it in a drawer, she had taken it out, and it had not been a disaster. It had been the best night of her entire life. Her phone was already lit up. Of course it was. "I need everything. How was it? Did he? You have to tell me, did he? I can see you read these." "She's not going to tell you anything. Leave her alone." "Tell me, though." And then the one that made her stomach drop pleasantly and unpleasantly at once. "Mom says bring the man to the cookout today. 4 o'clock. Don't be weird about it." She stared at that last one for a long time. The cookout was not negotiable. The Boyds had a cookout most warm Sundays, had since Aneka and Akil were small, and her mother ran them with the iron whim of a woman who had fed half of Sweetgum off one grill for 30 years. Skipping was not a thing a person did, and bring the man meant her mother already knew, which meant the whole family already knew, which meant by 4 o'clock this afternoon, Aneka was going to walk into her parents' backyard holding the hand of the boy who used to sleep on their couch, and everyone she was related to was going to watch her do it. She typed back, "His name is Chase, and you've known him since you were 6. And then, before she could lose her nerve, she texted Chase, "So, my mother is requiring your presence at a family cookout, 4 p.m. You can say no. It's a lot for a day after a first date, and there will be potato salad and interrogation." His reply came in under a minute. "Aneka, I have been going to your mama's cookouts since I was 7 years old. I know where the good cooler is. I'm not scared of potato salad." Then, a second later, "I'm scared of exactly one thing, and it's how much I want this to go well. See you at 4. I'll be early." She put the phone face down on the quilt and lay back and pressed both hands over her face and tried, without much success, to stop grinning at her own ceiling. She got to her parents' house at 3:30 to help, which was a mistake because it gave her mother half an hour alone with her. So, Lorraine Boyd was shucking corn at the kitchen counter with the brisk economy of long practice, not looking up, which was how Aneka knew she was about to be taken apart. Chase Whitfield. "Mama." A husk came free with a snap. "Reginald owes me $20 is all I'll say. I called it the day that boy moved back. I said, Reginald, that child has been in love with our Aneka since he was tall enough to see over the porch rail. Mark me. And your father said I was making things up. Another ear, another snap. I do not make things up. Aneka's hands went still on the corn silk. Since he was, what? Baby. Everybody knew but the two of you. Her mother said it gently, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, like it was old news she was surprised Aneka hadn't caught up on. That boy used to follow you around this house like a duckling, and then go red as a brick if you spoke to him directly. Akil's friend, my foot. He came for Akil the first year, and after that he came for you. He just used Akil as the reason. She finally looked over, and her face was soft. I'm glad you finally noticed. Took you long enough. Now hand me that bowl. Folks'll start showing up in half an hour, and your daddy hasn't even lit the grill. He's out there fussing with it like it's a science project. Aneka handed her the bowl. Her chest had gone tight and full. All those years she'd been so sure she was carrying her secret alone, so sure she was the foolish one with the hopeless thing, and her own mother had been keeping a tally and waiting, kind and patient, for her to wake up. Mama, she said, I'm scared. Lorraine set the corn down. She wiped her hands on her apron, and she took her daughter's face in both palms the way she had since Aneka was small, and she looked at her, and she did not tell her not to be. Course you are, she said. Means it's worth something. The scared ones are the real ones. She kissed Aneka's forehead. Now go set the table before your brother eats all the deviled eggs standing up over the counter like a raccoon. Chase arrived at 4 o'clock on the dot, which she suspected meant he'd been sitting in his SUV around the corner since 3:45, so as not to be early enough to seem nervous, and he came around the side of the house carrying a peach cobbler still warm from somebody's oven. And the second he stepped into the backyard, Aneka watched 15 years of her life rearrange itself. Because he fit. That was the thing that undid her. He didn't arrive like a boyfriend being presented for inspection. He arrived like he'd never left. Her father straightened up from the grill, and his whole face opened, and he said, There he is. And the two of them did the handshake that becomes a hug that men of her father's kind did. And her father took the cobbler and said something about Chase finally being useful. And Chase laughed and said something back about the grill being older than both of them. And just like that, he was absorbed, folded in, home. He brought a cobbler, Renata hissed, materializing at Aneka's elbow with a sweating cup of lemonade and enormous eyes. He bakes? Aneka? He's tall, he has the truck, and he bakes? He probably bought it. I made it, Chase called over, not even looking, because he heard everything, always had. From scratch. The recipe's my mother's. Hey, Renata. Renata made a small sound and had to sit down. By 5, the backyard had filled the way her parents' cookouts always did. More folding chairs appearing from the garage, more cars at the curb, and that included the contingent Aneka had known her whole life would turn up the second word got out. Her parents' old running buddies, who arrived together in a clump and made directly for the good shade. Miss Rochelle came first, sharp-eyed under a wide straw hat, with her husband Benjamin carrying the lawn chairs 2 at a time behind her. And right on her heels came Mei Zhang and her husband Chung, who'd shut the restaurant early, and the 4 of them set up at the best table like a panel of judges who'd been waiting all year for this exact event. Don't mind us, Miss Rochelle announced, settling in and not minding her own business for one single second. We just came for the ribs. Her eyes went straight to Chase, then to Aneka, then back, missing nothing. Lorraine, is that the Whitfield boy? It is, Aneka's mother said serenely, setting down a fresh pitcher. The one who left came back. Miss Rochelle and Mei Zhang exchanged a look so loaded it could have powered the grill. And he's here, at the family cookout, sitting with your girl. Eat your ribs, Rochelle, Lorraine said, but she was smiling. Chase, to his eternal credit, walked right up to the table of elders instead of away from it, which was the single most dangerous thing a young man could do, and also exactly the right move. He'd stopped at the garage on the way, too, and come back with cold drinks for the whole table from the good cooler, the one with the actual cold ones, not the warm porch cooler the newcomers always got stuck with. Miss Rochelle, Mrs. Zhang, Mr. Zhang. He set the drinks down and nodded to each, easy as anything. "It's good to see you all. You haven't aged a day." "This one," Miss Rochelle said to the table, delighted, pointing at him with a rib. "This one knows how to talk." "He always did," Mei Zhang said. "Quiet, but he had it in him. I remember him about so high, hiding behind a keel at the Founder's Day, too shy to order his own snow cone." She held a hand up at about table height, then beamed at Chase. "Look at you now. Mrs. Zhang, I will still hide behind a keel if you keep telling stories." The men, mercifully for Chase, had their own gravity. Within minutes, Benjamin and Chung had drifted with Reginald toward the grill and then past it, the three of them angling out toward the back fence, and Aneka caught the words crappy and the cove by the willows, and knew her father had found his people for the next hour. Chungjiang fished the lake like it was a second religion, and her father was always happy to lose an afternoon to it. Chase got pulled along with them, the way the younger man always got pulled into the fence and fishing orbit, and Aneka watched him go, watched him fall into step beside her father with his hands in his pockets, nodding at something, laughing at something else, fitting into the exact shape of a spot in this family that had apparently been sitting empty and waiting. Her mother came up beside her with the smug, tender look already loaded. "Don't," Aneka warned. "I didn't say a word," Lorraine said, and went back to her pitcher, victorious. And underneath all of it, all afternoon, was the new thing. Because every time he passed her, he found a way to touch her. A hand at the small of her back as he reached past her for a napkin. His shoulder against hers in the food line, his fingers brushing hers when he handed her a plate. Small, constant, deliberate, and at the good table, Miss Rochelle clocked every one of them and elbowed Mei Zhang, and the two of them watched the way other people watched television. He was laying quiet claim in a backyard full of people who'd known her since birth, telling all of them without a word that this was real now. And every brush of his hand lit her up and scared her in the same breath, because this was no longer a secret she could keep tucked away where it was safe. It was out. It was real. It had her name on it now, in front of everybody, and there would be no quiet way to survive it if it ever went wrong. She found a minute alone with him at the edge of the yard, near the old swing set nobody had taken down, while the others argued happily over the horseshoe pit. "You're doing too well," she told him. "It's suspicious. My father is going to try to adopt you." "Too late. Your daddy adopted me when I was 7 and ate 4 of your grandmother's biscuits and called her ma'am." He bumped her shoulder with his. "How you holding up? You went a little quiet in there." She looked out at her family, loud and golden in the late sun, her father losing at horseshoes with great dignity, her mother laughing at something Tabby said, Akil doing an impression of someone that had Renata wheezing, the people who'd made her. And this man beside her, who had somehow always been part of the picture and was only now stepping into the front of it. "It's a lot," she admitted. "Yesterday, this was the most private thing I had, the most secret. And now it's potato salad and my mother making bets with my father about us and everybody watching, and..." She stopped, made herself say the true part, because she was tired of folding things away. "It was safe when it was secret. If I never had you, I could never lose you. And now I have you in front of everybody, and it's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and it terrifies me." Chase was quiet for a second. He didn't rush to fix it. He turned and looked at her, really looked, the noise of her family washing around them both. "Yeah," he said simply. "I know. You think I'm not? I decided a long time ago that the fear was the price, and you were worth any price there was." He took her hand, right there, in the open, where anybody could see, and laced his fingers through hers. "I'm not going anywhere, Aneka. I came home for good. You can be scared all you want. I'll just be right here next to you while you are, holding on." Her throat went tight. Across the yard, somebody, Akil, of course it was Akil, let out a whoop and hollered, "They're holding hands, Ma! Pay up!" And the whole backyard turned to look. And her mother threw up her hands in vindication, and her father laughed so hard he missed his throw entirely. Aneka groaned and dropped her forehead against Chase's shoulder, and he laughed, low, his hand tightening around hers, and she felt his cheek come to rest on the top of her head. "That is a powerful amount of family," he murmured into her hair. "There's so much." "I love them," Chase said. "Always have, almost as long as I've loved you." He said it easy, casual, into her hair. The biggest thing in the world dropped soft as anything, and Aneka lifted her head and looked at him and decided, right there in her parents' backyard with horseshoes ringing and her brother demanding $20, that she was done being afraid of having exactly what she wanted. "Stay for the leftovers," she said. "Mama always sends people home with too much. It's a whole thing. You'll need both hands." "Lucky I've got two," Chase said, and didn't let go of hers, and they walked back into the noise of her family together.
Chapter 12. The thing nobody told Chase about getting the girl was that getting her was the easy part. He'd known how to get her. He'd been planning how to get her in some back room of himself for the better part of his life. What he hadn't planned for was the particular, ruinous joy of the days after, and how a man could walk around a job site grinning at a level for no reason at all. "You're doing it again," Akil said. Chase set the level down. "Doing what?" "That." Akil gestured at the entirety of Chase with a tube of caulk. "The face. You've got the face. You've had the face for days now. It's deeply disturbing and my mother loves it, and I want you to know I take full credit for all of it. Every bit. This is my doing. I want that on the record. Noted. I engineered this, the reunion, the job, all of it. You also told me, and I'm quoting, to be cool and not screw it up, and then you texted me a thumbs-up emoji and a single picture of a hawk. I built the rest myself." "The hawk was symbolic," Akil said with dignity, and went back to the baseboards, and Chase picked the level back up, and the studio went on, coming together around them in the gold morning light, the floor gleaming, the mirrors throwing the whole bright room back at itself, and somewhere in the middle of it, Chase was happier than he had any business being on a Tuesday. He courted her the way he did everything, completely, and without a shred of subtlety. He brought her coffee the way she actually liked it, which he'd learned by watching, not by asking, oat milk and too much cinnamon, and he set it on the reception counter every morning before she got in so it was waiting when she arrived. Things broke at her place that she hadn't mentioned were broken, the sticking back door, the cabinet that hung crooked, and he fixed them because his hands didn't know how to be near a problem and leave it alone. At odd hours, a text would land, a picture of a dog he'd passed, a single line that made her laugh. Nothing that needed an answer, just a flag planted in the day that said, "Thinking about you." There were dinners and drives with the windows down and the old music up, and one evening he took her out to his place and walked her through the rooms he was rebuilding, the porch he'd torn down to the joists, the kitchen with one finished wall, and watched her stand in the middle of his half-made house and look around like she was seeing the inside of him, which he supposed she was. And the touching. He hadn't been ready for what it would do to him, being allowed. A lifetime of not touching her, of cataloging the exact distance between his hand and her shoulder and keeping it, and now he could reach over and tuck her hair back whenever he wanted. He could take her hand across a table. He could put his palm flat between her shoulder blades and feel her lean into it. He could kiss her in the truck before she got out, slow, unhurried, until she made that small sound against his mouth that rearranged his entire week, and then watch her walk up to her door looking pleasantly wrecked, and it undid him every single time, the ordinary miracle of being a man who got to do that now. He did not push it past that. He was in no hurry. He'd waited this long for all of her. He could be patient with the rest, could let it build the way good things built, on its own clock, when she was ready. The wanting was an ember he was content to bank. What mattered to him was the look on her face when she opened a door and found him already there. Friday he took her up to the overlook. It was a spot he remembered from before he left, a gravel pull-off on the ridge road where you could see the whole of Sweetgum laid out below, the church steeple and the water tower and the green roofs, and, past the town, the lake going pink as the sun dropped behind the pines. He'd packed a cooler, the good cooler, with sandwiches and 2 cold drinks and a slice of the leftover cobbler her mother had loaded him down with, and they sat on the tailgate with their feet hanging and watched the light go. I used to come up here when I was a kid, he said, whenever the house got loud, which, toward the end, was most of the time. He handed her half a sandwich. I'd sit right about here and look down at the town and think about all the places I was going to go that weren't here. And now you came back to the one place you wanted to leave. Funny how that works. He bumped her knee with his. Turns out it wasn't the town I wanted to leave. It was the loud house, the town I missed every single day. I just didn't have the words for it till I was 300 miles away, keeping my tools in a city that didn't want me. She was quiet, chewing, watching the lake. Then she said, careful, the way she said things she'd been holding. I missed it too. In Atlanta, everybody there knew what I did for a living, and not one of them knew the name of my childhood dog. She glanced at him. You'd have known the name of my dog. Biscuit, Chase said immediately. Little tan thing, one ear up. Bit me in the 3rd grade. Aneka turned and stared at him, and her whole face did something complicated. And he watched her eyes go bright in the last of the light. You remember my dog. Aneka. He looked at her, steady. I remember everything. I told you that. I wasn't being cute. For a second she just looked at him, soft and stunned and wide open, the lake burning down to embers behind her, and it was the most unguarded he'd ever seen her, like a door swinging wide on a room he'd been trying to get into for 15 years. He leaned in slow and kissed her, and she kissed him back without a single hesitation, her hand curling into the front of his shirt. The cobbler forgotten between them, and for a long warm minute on a tailgate over the whole glowing town, there was no distance left in her at all. And then there was. He felt it happen. Felt the exact moment the kiss got too good and something in her went still and careful underneath him. Felt her pull back an inch and laugh a little, unsteady, and reach for her drink she didn't want, and say, too bright. We should head back. It's getting dark, and I've got the early class, and you know how the Ridge Road is. The Ridge Road was fine. There was no early class. He knew both those things and let her have them anyway. Sure, he said easily, like he hadn't noticed, like his heart hadn't just watched her shut a window she'd only barely opened. He packed the cooler. He drove her down the dark ridge with the old music low, and he held her hand across the console the whole way, and he did not say a word about the part where she'd run, because he was beginning to understand it wasn't him she was running from. But he was watching her, the way he'd always watched her, and the overlook hadn't been the first time he'd seen it. It happened whenever a day got too good. He'd say something true, or catch her looking at him a certain way, and he'd watch her light up, and then, a beat later, watch something flicker shut behind her eyes. The joke, the sudden errand. The thing that needed tidying that did not need tidying. The warmth banking itself down a notch, like she'd caught herself standing too close to a fire and stepped back on instinct. He clocked it the first time and said nothing. He clocked it the 3rd time and understood. It was joy that scared her. Not him, the joy, the size of what she had to lose now. He could practically see the arithmetic running behind her eyes, that a lifetime of wanting from a safe distance had cost her nothing. And a few weeks of having him up close could cost her everything. And some old part of her had decided the smart move was to keep one foot near the door. A younger Chase might have taken it personally, might have chased it, pushed, asked her what was wrong in the wounded voice that made a scared person more scared. But he wasn't 17 anymore, and he'd spent a long time learning patience the hard way, in a city that never felt like home. And he understood now that the way you loved somebody braced to be left was not by demanding they stop bracing. It was by being a thing that did not leave. By showing up, and showing up, and showing up, plain and unhurried, until the showing up became the more believable story. So when she flinched, he didn't flinch back. He just stayed. He'd find her hand again, easy, no comment. He'd let the joke land and then circle back to the true thing he'd said and say it again, gently, so she knew the first time hadn't been an accident. He let her edge toward the way out and did not grab her, and was simply still there, warm and certain, when she turned back around. Every time she tested whether he'd hold, he held. He figured she'd been waiting most of her life for somebody to hold. He had nothing but time and exactly one intention. The rumor reached him at the diner, the way everything reached everybody in this town, sideways and over a plate of eggs. He was at the counter when he caught two voices in the next booth, an older man and the friend he was catching up with, not unkind, just the lazy circulation of a small place chewing over its own news. The Boyd girl, the one opening that exercise place. Word is she's been stepping out with the Whitfield boy. Whitfield, the one that left, came back, though I heard Sutton's been sniffing around there too, the electric. Damien, heard he was real interested. A fork scraped. Be a shame if she's already spoke for. Damien's a good boy. Steady. Chase kept his eyes on his coffee and felt something go quiet and watchful in his chest. Not jealousy, exactly. He knew where Aneka stood. He knew whose porch he'd kissed her on. But Damien Sutton was a name with a history attached to it. An old history. A thing Chase had done a long time ago at a bonfire that he hadn't thought about in years and suddenly could not stop thinking about. And he understood with a cold little drop that the history was going to come out. In a town this size, it always did. The only questions were when and from whose mouth, and whether Aneka would hear it as the thing it actually was, or the thing her fear would tell her it was. He paid for his eggs and left a good tip, and walked out into the morning, and decided he would tell her himself, soon, all of it, before the town did it for him. He'd built his entire run at her on the principle that he hid nothing. He wasn't going to start now, with the one thing that could be made to look ugly in the wrong light. But not today. Today, she'd open the studio doors with that particular nervous brightness she got when something good was happening, and he wasn't going to walk in and dim it. There was a right time to hand a scared woman a hard thing, and it was not the morning she was finally starting to believe the good thing was real. He found her that evening at the studio after the crew had gone, sweeping a floor that was already clean, which he'd learned to recognize. "Hey!" He leaned in the doorway and watched her for a second. The long line of her, the late sun coming across the maple. "Floor's clean, Aneka. You're polishing a polished thing." She laughed a little, caught. "I think better when my hands are busy." "I know the feeling." He crossed the room and took the broom out of her hands and set it against the wall and turned her by the shoulders to face him, and felt the small, instinctive stillness in her, the bracing, the foot near the door. He didn't comment on it. He just put his hands on the sides of her face the way he'd wanted to for the longest part of his life, and now simply got to, and waited until she looked up at him. "What are you thinking about so hard?" he asked. "Nothing, everything." She huffed out a breath. "How this is too good and I keep waiting for the part where it stops." There it was, said out loud, brave, the way she'd been getting braver. He felt it land in his chest like a gift, because a woman who could name the fear was a woman halfway out of its grip. "It's not going to stop," he said simply. "You can't know that. I can know my part of it." He brushed his thumb along her cheekbone. "I'm not the part that stops, Aneka. I've had a lot of practice leaving places, and I never wanted to stay in a single one of them. This is the first place I do. That's the whole of it. You can keep one eye on the door as long as you need to. I'll just be standing in front of it, not going anywhere, until you trust I mean it." Her breath caught, and she pressed her lips together and didn't step back, and he leaned down and kissed her in the empty gold-lit studio, slow and sure, and felt her hands come up and fist in his shirt, and felt, for one unguarded moment, both of her feet leave the door entirely. It wouldn't hold. He knew that. He knew there was a hard stretch coming, knew the town was carrying a thing toward them with his name on it, knew her fear would find new footholds before it ran out of them. But she'd taken a step tonight, toward him, on her own, and he intended to be exactly here, steady and unflinching, and hers, for every step still to come. He could wait. Waiting for her was the one thing he'd always been good at.
Chapter 13. There was a particular kind of happiness Aneka had never trusted, the easy kind, the kind that didn't seem to be charging admission, and she was living in it now and trying very hard not to look directly at it in case it spooked. "You're glowing," Renata accused. They were crammed into the corner booth at the diner, the three of them, a ritual older than any of their grown-up lives, and Renata was pointing a French fry like an instrument of justice. Look at her, Tabby. She's lit up from the inside. She has the post-Chase glow. She does have a glow, Tabby agreed, deadpan, not looking up from her milkshake. I do not have a glow. I have good moisturizer. You have a man who fixes your cabinets and brings you cinnamon coffee and looks at you like you personally invented Saturdays, Renata said. That is not a moisturizer situation. And the thing was, she could not argue, because they were right, and the rightness of it sat warm in her chest like something she'd swallowed and couldn't cool. She did have it. She got to have it. After all this time of watching other women have the thing that came without a catch, she was the one in the booth lit up like a lamp. And her friends were happy for her in the loud, uncomplicated way she'd always loved them for. And for once, she didn't deflect it. She just sat there and let herself shine. Okay, she admitted. Maybe a small glow. Renata shrieked so loudly that Malachi looked over from the counter. The truth had been arriving in pieces, and that week it finally arrived all at once. It happened on a Sunday afternoon at his place, of all the ordinary times. He was up a ladder on the half-finished porch, doing something to a beam with the particular focus he got, and she was sitting on the steps in the sun with a glass of sweet tea sweating in her hand, not talking, just being there. And the radio was playing low through the open door, and the whole afternoon smelled like cut wood and warm grass. And she looked up at him, sleeves shoved to the elbow, squinting at his own work, whistling under his breath without knowing he was doing it. And something in her went quiet and certain. It was not a crush. She understood that, suddenly and completely, the way you understand a thing you've actually known for years and only just let yourself say. It had never been a crush. A crush was a small, bright thing you could fold up and tuck away, a sweater in a drawer. This was not that, and never had been. At 13, she hadn't had a word for it, and so she'd called it a crush because that was the word girls had. But the truth was, she had looked at this boy across a lifetime and recognized something. And the recognizing had never once stopped. Not through all the years of saying nothing, not across all the miles of him being gone. She hadn't been pining. She'd been loving him the entire time, quietly, with no one to tell, and calling it something smaller so it wouldn't hurt so much to keep. You're staring, Chase said from up the ladder, not looking down, a smile in it. You're whistling, she said. You do that when you're happy. You don't even know you do it. That got him to look down. He came down the ladder slow, wiping his hands on a rag, and crossed to the steps and sat down beside her, his shoulder warm against hers, and took the sweet tea out of her hand and drank half of it without asking, which she had decided she liked, the easy way he assumed her things were his now. I'm happy, he confirmed, handing the glass back. You catch me, the whistling. The way I go quiet when I'm chewing something over. I've got a whole catalog of tells, and you've cracked all of them. I've had a lot of practice watching you, she said. And then, because she was tired of folding things away, because she had spent 15 years not saying the true thing and was done with it, she said it. It was never a crush, you know. I told everybody it was a crush. It wasn't. I think I've just loved you the whole time and didn't have anywhere to put it. Chase went very still beside her. He set the glass down on the step. Then he turned and looked at her with an expression she felt in her sternum, like she'd handed him something he'd been waiting his whole life to be handed. Say that again, he said, low. The same thing he'd said at the restaurant, the same wonder in it. No, she said, and her voice cracked on a laugh. You always want me to say it again, and it's hard enough once. One day, he said, you're going to say it twice in a row, and I'm going to fall straight off this porch. He took her face in his hand, his thumb at her cheekbone, and kissed her, soft and slow and unhurried, on a half-built porch in the warm afternoon with the radio going. And it was not fireworks, exactly. It was better than fireworks. It was the deep, settled thing underneath fireworks, the thing fireworks were always pointing at and missing. She let herself be happy. That was the part that surprised her in the days that followed. She'd expected to spend the whole relationship braced, one foot near the door, waiting for the catch. And the fear was there. She could feel it idling under everything like a car left running. But she found that if she just let the good days be good, if she stopped interrogating every wonderful thing for the trap inside it, The days were simply wonderful. He came to her early class one morning and stood at the back trying to do a sun salutation, enormous and earnest and terrible at it, and her regulars adored him, and she laughed so hard she lost her count. They cooked dinner badly at his place and ate it on the floor of the room that didn't have furniture yet. He learned the names of all her plants. She learned that he hummed hymns when he was concentrating and pop songs when he was relaxed, and that he talked to wood while he worked it, low, coaxing, the way some people talk to animals. Small things. 100 small things a day, each one another stitch in something she was afraid to look at too closely in case she saw how big it had gotten. That was the trouble, really. The size of it scared her, but she didn't run from it. Not that week. That week she let it in and let it stay and lay her head on his shoulder on the floor of his empty room and thought, "This is mine," and almost believed it all the way. She found him in his kitchen on a Saturday morning with flour to his wrists. She'd let herself in, which was new, the having of a key, the easy assumption that she could just walk into his half-made house and find him. And she'd followed the smell of butter and cinnamon to the one finished room and stopped in the doorway. Chase was at the counter in an apron she'd never seen, frowning down at an index card propped against the backsplash like it might get up and leave, his big hands careful in a bowl, flour on the card, flour on his forearms, flour somehow on his ear. "Don't laugh," he said without turning around. "I'm not laughing." She was absolutely laughing. "What are you making?" "Cobbler. Peach. Don't talk to me. I'm at a critical juncture." He squinted at the card, moved his lips through a line of it, added something from a measuring cup with the gravity of a man diffusing a device. "There. Okay, you can talk now." She came in and leaned in at his side and looked at the card. It was old. The corners were soft and rounded from handling, the ink gone brown, the whole thing sheathed in a plastic sleeve that had clearly been added later to protect it, and the handwriting was not his. A looping, careful, old-fashioned hand, a woman's hand. The kind of writing they didn't teach anymore. "That's not your writing," she said quietly. Chase's hands slowed in the bowl. "No." He didn't look up. "It's my mother's. It's the only one of her recipes I've got in her hand. The rest I just remember, but this one she wrote out for me the year I moved, so I'd be able to make it up in Charlotte and have something that tasted like home." His mouth tugged, not quite a smile. "I made it wrong for about a year. Couldn't figure out what I was missing. Turned out I was reading her sevens like ones. She always made her sevens with a little line through them, like they do in Europe. I never knew why." He tapped the card, gentle, where a crossed seven sat in the margin. "Took me forever to crack her own handwriting. Now I could make this in my sleep. I still get the card out every time, though." He said it lightly. He kept stirring. But Aneka had to look down at the floury counter for a second, because she understood, all at once, what she was looking at. A man who had lost his mother and his father in his own way and his whole first home, and who carried the proof of having once been loved in a plastic sleeve in a kitchen drawer, and got it out still, after all this time, not because he needed the recipe, but because getting it out was a way of standing in the kitchen with her again. "You get it out every time," she repeated, careful. "Every time." Now he did look up, and he must have seen something in her face, because his went soft. "Hey, it's a good memory, Aneka, not a sad one. She'd have liked you. She'd have liked you a stupid amount, actually. She'd have had you in this kitchen learning her sevens inside a week." He bumped her with his shoulder, flour and all. "You want to learn? You can stir. I don't let just anybody stir. I would be honored to stir." So she stirred, badly, and he corrected her grip with his hand over hers, and they made his mother's cobbler together in the one finished room of his unfinished house, and it came out a little burnt at one edge, and they ate it anyway, standing up off the same fork. And Aneka thought she had never in her life been handed anything as intimate as a dead woman's recipe and a place at the counter. And she had to keep eating cobbler so she wouldn't say something enormous with her mouth full. It was Akil who put the first small crack in it, without meaning to, the way Akil did most things. He turned up at the studio at the end of the week to inspect the premises, which meant eat the snacks she kept for clients. and he leaned on the new reception counter and watched her water her plants with a look on his face she knew too well, the look that meant he was about to be sincere and was bracing for it. "You're really happy," he said. "Like, actually." "I'm really happy." "Good." He picked at the edge of the counter. "Because he is too. You should see him. He's an idiot about you. It's disgusting." He paused. "I've known him a long time, Neek. Longer than you, basically. And I've never seen him like this. Not in Charlotte. Not ever. He's not playing. You know that, right? Whatever happens, however scared you get, he's the realest thing I've ever seen him do." It should have been the most reassuring sentence in the world. And most of it was. But somewhere in it, in the whatever happens, however scared you get, a small cold thread pulled loose in her chest, because it meant Akil could see the fear too, could see the door she kept 1 foot near, and if the people who loved her could see her bracing, then the bracing was real. And if the bracing was real, then so was the thing she was bracing against. "I know," she said, and smiled, and meant it, mostly. Akil ate another handful of pretzels and changed the subject, oblivious, and the evening went on golden and ordinary. But the thread stayed pulled, just slightly, a single loose stitch in all that warmth, and Aneka watered her plants and did not look directly at it, the way she'd taught herself never to look at the things that could be taken away.
Chapter 14. Chase had built a lot of things in his life, but he had never stood in front of any of them feeling the way he felt right now. The studio was done. Not almost done, not punch list done, but done, and beautiful. The kind of beautiful that had kept him there past midnight more than one night that week. Getting a thing exactly right that nobody but him would ever have noticed was wrong. The sprung maple floor glowed gold under the front windows. The mirror wall threw the whole bright room back at itself and doubled it. The reception millwork he'd built by hand, the little retail nook, the bar he'd set dead level with his own 2 hands, all of it was finished and warm and waiting. And out on the sidewalk, a banner he had absolutely not been asked to pay for read "The Meadow Room, grand opening, all welcome," and half of Main Street had turned out to see it. "You did this," Aneka said. She was standing in the middle of her own floor in a dress the color of good honey, looking around at the room like she'd never seen it, even though she'd watched him build every inch of it, and her eyes were wet, and Chase put his hands in his pockets so he wouldn't reach for her in front of everyone just yet. "You did this," he corrected. "I just swung the hammer. You're the one who stood in an empty wreck and saw all this. I only built what you already had in your head." "Chase," her voice wobbled. "It's exactly what I saw. It's better than what I saw." "Good," he said, and his own throat was not entirely steady either. "That was the idea." The opening was the best kind of small-town chaos. Her mother had brought enough food for a wedding and was defending the table from Akil with a serving spoon. Her father stood by the door, telling everyone who came in that his daughter built this, beaming like he'd done it himself. Renata had appointed herself greeter and was hugging strangers. Tabby manned the sign-up sheet with grim efficiency. "How are we doing?" Chase asked her, low, passing with a tray of her mother's lemon bars. Tabby turned the clipboard so he could see it. The morning class was full. The evening class was full. There was a wait list forming in Tabby's tiny block letters down the margin. "She's going to cry when she sees this," Tabby said, deadpan. "Try not to let it happen in front of the Pruitts. They'll make it weird." Across the floor, somebody's grandmother was testing the bar with both hands like she meant to swing on it. And a knot of women, Aneka's mother's age, were peering into the changing rooms and pronouncing them nicer than their own bathrooms. And 3 little girls had discovered that the sprung floor had a faint bounce to it and were taking turns jumping in front of the mirror wall, shrieking at their own reflections. Chase had built that floor to give under a grown woman's landing through an hour of movement. He had not built it for the 3-year-old market, but watching them bounce and howl with delight at themselves in the glass, he decided it was, in fact, the best review the floor was ever going to get. Aneka caught him watching the little girls and crossed to him, flushed, glowing, a clipboard of her own clutched to her chest, and stopped close enough that the noise dropped away around the 2 of them, the way it had been doing all morning. The classes are full, she said, disbelieving. Chase, both of them are full, and Tabby says there's a list. I know, I saw. People want to come here. Her eyes were bright and enormous. To a thing I made. In a building you took a wreck and made it this, and now there are children jumping on my floor and a wait list, and my mother won't stop crying by the deviled eggs. You made it, he said. I keep telling you. I just held the other end of the tape measure. He let his hand find the small of her back, light, in front of the whole town, and felt her lean into it without thinking, which was its own small miracle. The words were right there in his chest, no longer a secret, no longer a risk, just true, and he could have said them right then. He wanted to lean down and say, I love you, plain, in the middle of the gold-lit room he'd built her, with the floor full of jumping children and her whole life cheering around her. He didn't. Not yet. There would be a right moment for the whole of it, and it wasn't going to be one he had to share with the Pruitts and a tray of lemon bars. But it was close. He could feel how close it was. Go, he said instead, gentle, turning her by the shoulders toward the cluster of waiting neighbors. Go let them love it. We've got all the time there is. And Aneka moved back through all of it, lit up like he'd never seen her, shaking hands, hugging old neighbors, and every so often her eyes would find him across the crowded, bright room and catch and hold, and something would pass between them that made the noise go quiet again, and then somebody would pull her away, and the world would come back. He stood near the wall and watched her have the thing she'd wanted, and thought, this is what it looks like when you build somebody the right room. He was so full of it he could barely talk, which was, of course, exactly when the past walked in. Damian Sutton came in around the middle of it, in a clean shirt, carrying a potted plant with a bow on it, because he was a decent man, and that was the kind of thing such men did. Chase watched him cross the room to Aneka and hand her the plant, watched her face do the warm, easy thing it did with everyone, watched Damian say something that made her laugh. No heat went through Chase at the sight of it. He knew where he stood. He'd settled this with Damian weeks ago on this very floor, the two of them straight with each other, and Damian had backed off clean, an honest man losing honestly. He was just here to wish her well. But small towns are small, and the place was loud and warm and full of people who'd known everybody their whole lives, and that is exactly the kind of room where a thing that's been sitting under the surface for years finally floats up. It was an older woman who did it, one of the power-walking ladies. No malice in her at all, just the bottomless small-town appetite for connecting dots out loud. She had Aneka by the arm and Damian in her sights, and she was delighted with herself. And here's Damian Sutton come to see you, she said, patting Aneka's hand. You know, I always thought you two would have made a match, back in school. He was sweet on you the whole of senior year. Anybody with eyes could see it. I never did understand why he never asked. Pretty thing like you. She laughed. Somebody must have scared him off. And Chase, from where he stood by the wall, saw the exact moment it landed, saw Aneka's smile go still, saw her turn and look at Damian, puzzled, a small line between her brows, because this was news to her. All of it, the sweet on you in the senior year and the everyone could see. Saw Damian's open face go through three things at once. Surprise and an old rueful something, and then a flicker of his eyes, helpless, across the crowded room, straight to Chase. It was the smallest thing, a glance, but Aneka was watching Damian's face, and she followed it, the way you follow a thrown line, right to where Chase stood against the wall. And he watched her start to do the math. She found him a little later, as the party was winding down and the food had been picked over, in the quiet of the empty back changing room he'd built, where she'd pulled him by the hand without a word. Tell me, Aneka said. She wasn't angry. That was the first thing he registered, the thing that let him breathe. She was something else, something searching, her eyes very bright and fixed on his. The way Damian looked at you just now, the way he's looked at you every time he's been in this building. I want you to tell me the truth, because I think you've been carrying something, and I'm tired of being the last to know things about my own life. He could have softened it. There was a version where he gave her the shape of it without the ugly middle, the version that made him look better, and he felt it sitting there, available, the way a lie is always available to a man who's good with words. Being good with words had carried him a long way, but he'd built his whole run at her on telling the truth, and he wasn't going to win her with the one tool he'd sworn off. So he gave it to her straight, the unflattering middle and all. Senior year, at the bonfire out by the lake. He kept his eyes on hers. Damien came up to me and asked if you were seeing anybody. He had a thing for you. He was going to make a move. Chase made himself say the next part without dressing it up. And I told him you were spoken for, which was a lie. There was nobody. There was just me and a feeling I'd never said out loud to a single soul, including myself. I couldn't stand there at that fire and watch him walk off with you. So I lied, and he believed me, and he backed off and never tried again. He exhaled. And then I never said a word to you either. I let you think no one was interested at all, when the truth was 2 of us were, and I made sure you only ever knew about 0 of them. 2 months later I left town and took the whole thing with me. The words were out now, the worst of them. The part where he didn't come off as a romantic hero, but as a scared boy who'd quietly shrunk her world to keep her in reach. He didn't look away from her while she took it. That's the thing I've been carrying, he said. Damien figured it out years ago. He knows. I told him to his face a few weeks back that the boy who waved him off is gone, and the man interested in you now is me, and that if you wanted him instead, that was yours to say, not mine. I wasn't ever going to keep it from you. I just wasn't going to drop it on you in the middle of your opening. Aneka stood very still in the room he'd built. The noise of the thinning crowd came faint through the wall, and he watched her face, braced for the version of this where she heard manipulation in it, where the fear took it and turned it into proof that he was a man who arranged things behind her back. That was not what happened. What happened was her eyes filled and her hand came up to her mouth, and when she spoke her voice was wrecked and astonished and not angry at all. You were jealous, she said, at 18, of Damien Sutton over me. Aneka. No, you don't understand. A laugh broke out of her, half a sob, and she pressed her fingers harder to her mouth and then dropped them. You don't understand what I thought I was. All those years, I thought I was the girl nobody saw. I thought I was invisible. I thought I'd spent my whole life loving you across a room while you didn't even know I was alive, and I made my peace with being the one who felt things one way. Her voice cracked wide open. And you're telling me there was a boy who wanted me, and another boy who loved me enough to chase him off, and I was standing right there in the middle of the 2 of you, and I never saw a single bit of it. I wasn't invisible at all, Chase. I just had my eyes shut. You weren't invisible, he said, low and certain. You were the most visible thing at that fire. You were the most visible thing in any room I was ever in. I built my hole leaving around not being able to look at you. She crossed the room and took his face in both her hands, the way he was always doing to her, and she looked at him like she was seeing the whole of the last 15 years rearrange itself into a shape that finally made sense, a shape where she had been wanted the entire time and simply hadn't believed it. You should have told me at the bonfire, she whispered. I should have told you 100 times. I was a coward about exactly one thing in my life, and it was you. He covered her hands with his. I'm not anymore, so I'll say it as many times as it takes. I wanted you then. I want you now. There was never a version of me that didn't. And she kissed him, hard, in the back room of the studio he'd built her, the plant Damien gave her still in her other hand, and it was not a careful kiss, and it was not a scared one. It was a kiss with both feet on the floor. When they came back out, flushed and trying to look like they hadn't been doing exactly what they'd been doing, Akil took one look at the 2 of them and threw both hands in the air. Oh, come on, he announced to the half-empty room. At my sister's grand opening? In the changing rooms? I helped build this relationship, and this is the thanks? I have to see this? You ate 4 deviled eggs and got in everyone's way, Aneka said. I was emotionally present. Akil pointed a finger at Chase. We're going to talk about your face later. You've got the face again. It's worse than ever. Across the room, Damien was shrugging on his jacket to leave, and he caught Chase's eye. and the two men looked at each other for a second over the wreckage of the party. Then Damien glanced at Aneka, tucked under Chase's arm where she fit, flushed and luminous, and finally, visibly sure, and something in his decent face eased. He gave Chase a small nod, the kind one man gives another when a thing has been settled fairly and there are no hard feelings left in it, and he lifted a hand to Aneka. "Beautiful place," he called to her. "Congratulations, you earned it." "Thank you, Damien," she said, and meant it, and he let himself out into the early summer evening, and the door swung shut behind him, and that was that. Chase pulled her a little closer into his side, there in the gold-lit room he'd made, surrounded by the last of the people who loved her, and felt her arms settle around his back and her head come to rest against him like it had always belonged there. "You built me a room," she said quietly, "just for him. I'd build you 100 of them. Just keep the one." She tipped her face up. "I'm keeping you in it." It was, he thought, the closest she'd ever come to saying it all the way. He decided not to push. He had time. For the first time in his life, he had all the time in the world, and a room to spend it in, and the woman he'd loved since before he had the words, looking up at him like she'd finally let herself believe it. He could wait for the rest. He was good at waiting. But standing there with her tucked into his side, and the whole town drifting home talking about them, he had the feeling for the first time that he wasn't going to have to wait much longer at all.
Chapter 15. He had a little wooden boat, because of course the man who built things had restored a flat-bottomed boat with his own hands, and he handed her down into it at a quiet dock on the north end of the lake, with his palm warm and sure around hers, and held it a beat longer than he needed to, and looked at her in the green dress in the failing gold light, like she was the only thing on the water worth looking at. She felt that look, land low and warm, the way she always did now, and she sat down before her knees could comment on it. "You did all this," she said, while he pushed them off. "You keep saying that like it's a complaint." He took up the oars and rowed them out, unhurried, the muscles shifting in his forearms under his rolled sleeves, and she gave up any pretense of not watching, and he caught her watching, and didn't look away, and neither did she. The boat slid out over the glass. "I wanted you somewhere nobody could interrupt. You've spent weeks being everybody's." He held her eyes a moment too long. "Tonight you're mine." "Is that right?" It came out lower than she meant it to. "That's right." He rowed them to the middle of the lake, where the whole bowl of the sky sat down in the water and doubled, and shipped the oars, and let them drift, and the quiet closed in around them, soft and charged, just the lap of water on the hull and the heat of him 2 feet away. He'd brought real things, and unpacked them onto the bench between them, like a man who'd thought about it. Her mother's leftover beef ribs, bread, cold drinks, and last, a little foolish tub of the strawberries she liked, which he held up so she'd see he'd remembered. "You brought the strawberries." "I brought the strawberries." Chase Whitfield. She took the tub from him, and her fingers brushed his, and neither of them hurried the brush. "You packed a whole romantic boat for me, and the centerpiece is gas station strawberries." "They're good strawberries. Don't insult the strawberries." He cracked a drink and passed it over, watching her mouth as she took it. "I drove all the way to the good gas station for those." "There's a good gas station." "There's a good gas station. The one by the highway keeps the sad ones in the bruised clamshell. The one past the church gets a fresh delivery on Fridays." Total gravity, but his eyes hadn't left her mouth. "I put real research into tonight. You're welcome." She bit into a strawberry, and it was annoyingly perfect, and she told him so, and he watched her eat it with an attention that made the back of her neck go hot, and she had to look out at the water for a second to get her breath back. "Stop," she said. "Stop what?" "Looking at me like that. I'm trying to eat dinner." "Can't help it." He didn't even pretend to. "I spent years sneaking looks at you. Now I get to do it right out in the open. I'm making up for lost time." The light went down slow and turned the water copper and then wine dark. They traded the small stuff, the customer who'd tried to pay him in goats, the woman who'd flirted with him so hard at the open house she signed up for a year, and she got him laughing, that real low laugh. And somewhere in the laughing, she realized the distance between them on the little bench had quietly disappeared, that his knee was against hers, and his arm was along the bench behind her, and she'd leaned into him without deciding to. And the laughing trailed off, and he wasn't laughing anymore. He was watching her the way he'd watched her all night, except now there was nowhere left to put it. Aneka. Just her name, rough at the edges. Yeah, I'm going to kiss you now. I've been trying to be a gentleman about it through an entire dinner, and I'm all out. Then stop being a gentleman, she said, and he did. He kissed her slow and certain in the middle of the dark water, one hand coming up to cradle her jaw and tip her face to his, and she turned into him and fisted her hand in his shirt and kissed him back, and the boat rocked gently under them, and the strawberries tipped over, forgotten on the bench, and the kiss went from slow to something with weight in it, his hand sliding into her hair, her breath catching against his mouth, until he pulled back just far enough to rest his forehead on hers, both of them breathing like they'd been running. Okay, he said, low and wrecked. Okay, I'm going to row us back now. Okay, she breathed. I need you to understand why I'm rowing kind of fast. She laughed, breathless, and it came out shaky, and he took up the oars and turned them toward the dark shore and his own waiting house. And the whole way back, the air in the little boat was so thick, with everything still unfinished between them, that she could feel it on her skin like heat off a road, could feel his gaze steady on her in the dark, could hear her own pulse over the dip and pull of the oars, and by the time the hull bumped the dock, she was wound so tight she thought she might come apart at a touch. His house glowed up ahead through the trees, the porch light he'd wired with his own hands, the one finished window throwing gold onto the dark grass. They didn't make it talking. He got her up the steps with his hand fitted to the small of her back, and the second the porch boards were under them, she turned into him, and he was already turning into her. And then his mouth was on hers, and her back was against the doorframe, and the careful thing they'd both been holding since the middle of the lake finally came off its hinges. He kissed her slow and then not slow. One hand braced on the frame beside her head, the other sliding from her waist up the line of her spine until she arched into him. And she got her hands under the hem of his shirt and flat against the warm muscle of his stomach and felt it jump under her palms. He pulled back just far enough to find the doorknob behind her, breathing hard, his forehead dropping to hers. Inside, he managed. I'm not doing this on the porch. I built this whole house and I'm going to use it. Bossy, she breathed, smiling against his mouth. You have no idea. He got the door open behind her, and she laughed, low and breathless, and he walked her backward over the threshold without letting her go. The house was warm and smelled of cut wood and the cedar he'd been sanding. He drew her in through the dark of the half-made rooms by the hand, and at the doorway of the one that was finished, he stopped and turned and kissed her, and it was nothing like careful. I've got to tell you something, he said against her mouth. Right now, right now. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands framing her face, his thumbs at her cheekbones. I have thought about this. More than a man should probably admit on a first night. I want you to know I'm not. This isn't. I'm not just. Chase, she was smiling. You're a wreck. I am a complete wreck, he agreed, his voice gone thick. You do that to me. You've always done that to me. He kissed her again, slower, and she felt his hands shake slightly where they held her. This steady man, this man who never fumbled anything, undone at the seams. 15 years I had a whole speech, and I get you in my house, and all of it's just gone. Then stop talking, she said, and pulled his shirt up out of his waistband, and felt him go still and then come apart all at once. He kissed her like the boat ride had cost him something to survive. She got the shirt up and off him, and his hands found the zip at the back of her dress and drew it down slow, like he was making himself go slow, like the slowness was the only discipline he had left. And she pressed her palms flat to the warm, bare plane of his back and felt him shudder under her hands. He walked her backward through the dark hall, neither of them willing to stop kissing long enough to do it gracefully, her shoulder catching the doorframe, his hand coming up to cradle her head so it wouldn't. both of them laughing breathless into each other's mouths, and then not laughing at all. His bedroom was finished now, she realized, the newest room he'd put right. Walls and floor, and a real bed where there'd been subfloor and sawhorses not long ago. The moonlight laid across it in a pale bar through a window he'd hung himself. He'd been making the house ready. She had a half-second to understand that, to feel what it meant, before he had her backed up against the edge of the mattress and was kissing the laughter right out of her, deep and unhurried and certain, and the certainty undid her more than hurry ever could have. "Look at you," he said against her throat, her collarbone, his hands learning the shape of her like he meant to commit it to memory. "You have no idea. 15 years and I never let myself imagine this, because I knew if I did I'd never survive the wanting. You can imagine it now." She got her hands in his hair and pulled his mouth back to hers. "You can have it now. Chase, I'm right here." The green dress slipped from her shoulders and pooled somewhere on his unfinished floor, and his breath went out of him at the sight of her, ragged, reverent, his hands following his eyes like he couldn't quite believe either was allowed. He made a low, rough sound and lifted her clean off her feet, and she wrapped around him, and he laid her back across the bed and came down over her, careful and certain and shaking, and the cool sheets met her skin, and the warm weight of him pressed down, and there was nothing careful left anywhere in either of them. And the bracing she'd carried for as long as she could remember, the flinch, the foot always reaching for the door, simply did not come. There was no door in her anymore. There was only this, his heart slamming against hers, the heat and the weight and the want of him, his name breaking out of her against his mouth and his answering it against her skin, the last wall around all of it coming down at once. And she let him all the way in and gave him all the way back, and the years of waiting caught and went up like a struck match. The lamp was low, the moon moved slow across the floor, and it was, after all, exactly like fireworks, the bright, overwhelming rush she'd never let herself want. The payoff for every year she'd spent loving him quietly from across a room, all of it going off at once in the dark. But it was the other thing, too, the deep, settled thing underneath the bright, the thing fireworks only ever pointed at, coming home to a house that someone had spent a long time making ready and finding every light already on. After, she lay tucked against his side in the lamplight, her head on his bare chest, his heartbeat slowing under her ear, his hand moving slow and absent up and down her back like he couldn't quite stop touching her to be sure she was real. "Hey," he said into her hair. "Hey, you're not going to bolt on me." It wasn't a question, exactly. There was a smile in it, but underneath the smile she heard the old, careful thing in him too, the boy who'd loved her from across a room and left town with it, and she understood that he had his own 15 years, his own folded-up wanting, his own fear of reaching for the thing and finding it gone. She lifted her head and looked at him, at this man she had loved her whole life and only lately let herself have, and she put her hand against his jaw the way he was always doing to her. "No," she said, "I'm done bolting. I did all my running before I knew you'd chase me." She felt him laugh, low under her hand. "I'm right here, Chase. I'm not going anywhere. You built me a room and I'm keeping you in it, remember?" "I remember." He caught her hand and turned his head and kissed her palm, and she felt the breath go out of him, something unknotting that had been knotted a long time. "I love you. I've loved you so long it's just about the oldest thing in me." "I know," she said, because she did, and because she'd loved him longer, and they both knew that too. "I love you back. Now go to sleep. I want to see what you make for breakfast in that kitchen you're so proud of." "It's a good kitchen." "It's one wall, Chase." "It's a good wall," he said, wounded, and pulled her in closer against him, and she settled her cheek back over his slowing heart and let her eyes fall shut here, in the middle of everything she'd ever wanted, with both feet finally, fully, off the floor.
Chapter 16. Chase woke before her, which gave him the rare and dangerous privilege of watching Aneka Boyd sleep in his bed. The morning came in gray and then gold through the window he'd hung himself, and it laid itself across her shoulder, the curve of her back, the dark spill of her hair on his pillow, and he lay very still so as not to waste a second of it. He'd built this room with his own hands. Hung the door, set the window, sanded the floor where her green dress was still a soft heap in the corner. He had not, in any of the late nights he'd spent finishing it, let himself picture this. Her here, asleep and easy, and his, the morning treating her like the best thing in the house. The picturing would have wrecked him. The having of it was almost worse, in the way the best things are worse, too big to hold and impossible to put down. He was not, he understood, going to be normal about this for quite some time. She stirred, made a small sound, burrowed deeper into his pillow, and then her eyes came open and found him watching her. And instead of going anywhere shy, she just smiled, slow and warm and unguarded, and stretched and settled in closer like a woman with nowhere on earth she'd rather be. "You're staring," she said. "I am absolutely staring. I've got 15 years to make up for, and I'm starting first thing." He tucked her hair back off her face because he could, because it was a thing he got to do now in the daylight without it costing him anything. Morning. Morning. She caught his hand on its way back and laced her fingers through his and tucked them both under her chin, and there was nothing careful left in her anywhere. No flinch, no reaching for the door, just Aneka in his bed in the morning light holding his hand like it was hers to hold, which it was. "I slept like the dead. Your bed's better than mine. Stay in it, then." He said it lightly, but he meant every word of it, and she heard that too, and something soft moved across her face. "I have my plants to think about," she said, but she didn't let go of his hand. He kissed her forehead, her temple, the corner of her mouth, taking his time about it. "How you feeling?" "Happy." She said it simply, no hedge, no wait for it. "Just happy, all the way through. I keep checking for the catch and there isn't one." She tipped her face up and kissed him, soft and certain. "There's just you." Something in his chest went so full he had to rest his forehead on hers for a second and just breathe. "I'm making you breakfast," he announced, when he could talk. "In your one-wall kitchen. It's a good wall. I'm going to make you the best eggs you've had in your life off the strength of one wall, and you're going to apologize to it." She came out a little later in his shirt. He'd known abstractly that this would happen, that a woman whose dress was still in the corner of his bedroom would need something to wear to breakfast, and that the something would be his. He had not been prepared for what it would do to him to actually see it. Aneka padding barefoot into his half-finished house in nothing but his flannel, the sleeves shoved up her forearms, the hem hitting her mid-thigh, her hair a soft wreck, helping herself to his coffee like she'd been doing it for years. He nearly ruined the eggs. "That's my shirt," he said. It was the closest thing. She hopped up onto the one finished stretch of counter and wrapped both hands around the mug, swinging her bare heels against the cabinet he'd hung. "You want it back?" "No." His voice came out rough, and he cleared it. "No, you keep that one. It's yours now. I'm never going to see it the same way again anyhow." "Good." She took a sip, watching him over the rim, easy and pleased and entirely at home in his kitchen, and he turned back to the stove before he gave up on breakfast altogether, and the morning sun came through the window, and the radio he'd left on played something low, and he caught himself whistling. "You're doing it," she said. "Doing what?" "Whistling. You only do it when you're happy. You don't even know you're doing it." "I know I'm doing it. I'm doing it on purpose." He glanced back at her. "I'm a happy man, Aneka. Disgustingly happy. I'm making eggs, and the woman I've loved since before I had sense is sitting on my counter in my shirt drinking my coffee, and I'd whistle the whole hymnal if I thought it wouldn't scare you off." "It won't." She smiled. "I'm unscarable now. I checked." He plated the eggs soft and folded, the way his mother had taught him before she taught him much of anything, and set the plate beside her on the counter, and stood in between her swinging knees, and she opened them to let him in and looped her arms around his neck, and he kissed her slow, tasting coffee, in no hurry at all because for the first time in his life there was nowhere he had to be that was better than exactly here. "Eat," he murmured against her mouth. "I worked hard. One wall." "You're not going to let the wall thing go, are you?" "Never. I'm going to bring it up at our 50th anniversary. I'm going to put it in the toast." He felt her go still against him, just for a heartbeat, at the easy way he'd said it. 50th anniversary, toast. A whole long future tossed out light as anything over a plate of eggs. And then, where the old Aneka might have reached for the door, this one pulled back just far enough to look at him, and her eyes were bright, and she didn't flinch from it at all. "You're planning our 50th anniversary," she said. "I've been planning it since I was 16. He brushed his thumb along her cheek. "Too much?" "No." She shook her head slowly, smiling. "Sure. No, not too much. Right amount." She picked up the fork and finally tried the eggs, and her eyebrows went up and she pointed the fork at him in pure betrayal. "Okay, these are the best eggs I've ever had." "Say it to the wall." "Thank you, wall," she said gravely, to the wall. And he laughed so hard he had to brace himself against the cabinets, and then he slid down to sit on the kitchen floor with his back against them, still laughing, and held a hand up to her. She climbed down off the counter and folded herself into his lap with her plate, and they ate breakfast there on the sawdust-smelling floor, her back against his chest, his chin on her shoulder, the radio playing low, two people with nowhere to be and no reason to hurry being there. "You know," she said, around a forkful, "for a man who builds things, you don't own a single chair. I build houses, not furniture. Different animal." He stole a bite off her fork. "I've been meaning to get a real table in here. Ellis Townsend does that kind of work, out at the wood shop by the lake. Saw a dining table in there last month with my name all but carved in it. Honey-colored thing, joinery so clean it'd make you weep. I keep finding reasons not to drive out and buy it." "Why?" He was quiet a second, his chin on her shoulder. "Felt like a lot of table for one person," he said simply. "Didn't until lately." She turned her head and kissed him for that, slow, and the eggs went cold on the plate, and neither of them minded. It was Aneka, eventually, who decided they should rejoin the world. "I have to feed my plants," she said, with some regret, "and I cannot put that green dress back on at 11 in the morning. I'll look like I'm doing a walk of shame past half of Main Street." "You'll look like a woman who had an excellent night." "That's the walk of shame, Chase." He laughed and pulled her up off the floor. "Shower first. There's hot water, which is the one luxury in this whole half-built place I did not cut a corner on. Then I'll find you something to wear home, and you can change at your place. Go on. Towels are in the closet I actually finished." So she showered in the bathroom he'd tiled with his own two hands, and he tried and largely failed not to think about that while he washed the breakfast pan, and when she came out, scrubbed and swimming in the soft gray sweatpants and the old Henley he'd dug out for her, the waistband rolled twice and the sleeves swallowing her hands, he had to set the pan down and just look at her for a second. "They're enormous," she said, holding her arms out, lost in the fabric. "You look better in them than I ever did." He crossed the kitchen and kissed her, soap and warmth and Aneka underneath it. "Keep those too. I'm just going to keep losing clothes to you. I can see how this goes. Come on. Let's get you home before I change my mind about leaving." He'd have driven her to the moon. He drove her home instead. He waited on her little couch while she changed, turning a coaster over in his hands and feeling like a man who'd won something. And when she came out in jeans and a soft yellow top with her hair pulled back, he stood up without deciding to, the way you stand when something good walks into a room. "What?" she said. "Nothing. You? Yellow." He shook his head and held the door for her. "Let's go show you off." So they went into town, and they did it like a couple, out in the open, which was the point. They walked down Main Street in the late morning sun with no hurry in them at all, and he held her hand the entire way and did not care who saw, and people saw. Old Mr. Pruitt lifted his paper at them from the bench outside the barber. A pack of kids on bikes wheeled past hollering. Two women Aneka knew from the studio waved and then put their heads together the second they'd passed, already spreading it, and Aneka caught it and laughed instead of flinching, and Chase felt that laugh land somewhere deep and permanent in him. "You're not even a little nervous," he said. "All these people, everybody watching. I spent 15 years being the girl nobody noticed loving you." She tightened her hand in his and tipped her face up to the sun. "I'm done being a secret, Chase, even from myself. Let them watch. They're going to have us engaged by supper time. Let them get a jump on the paperwork. At Roasted Beans, the smell of it rolled out the prop door to meet them, and Joanne, who ran the place with more efficiency than warmth and had no patience for nonsense, took one look at the two of them holding hands at her counter and almost smiled, which from Joanne was the equivalent of throwing rice. She made Aneka's ridiculous oat milk too much cinnamon order without being asked, and slid Chase his black coffee and waved off his card. "First one's on the house," she said. "On account of it's about time. The whole town's been waiting on you two since the reunion." She was already turning to the next customer. "Don't make it weird." They took the coffees out to the sidewalk tables and sat in the sun, knees bumping, and the morning unspooled slow and golden, and there was no part of it Chase would have traded for anything. In the afternoon, he bought her ice cream. Scoop! There it is was doing brisk weekend business, the bell over the door going steady, the cases full of Rashad's strange, wonderful experiments, and Chase ordered something involving brown butter, and Aneka got 2 scoops of something pink, and they sat on the curb out front like teenagers, and she stole a taste of his and declared hers the superior choice, and he disagreed with his whole chest, and they argued about it with the gravity of a peace summit. And it was, he thought, possibly the best afternoon of his entire life, and it was an afternoon about ice cream. "You've got it on he said, and reached over and brushed the corner of her mouth with his thumb, and she caught his wrist and held it there a second, her eyes on his, and for a beat the ice cream was very much beside the point. "People are going to see you doing that," she murmured. "I'm counting on it." Sweetgum Bookstore was the last stop, because she couldn't pass it without going in, which he'd learned about her and filed away with everything else he was collecting. It was quiet and dim and narrow and deep, the old shop Darius had inherited and kept going against the odds, the air thick with aged paper and the vanilla candle burning by the register, the kind of place that felt more like somebody's front room than a store. Darius was up at the counter with his nose in something, lifting a hand at them without quite surfacing, and Aneka drifted straight to the back corner the way a needle finds north. Chase followed her into the romance shelves, the bright spines, the clinch covers, the promises stacked floor to ceiling, and watched her run a finger along them with an expression he didn't have a name for yet, half longing, half embarrassment. "You read these," he said. "Not a question. Don't start." "I'm not starting. I'm interested." He pulled one off the shelf at random, a thing with a shirtless man and a windswept woman on the front, and she tried to take it from him, and he held it up out of reach, grinning. "I want to know what you've been reading all these years while you wouldn't talk to me. Were the men in these tall? Were they good with their hands? Did any of them build a girl a whole studio?" "Give it back, Chase." "Get it for me." That stopped her. "What?" "Get it. Buy it. I want you to read it to me." He said it easily, like it was the most natural request in the world, and watched it land on her, watched her blink at him like he'd started speaking another language. "You want me to read you a romance novel?" "I want you to read me a romance novel. Out loud. I want to lie on that couch of yours with my head in your lap and listen to you read me the ridiculous thing, all the windswept parts, the whole business." He tucked the book under his arm, settling the matter. 15 years you loved me quiet, Aneka. I missed all of it. I don't want to miss the small stuff anymore. I want to know what you like, even the corny stuff, especially the corny stuff." She was looking at him like she might cry or laugh or both, her whole guarded heart standing wide open in the dusty light of the romance section. "It's going to be really corny," she warned him, her voice not quite steady. "There's probably a duke." "I love a duke," he said. "Buy the book." So she did, and Darius rang it up without comment, though the corner of his mouth twitched, and they walked back out into the gold afternoon with a paperback in a paper bag, and the rest of the day stretching out in front of them, and later on her little couch with his head in her lap and her fingers in his hair, she read him the ridiculous, windswept, duke-having thing in a voice that started shy and got bolder, page by page, and Chase Whitfield lay there in the lamplight listening to the woman he loved read him a love story, and did not check once for the catch, because he had finally, fully stopped believing there was one.
Chapter 17. The thing nobody told Aneka about getting the life she wanted was how ordinary it would feel, in the best possible way, once she had it. The meadow room was thriving. The morning classes were full, and the evening ones had wait lists, and she'd had to add a third instructor, a sharp young woman named Priya, who taught a bar class so punishing that grown women limped out of it glowing. The little retail nook turned a small, steady profit. The sprung floor Chase had built held up under everything they threw at it. 3 classes a day and a children's movement hour on Saturdays that had become, against all planning, the most popular slot on the schedule. She walked into her own studio every morning, and the smell of it, clean wood and eucalyptus and possibility, still caught her in the chest every single time. And Chase was simply part of it now. That was the part she kept turning over like a stone in her pocket. He came by some afternoons between his own jobs, and he never made a thing of it, just appeared with 2 coffees and fixed whatever had started sticking or squeaking since the last time. The door that had begun to drag, the loose board on the back step, the shelf bracket that had worked itself crooked. He did it the way he breathed. She'd look up from the reception desk, and he'd be crouched in a corner with a screwdriver, frowning at a hinge, and one of the women coming out of class would stop to chat with him like he was a fixture of the place, which, she was coming to understand, he now was. "Your handyman's here again," Tabby said one afternoon, dry, not looking up from the schedule. "He's not my handyman. He's fixed everything in this building twice. He rotates the welcome mat so it wears evenly. Last week I caught him oiling the door hinges on a Sunday." Tabby finally looked up, and there was something almost soft in it for Tabby. "He's nesting, Neek, in your studio. The man has nested." As if summoned, Chase ambled up to the reception desk, wiping his hands on a rag, having just persuaded the back door to stop dragging. Behind him, the noon class was filing out, flushed and chatting, and Mrs. Ademi, who had to be 70 and took Priya's bar class like it owed her money, stopped to pat Chase's arm on her way past. "You fixed my squeaky board," she informed him. "I heard you over here with the screwdriver. My husband hasn't fixed a squeak in that house in 30 years. I told him about you. I said, that's how it's done." "Yes, ma'am," Chase said, grave. "Anytime you've got a squeak." "She's keeping you," Mrs. Adiemi told Aneka with a sharp approving nod, and sailed out the door before either of them could answer, and Tabby made a sound into the schedule that might have been a laugh. "That keeps happening," Aneka said. "What does?" "People deciding things about us. Out loud. To my face." She said it lightly, testing the shape of it in her mouth, because a year ago a sentence like that would have sent her straight up a wall, and now it just sat there, warm, true, not frightening at all. "Mrs. Adeyemi's keeping you, apparently. Joanne's already given us the free coffee. I think we've been adopted by committee." Chase leaned both forearms on the reception desk so they were eye to eye across it. Close, the rag forgotten in his hand, and the noon bustle went on around them, and he didn't lower his voice even a little. "Good," he said. "Let the committee weigh in. They're not telling me anything I didn't already know." He tipped his head at her, that slow look that still went straight through her. "You want lunch? I've got an hour before the Hadley job. I'll even let you pick, as long as you pick the diner." "That's not letting me pick. It's letting you pick where at the diner we sit." He pushed off the desk, grinning. "I'm a generous man." It was the same at his place, except in reverse, because somewhere in the last few weeks her things had started to migrate. It happened the way the tide comes in, so gradually you couldn't name the moment. First it was a toothbrush, because it was ridiculous to keep buying travel ones. Then a drawer, because he'd cleared one without mentioning it, and she'd found her clothes in it one morning, folded with the slightly too careful precision of a man who'd looked up how she folded them. Then her good shampoo appeared in the shower she'd first borrowed in his sweatpants. Her second favorite mug lived in his one-wall kitchen now. A pair of her shoes by his door. A book she was reading on his nightstand. Beside the romance novel, they were still working through a chapter at a time, in her voice, his head in her lap, most nights now. She noticed it all at once one evening, standing in his finished bedroom in the gold of the sunset off the lake, And the noticing should have frightened the old her. She waited for it to. It didn't. It just felt like furniture finding its place in a room that had been built for it. "You've got a lot of my stuff here," she said, when he came in carrying 2 plates because they still ate on the floor, though he'd finally, the week before, driven out to Townsend's and stood in front of that honey-colored table for 20 minutes before telling Ellis to hold it. He'd be back. He wanted to be sure he was buying it for the right reasons. She hadn't asked what that meant. She'd understood. "I noticed." He settled down beside her against the wall, plates balanced, unbothered. "I keep finding you everywhere. Found one of your hair things in my truck this morning. A receipt for your tea in my jacket. You're getting all over my life, Aneka." He handed her a fork. "I'm not complaining. I'm documenting. It's a lot of toothbrush real estate for a woman who pays rent across town." He went still for just a second, the kind of still that meant he was deciding whether to say a true thing, and then he said it easy, the way he said everything now. "You don't have to keep paying that rent on my account," he said. "Just so that's on the table. No pressure attached to it. I'm not asking today, but I want you to know the door's open, and it's been open a while, and it's not going to close." He bumped her knee with his. "I built a house with too many rooms for one person. Turns out I knew what I was doing." Aneka looked at him, this man in the room he'd made, with her shampoo in his shower and her mug in his cabinet and her whole heart sitting in his hands as easy as the fork he'd just passed her, and she did not feel the floor drop. She felt it hold. "Not today," she agreed softly, "but not never." "Not never," he said, like a man laying a board down level. "I can build a whole lot on not never." The town had decided about them, which in Sweetgum was its own kind of wedding. It happened in 1,000 small ways. Rochelle started setting 2 places when Aneka came by the diner, without asking, because of course Chase would be along. The ladies in the morning class asked after him by name. Somebody she barely knew congratulated her in the cereal aisle. When she and Chase walked into anywhere together now, there was a particular look that went around, satisfied. Proprietary, the look of a town that had called it long before the 2 people involved had, and was pleased to be proven right. And her family had folded him in completely, which was its own quiet verdict. It was clearest at the barbecue their parents threw, the one that had become a weekly fixture. Aneka was at the drinks table when her mother appeared at her elbow, watching Chase across the yard get pulled into an argument about grill technique with 3 older men who'd adopted him on sight. "He came early to help your father move the tables," Lorraine said, not quite casually. "Didn't ask, just showed up at noon with his truck and those arms and did it." She handed Aneka a fresh glass. "He calls me Miss Lorraine. I've told him twice he can drop the miss. He won't do it. Says his mother would come back and get him." Her mother's eyes were soft, fixed on the yard. "I like him, baby. I liked him the first Sunday. But I'm telling you now so you hear it from me. I more than like him. That one's good all the way through." "I know, Mama. I know you know. I'm saying it anyway. A mother gets to say it." She squeezed Aneka's wrist and drifted off toward the potato salad, and that was when Akil slid into her place, holding a plate of their father's ribs. A state of smugness so complete on him, it had looped back around into something almost dignified. "I'm not going to say it," he announced. "You say it every time. I'm not going to say it this time." He said nothing for an entire 4 seconds, which was a personal record. Then, "I just think it's interesting that I introduced you. That's all. I think it's a fun fact about the situation. I think when they ask at the wedding how you 2 met, it's going to be a fun. There it is." "I connected you," he said, abandoning all restraint, gesturing with the ribs so a bone nearly went flying. "I have been saying since we were kids that the 2 of you, and nobody listened to me. And now look. Look at him. He's arguing about charcoal with Mr. Okafor like he was born here. He's wearing the apron Mom bought. He fixed the gate last week without being asked. My best friend is about to be my brother, and I called it Aneka. I called the entire thing." "You did," she admitted, because there was no use in anything else. That stopped him cold. He'd clearly been braced for a fight. An eye roll, a denial, the usual choreography, and her just agreeing knocked the wind clean out of his victory lap. He blinked at her. "You're not going to argue?" "No. You called it. You were right. You've been right since we were kids. She bumped his shoulder with hers, and her voice came out thicker than she meant it to. Thank you, Akil, for not listening to either of us about what we were ready for. Her brother, who could talk through a hurricane, opened his mouth and shut it again, and his eyes went suspiciously bright, and he covered it by shoving an enormous bite of ribs in his mouth and looking hard at the fence. Don't, he managed around it. You're crying. I'm eating. It's a sad rib. Leave me alone. And the thing was, looking across the yard at Chase, flushed and laughing in her family's backyard, with her father's apron tied around his waist, and her mother refilling his glass, and the late sun coming down gold over all of it, she could not even pretend to be annoyed at any of them. Because Akil had called it, and it was happening, and she got to keep it. You're doing the thing, Chase said that night, driving them back out toward the lake with the windows down and the old music low, his hand resting easy on her knee. What thing? Smiling at nothing. You've been doing it all night. He glanced over, his face soft in the dashboard light. It's my favorite thing you do. You used to catch yourself and stop. You don't stop anymore. I don't have a reason to stop. She put her hand over his on her knee. I keep waiting to get used to it. Being this happy, I thought it would wear in like a pair of shoes, get comfortable and ordinary. She watched the pines go by, dark against the last of the light. It doesn't. It just keeps being a lot. In a good way. Every day it's a lot. Good, he said. I don't want you used to it. I want to be a lot for you for about the next 50 years. There's that 50 years again. I'm consistent. He turned them down the lake road. Speaking of, the 4th's coming up. The whole town turns out in the square. The grilling, the softball, the sack races. There's a double Dutch contest the church ladies take deadly serious. Fireworks off the lake at 9. He squeezed her knee. I want to take you. Out in the open, the whole day, in front of everybody. I've spent too many 4ths watching other people have somebody. I'd like to be the one with somebody this year. Aneka thought about it, the whole town in the square, the heat and the noise and the long gold evening, and Chase beside her through every minute of it, claimed and claiming, no part of it hidden. I double Dutch, you know, she said. I was undefeated on my street growing up. Is that a yes? That's a yes and a warning. Those church ladies have no idea what's about to happen to them. She leaned her head back against the seat and smiled at him in the dark, at the man and the lake and the whole impossible ordinary life of it coming up to meet her. Take me to the 4th, Chase. Yes, ma'am, he said, whistling, and drove them home.
Chapter 18. There was a box Chase had been carrying around for 10 years that he had never once worked up the nerve to open in front of another person. It lived in the bottom of his big toolbox, the steel one that had ridden in the bed of every truck he'd owned, wrapped in an old shop rag, under the tray where he kept the chisels. It had gone to Charlotte and lived in 3 apartments there and ridden back to Sweetgum in that same truck bed. And in all that time he had moved it from box to box and never thrown it out and never given it away and never not once told a living soul what it was. He took it out sometimes late when a job ran long and he was alone with the smell of sawdust, and he turned it over in his hands and put it back. He'd made it the summer he was 17. The night before the 4th, with Aneka asleep in his bed and her shampoo in his shower and her mug in his cabinet, and the whole easy weight of her settled into his life like she'd always been there, Chase lay awake and decided it was time. He'd carried the thing through a decade of being too late and too far away and too much of a coward. He'd carried it through other women, none of whom he'd ever told, none of whom had lasted, partly because of a walnut box in a toolbox he could never explain even to himself. He'd carried it home, and now the girl it was made for was sleeping 3 feet away with her hand curled under her chin, and he was a grown man with a house and a trade and her toothbrush by his sink, and he was still somehow a little afraid of a box he'd made with his own hands as a lovesick kid. That was how he knew it still mattered. The fear was the proof. You didn't get nervous over a thing that had stopped meaning something. He eased out of bed before dawn so as not to wake her, and went out to the truck in the gray, and crouched at the tailgate and dug down past the chisel tray to the bottom of the steel toolbox. And there it was, where it always was, wrapped in the same shop rag it had been wrapped in for 10 years. He unwound the rag in the cold morning air and held the box in both hands, the way he had 100 times in 100 lonely rooms, and for the first time in a decade it didn't hurt to do it. He brought it inside, he set coffee on, and when she came out yawning into the early gold, barefoot in his Henley, he was sitting on the porch he'd rebuilt with the box on his knee and his heart going like he was 17 again. "I made you something," he said, when she'd settled beside him with her coffee. "A long time ago." She looked up at the tone in his voice, the careful one, and went still in the way she did when she knew something real was coming. He set the box in her hands. It was small, the size of a thing you'd keep rings or letters in, and he had made it well even then. The corners mitered tight, the grain matched across the lid, the whole of it sanded to a softness that a decade of being handled had only deepened. It was walnut. He'd chosen walnut on purpose, though she couldn't have known that, because walnut darkened as it aged, went richer and deeper with handling and time, and some 17-year-old part of him had wanted to give her a thing that would only get more beautiful the longer she kept it. "Chase," she said softly, turning it in her hands. "This is beautiful. You made this? Open it." She lifted the lid. It was empty inside, lined with a square of felt gone thin at the edges, and for a second her face moved through confusion, an empty box, and he watched her start to form the gentle question, "What is it? What's it for?" And then she tilted it toward the light and saw what was carved into the underside of the lid, small, careful, a teenager's patient knife work, the kind of work you only do for something that matters more than your pride. Her initials, and his, and a year, the year he made it, the year he was going to tell her, the year, as it turned out, that everything stopped. She didn't say anything. He watched her read it twice, 3 times, her thumb moving over the cut letters like she could feel the boy who'd made them, and the porch went very quiet around them, just the early birds in the lake, and her breath going careful and uneven. He could see it land, piece by piece, the date, the initials, the decade the little box had sat in the dark, and her eyes came up to his, enormous, and her mouth opened and nothing came out. "Yeah," Chase said quietly, answering the thing she couldn't ask. "It's what you think it is." "I made it for you," he said, and his voice came out rougher than he wanted, so he just let it. "Before I knew about the divorce, before I knew I was going anywhere. I had a whole plan, Aneka. I was going to give you this box, and I was going to finally say the thing I'd been choking on since I was about 16 years old. I had it worked out. I was going to do it at the end of the summer, before everybody scattered." She wasn't looking at the box anymore. She was looking at him, and her eyes were huge and wet, and her hand had come up over her mouth. "And then my mother sat me down in July," he said, "and told me she was leaving my father and leaving Sweetgum, and that I was coming with her to Charlotte, and everything just stopped." He shook his head, the old helplessness of it still there even now, even safe, even on this porch with her in his shirt. "What was I going to do? Hand you a box and a confession and then drive away the next month? Make you wait on a kid who was leaving? Tie you to a goodbye? I couldn't. So I didn't say anything. I didn't give it to you. I told myself it was the decent thing, leaving you free. And maybe it was. And maybe I was just a scared 18-year-old who couldn't stand to watch your face if you didn't feel the same." He swallowed. "I put it in my toolbox, and I have moved it from truck to truck for 10 years, and I could never throw it out, because throwing it out felt like finally admitting it was never going to happen. Chase." It came out of her in pieces. "I'm not telling you this to make you sad," he said quickly, leaning in, taking her free hand in both of his. "That's the thing I need you to hear. This isn't a sad story anymore. For a long time, it was the saddest thing I owned. But it's not sad now, because look." He turned her hand over, the one holding the box, and folded her fingers around it. "It happened anyway. It just took us a while to get here. I didn't miss it, Aneka. I thought I missed it. I spent a decade sure I'd missed the one thing. And then you stood up at a class reunion and yelled that you'd had a crush on me since you were 13, and I about fell through the floor because all that time, all that distance, all those years I was carrying this box around like a tombstone. His voice broke, and he let it. You were carrying the exact same thing. We were both just standing in the dark holding it. Same summer, same fear. We reached for each other at the exact same time, and we both lost our nerve at the exact same time, and it cost us 10 years. And I would be angry about every one of them if I had 1 inch of room left in me that wasn't just glad. But I don't. I'm just glad. I'm so glad I could die of it. Aneka cried then, the way you cry when something that hurt for a long time finally turns into something else. And Chase pulled her into him, box and all, and held her on the porch he'd built while the morning came up gold over the lake, and she pressed her wet face into his neck and laughed and cried at the same time. 17, she said, muffled. You were 17, with a knife and a piece of walnut, carving my initials. I was a romantic. It was humiliating. I told no one. I was upstairs in my room writing your name in the margins of my notebooks like a complete fool the entire time. See, if either of us had been a little less of a coward. We'd have wasted a decade dating other people and probably ruined it. She pulled back, wiping her face with the heel of her hand, and looked at him, fierce and bright and certain. I don't think we missed it either. I think we got it exactly when we were ready to keep it. I would not have known what I had at 18, Chase. I'd have been too scared. I'd have run. She looked down at the box, at the small, careful letters, the boy's hand that had cut them. I'm not scared now. I know exactly what I've got. She set the box carefully on the rail, and then she climbed into his lap, right there on the porch, and kissed him, slow and sure, the morning warming around them, and he held the woman he'd loved in the house he'd built with his own hands, and understood that the box had finally done its job, just 10 years late, exactly on time. Akil knew about the box. Chase found that out later that morning, when his best friend turned up early to help haul the coolers to the square and clocked the walnut box now sitting on Chase's kitchen counter like it belonged there, and went very quiet, and then said, in a strange thick voice, "You finally gave it to her." Chase stopped with a cooler half lifted. "You knew about this?" "I helped you sand it." Akil set his end down. "Summer after senior year. You told me it was for a client. A jewelry box for a client, you said. And I knew you didn't have a client. And I watched you carve a girl's initials into the lid, and I never said one word because you looked like it'd kill you if anybody noticed." He scrubbed a hand over his face. "I figured you took it to Charlotte and threw it out. 10 years, man. You kept it 10 years. I kept it 10 years. And now my sister's got it." Akil's jaw worked. He looked at the box, and he looked at Chase, his best friend since they were boys, the two of them grown men now, in a half-built kitchen with the long day ahead. "I really did call it," he said, "but it came out wrecked and soft, none of the usual victory in it, just a man undone by the size of a thing. I called it, but I didn't know it went back that far. I didn't know you were carrying her the whole time." "The whole time," Chase said. Akil crossed the kitchen and pulled him into a hard, brief, back-slapping hug, the kind that says everything men like them don't say. And when he pulled back, his eyes were wet, and he was furious about it. "We are never speaking of this," Akil announced. "Pick up the cooler. The whole town's waiting, and my sister's about to humiliate some church ladies at Double Dutch, and I am not missing it." He hoisted his end, sniffed hard, and pointed a finger at Chase. "But for the record, best thing I ever did, introducing you two. I'm putting it on my tombstone. Now move." And Chase picked up his end of the cooler and looked back once at the small walnut box on the counter, catching the morning light, finally home, and then he followed his best friend out into the 4th of July.
Chapter 19. By noon, the town square smelled like charcoal and cut grass and somebody's good barbecue sauce. And Aneka Boyd stood in the middle of all of it with Chase's hand in hers and understood that she was, for the first time in her life, completely and publicly his, in front of everyone she'd ever known, and that not one cell in her body wanted to hide. The square had been done up the way it always was for the 4th, bunting on the gazebo and folding tables groaning under foil pans, the grills going hard at the edge of the grass with a rotating cast of men gathered around them, holding tongues and strong opinions. Children tore between the legs of the grown-ups, sticky and shrieking. Somebody's speaker played something with horns. The heat sat over everything thick and bright, the particular damp gold heat of a Georgia July, and the whole of Sweetgum had turned out into it, the way it turned out for everything. Because that was the town. That was what the town was for. And the town was watching them. Of course it was. She felt it the moment they walked in, the little ripple that went through the gathered crowd, heads turning, the nudge and the murmur, the satisfied collective hum of a community that had been waiting on this exact picture. Aneka Boyd and Chase Whitfield strolling into the fourth, holding hands, like it was nothing, like it was the most natural thing in the world. A few months ago, that hum would have made her want to crawl out of her own skin. Today, she lifted her chin and let them look. "They're all staring," Chase said, low, delighted, into her ear. "I know." She squeezed his hand. "Let them." Renata got to them first, because Renata always got there first. "Finally," she said, materializing out of the crowd with a paper plate in each hand, and her whole face lit up. "Do you know how long I have waited to see the two of you do this in public? Do you have any idea? I have been sitting on this since the reunion. I told Tabby at the reunion, I said, those two, mark my words." "You did not call it at the reunion," Tabby said, arriving behind her, dry as ever, holding a sweating cup of lemonade. "I called it. I have witnesses." "The point is, it was called," Renata said grandly, "by the collective. And now look." She beamed at them, misty. "You're holding hands at the fourth. I could cry. I might cry. Tabby, hold my plate." "Absolutely not." Aneka laughed, the easy kind that came all the way up from her chest now, and leaned into Chase's side, and he settled his arm around her like it had been built to go there. And the four of them stood in the noise and the heat and the smell of barbecue. And her friends looked at her the way you look at someone who finally got the thing you'd wanted for them all along. "You look happy, Neek," Tabby said. It was not dry. For Tabby, it was practically a sonnet. "I am," Aneka said. "I'm so happy it's embarrassing." "Good," said Tabby, and drank her lemonade. And that was the whole conversation, which was how Tabby said the biggest things. There was a softball game, and Chase naturally got drafted into it. He played the way he did everything, easy and competent, and a little show-offy when he caught her watching. And Aneka sat on a blanket with her mother and a paper plate of food she mostly didn't eat because she couldn't take her eyes off him. The long, brown line of him stretched out to snag a fly ball, the grin he threw her across the field after, the way he tipped his chin at her like the catch had been a gift he was handing over. "He's playing to the stands," Lorraine observed beside her, fanning herself with a paper plate. "That whole catch was for you. He didn't need to dive for that." "I know." Aneka couldn't stop smiling. "He does that. Your father used to do that." Her mother's voice went soft and far off for a second, her eyes on Reginald as he argued a call at third base. "All these years, and he still does that. Shows off at the church picnic like I haven't seen it all before." She patted Aneka's knee. "It's a good sign, baby. A man who's still trying to impress you when he's already got you. You hold on to that one." "I'm planning on it, Mama." She said it lightly. But something must have come through in it. Some weight, because her mother looked at her sharper for a second. The look mothers get. And Aneka kept her eyes on the field and her face smooth because there was a small, bright secret folded up in her chest that morning, a thing she had not told a single soul yet, and it was not the time, not here, not on a blanket at the softball game. That was for later. That was for the whole family, around a table. For now, she just held it, warm, the way she'd held everything else this summer until she was ready. They entered the egg-on-spoon race together, which was a mistake, because they were both competitive, and neither of them had the sense to pretend otherwise. "It's a partner race," Renata explained, herding them toward the start line painted across the grass. "One of you carries the egg the first leg, you hand off at the cone, partner carries it back. Drop the egg, you're out. The Tillmans have won 3 years running, and they're insufferable about it." She lowered her voice. Somebody needs to take them down. I've decided it's you. No pressure, Chase said. Enormous pressure. The town's honor is at stake. Renata pressed a spoon into each of their hands with great solemnity and an egg into Chase's. Don't let me down. Aneka looked at the line of couples assembling on the grass, the Tillmans already smug at the far end in matching visors, and felt something competitive and delighted wake up in her chest. She looked at Chase. Chase looked back at her, balancing the egg on his spoon, his eyes bright with the exact same thing. We're going to win this, she told him. Obviously. He grinned. I didn't carry a torch for you for 10 years to lose an egg race in front of you. Have some faith. The whistle blew, and Chase took off down the field at a fast, careful walk, egg wobbling, his body tense with the focus of a man defusing a bomb. And Aneka stood at the cone screaming encouragement that was not at all encouraging, and he reached her and the handoff was delicate and absurd. Two grown people easing an egg from one spoon to another like it was made of glass, while a child somewhere nearby simply ran with hers and to perdition with the consequences. And then Aneka was off, flying back toward the finish, light and quick and laughing, the egg miraculously holding, the Tillmans gaining in their lane, and she crossed the line a half step ahead and the egg still on the spoon and the crowd erupting. Dethroned, Renata howled, throwing both arms in the air. The reign is over. Chase reached her grinning and she launched herself at him, and he caught her, egg and spoon and all, and the egg finally met its end, crushed harmlessly between them as he kissed her, and she could taste him laughing. We make a good team, he said against her mouth. We make an unstoppable team. I'm putting that on the announcement. He set her down, thumbing a bit of eggshell off her shoulder, his eyes doing the soft thing they did when he forgot to perform and just looked at her. Egg race champions. Best day of my life. I keep saying that and it keeps being true. Down on Main Street, the children were tearing through the scavenger hunt, clutching crumpled lists and shrieking past the storefronts, and Aneka and Chase walked the length of it slow, with cold drinks sweating in their hands, in no hurry, watching the town be itself. Old Mr. Pruitt held court on the bench outside the barber, narrating the hunt to anybody who'd listen. Mrs. Adeyemi waved at them from the shade of the bookstore awning and pointed at Chase and then at Aneka and gave a thumbs up so emphatic it was practically a threat. Somebody's twins were stuck on the last clue, and Chase crouched down and gave them a hint that was barely a hint and sent them screaming off toward the watch shop. And Aneka watched him do it and felt the small bright secret turn over again in her chest, warm and impatient, and had to look out at the heat shimmer rising off Main Street and breathe through how much she suddenly wanted the dinner, the family, the table, all of it. The Double Dutch contest was, officially, for the children. This was made very clear by the 3 church ladies who ran it, who took their positions at the ropes with the gravity of Olympic officials and brooked no nonsense about whose turn it was. Round after round of kids jumped and tangled and shrieked, and the ladies judged, and a small, fierce girl of about 9 eventually emerged victorious and was awarded a ribbon and $1 from the church fund with great ceremony. And then, because it was the 4th and the sauce was good and the afternoon had gone loose and warm, somebody called out for a grown-up round. Aneka Boyd used to be undefeated, Renata announced to the general crowd, loudly, treacherously. On her whole street, she told me so. Renata, is that right? Said one of the church ladies, turning slowly, a gleam coming into her eye, gripping her end of the rope a little tighter. Aneka looked at the ropes. She looked at the church ladies, who had clearly been waiting all afternoon for a worthy challenge. She looked at Chase, who had stopped mid-sentence with Mr. Okafor and was watching her with open, gleeful anticipation, already grinning, already certain she was going to do it. Go on, he said. Show them. So she kicked off her sandals, and she stepped up to the ropes, and the church ladies started them turning, slow and then fast, that old familiar whip and slap against the grass, and Aneka Boyd jumped into the middle of her hometown's 4th of July and did not miss a beat. It came back the way it always came back, the rhythm of it living somewhere in her body below thought, and she jumped, and the crowd started clapping in time, and the ropes went faster, and she kept up. Light on her feet, breathless and laughing, 15 years old again, and also completely herself. And she could hear Chase somewhere off to the side losing his entire mind, whooping, and the church ladies turning faster trying to break her and not managing it. And for one bright spinning minute, there was nothing in the world but the ropes and her own 2 feet, and the whole town hollering her name. When she finally caught a rope and stumbled out, flushed and gasping and triumphant, the crowd roared, and Chase got to her before she'd even caught her breath and swept her clean off her feet, both arms around her, spinning her once before he set her down. "Undefeated," he said, fierce and proud, his face inches from hers, not caring at all who saw. "I knew it. Look at you." "I told you," she gasped, laughing, hanging onto his shoulders. "I warned them. You humbled 3 church ladies and a 9-year-old at the 4th of July." He kissed her, quick and certain, in front of everybody, in the middle of the square. "I have never been more in love with you in my life." The day burned down slow and gold the way long summer days do, the heat finally easing as the sun dropped behind the pines and the square went violet at the edges. People spread blankets on the grass facing the lake. Children ran themselves to exhaustion and collapsed against their parents. The grills cooled. Somebody's grandmother handed Aneka a slice of pound cake and called her sweetheart. And Aneka ate it sitting between Chase's knees on a quilt at the water's edge, his arms loose around her, his chin on the top of her head, and watched the light go. "You good?" he murmured. "I'm good." She tipped her head back against him. "I keep thinking about this morning. The box." She felt him go still and warm behind her. "All those years you carried it," she said quietly, just for him, under the noise of the crowd. "And here we are, at the 4th, with everybody." She wove her fingers through his where they rested against her. "I used to come to this every single year and watch other people be a couple and feel like the loneliest girl in Georgia. I never told anybody that. I'd stand right over there by the gazebo and feel completely invisible." "You were never invisible," he said into her hair, the way he'd said it before, the way she suspected he'd say it for the rest of their lives. "I know that now." She turned her face up to look at him. "That's the thing. I finally know it. I'm not standing by the gazebo anymore, Chase. I'm right in the middle of it. With you." He didn't answer that with words. He just tightened his arms around her and pressed a kiss to her temple and held her, and they sat together in the gathering dark with the town settling onto the grass around them. Families and old couples and the church ladies and her parents on a quilt nearby, and Akil flopped down on their other side, eating somebody's potato salad. All of them turned toward the lake, waiting. "I called it, by the way," Akil said conversationally, to no one, to the sky. "I don't know if anybody mentioned that today." "Only about 40 times, Tabby said from the next blanket. "I'm saying it 41. I connected them. I want it in the town record." And then the first firework went up off the far side of the lake. A long whistling climb and a crack and a great shower of gold falling down over the black water, and the whole square went all of them at once. Hundreds of upturned faces lit silver and gold, and Aneka leaned back into the man she loved with her family on every side, and her whole town around her, and the sky coming apart in light above the lake, and did not feel, anywhere in her, the smallest urge to hide. She was exactly where everyone could see her. She had never in her life been so happy to be seen.
Chapter 20. Chase had the ring for 2 weeks before he figured out where to put it, and then he realized he'd already built the answer when he was 17. The box had lived on the shelf by the window since the 4th, the walnut box, where the morning light caught it and where Aneka could see it from the bed, because she'd put it there herself the day after he gave it to her and declared it the most important thing in the house. It had sat empty all that time. It had sat empty for 10 years before that. And one evening while she was teaching a late class at the studio, Chase took it down off the shelf and held it in his 2 hands the way he had 1,000 times, and he opened the lid and he set the ring down inside it, on the thin old felt, under the initials he'd carved as a boy. It fit like the box had been waiting for it, like he'd made the thing all those years ago with exactly this in mind and just hadn't known it yet. He closed the lid, He put it in his jacket pocket, and the next evening he told her he wanted to take her somewhere. He drove them out past the north end of the lake as the sun was going down, to the meadow. She knew the place. Everybody their age knew the place. It was where the bonfires had been, all through high school. The wide, grassy clearing that ran down to the water, where half of Sweetgum had spent its summer nights being young and stupid, and certain it would live forever. The grass was tall and gold now in the falling light, and the lake lay flat and burning at the bottom of it, and somewhere across the water a bird was making its last calls of the day. "I haven't been out here in years," Aneka said, wading through the grass beside him, her hand in his. "Not since before you left. God, the bonfires. Remember the bonfires?" "I remember every single one." He stopped them in the middle of the meadow, where the ground was soft underfoot and the whole sky had gone the color of the inside of a peach. "I remember one in particular." Something in his voice made her turn and look at him. "This is where I lied to Damien," he said. "Right about here. Senior year. This is the exact spot where I stood and told another man you were spoken for because I couldn't stand to lose you and didn't have the nerve to do anything honest about it." He took both her hands. "I've thought about this meadow for 10 years, Aneka. It was the scene of the worst, most cowardly, most telling thing I ever did. I wanted to come back here and put something else on top of it. Chase." Her eyes were already going bright. "I loved you at this fire," he said. "I loved you and I said nothing, and I let you walk away thinking you were nobodies, when you were the only thing I could see. So I'm going to do the honest thing now, in the exact place I was a coward about 10 years too late." And he let go of her hands and reached into his jacket, and he got down on one knee in the tall gold grass. He didn't take out a ring box. He took out the walnut box. Her hands flew up to her mouth. He watched her recognize it, watched her understand that he'd taken it down off their shelf, watched the first tears spill over before he'd even opened it. "This thing sat empty for 10 years, Chase said, his own voice wrecked and steady all at once, looking up at her in the last of the light. "I made it to hold a confession I never gave. It went everywhere I went, empty, the whole time, because I think some part of me always knew it wasn't finished. It was waiting on something." He opened the lid. The ring sat there inside it, under the carved initials, catching the sunset. "It was waiting on this. Marry me, Aneka. Let me fill the box. Let me give you the thing I should have given you at this fire when we were kids, plus everything I've figured out since about how to actually love you out loud." His voice finally cracked all the way through. "Marry me. Please." She was nodding before he finished, both hands pressed to her face, the tears running freely now, and she got out yes on a sob and then again, stronger. "Yes, Chase, yes, get up, yes." And he was up, and she was in his arms, and he was kissing her right where the whole thing had started, and the ring was on her finger a moment later, and it fit. Of course it fit. He'd known her hands since before he had sense. "You kept the box on the shelf," he said into her hair, half laughing. "I had to sneak it down while you were at work. I was terrified you'd notice it was gone." "I would have killed you." She was laughing and crying at once, looking at the ring, looking at the box, looking at him. 10 years that box was empty. Chase, 10 years. "Not anymore," he said. "Full now. Everything's full now." And that was when she went still in his arms and pulled back just far enough to look up at him, and he watched something cross her face that he didn't have a name for yet, something nervous and luminous, and she took a breath. "I have to tell you something too," Aneka said. "Okay." He smiled down at her, easy, floating, a man who had just gotten the only thing he'd ever really wanted and could not imagine the day improving. "Tell me anything. I'm going to marry you. You can tell me whatever you want. It's going to improve your day." She was searching his face, her hands flat on his chest, half a laugh shaking in her. "I had this whole plan to tell you. I've been sitting on it for a week trying to find the right moment. And now you've gone and proposed in a meadow and ruined all my plans, so I'm just going to say it." She pressed her lips together. Her eyes filled again. "Chase, I'm pregnant." The world went very quiet and very bright. "You're—" He couldn't get the rest of it out. He looked down at her hands on his chest, at her face turned up to his streaked with tears and shining, and the meaning of it came over him in a slow, enormous wave, the kind that takes your feet right out from under you. "I found out a few days before the 4th, she said, the words tumbling now. "I wanted to tell you so many times. I almost told you at the softball game. I've been carrying it around all month like a coal in my pocket. We're having a baby. I'm having your baby. I know it's fast. I know we just—" He picked her up. He couldn't help it. He got both arms around her and lifted her clean off the ground and spun her in the tall grass. And she shrieked and grabbed his shoulders, and he was laughing, and there was something wet on his face, and he didn't care. And when he set her down, he dropped immediately to his knees again, right there in the meadow, and pressed his face very gently to her stomach, both arms wrapped around her hips, and held on. "Chase," she said softly, her hands coming down into his hair. "Give me a second." His voice was thick against her. "I'm having a moment with my whole entire life. Give me a second." She gave him a second. She gave him as many as he needed, standing in the gold grass with her fingers in his hair and the lake burning down to embers behind them, the meadow that had been the scene of his worst silence holding, now, the two truest things he'd ever said out loud and the best thing she'd ever told him, all in the same falling light. When he finally stood, he kept one hand spread flat and wondering over her stomach, and looked at her like she'd hung the moon and then built him a house under it. "A baby," he said. "A baby. In the house I built." He shook his head, dazed, grinning, undone. "I built a house with too many rooms for one person, Aneka. Turns out I really did know what I was doing." They told her family that night because there was no possible way either of them could sit on it, and because some news belongs around a table. Lorraine had thrown together one of her impromptu Sunday-style suppers, even though it was a Tuesday, the way she did when Aneka called and said she and Chase wanted to come by, because Lorraine Boyd had raised 2 children and could hear a thing in her daughter's voice. The table was loud and full, Reginald carving, a keel already 3 rolls deep, the windows opened to the warm evening. And Aneka waited until everyone was seated and served, and then reached over and took Chase's hand on top of the table, where the ring caught the light. It was Akil who saw it first. He stopped with a roll halfway to his mouth. His eyes went to the ring, then to his sister's face, then to Chase, and his whole body went rigid, and the roll dropped back onto his plate. "Mama," Akil said, in a strangled voice, not taking his eyes off the ring. "Mama, look at Aneka's hand." Lorraine looked, and then Lorraine was up out of her chair with a sound Chase had never heard a person make, both hands over her mouth, and Reginald was setting down the carving knife very carefully so as not to do anything dangerous in his excitement, and the table dissolved into noise. "We're engaged," Aneka said, laughing, holding up her hand, and Chase felt about 10 feet tall sitting next to her. "He proposed tonight, out at the meadow by the lake." "With the box," Chase added because he wanted them to know. "The one I made." "Ah!" He cleared his throat. "I'd been carrying it a while." Akil made a noise and put his face in his napkin. Nobody commented on it. They had all by now made peace with the fact that Akil cried at things. And then, while Lorraine was still halfway through crushing her daughter against her chest, and Reginald was pumping Chase's hand hard enough to rattle his teeth and saying "son" over and over, like it was the only word left in him, Aneka caught Chase's eye across the chaos and tipped her head asking, and he nodded, because of course, because there was no holding the other thing either. "There's more," Aneka said. The table quieted. "Mama." Aneka's voice wobbled. She was still holding Chase's hand. "You're going to be a grandmother." For one full second, nobody moved. Then Lorraine Boyd burst into tears and sat down hard in her chair, and Reginald said, "A grandbaby," in a stunned whisper, and Akil shot up out of his seat so fast it tipped over backward and he didn't even notice. "I'm going to be an uncle," he hollered, to the ceiling, to the neighborhood, to God. "I'm going to be an uncle. Did everybody hear that? I'm going to be somebody's uncle." He rounded the table and hauled Chase up out of his chair into a crushing hug, then his sister, then Chase again, gripping Chase by both shoulders, his eyes streaming, beyond any pretense now. "I'm going to teach it everything. I'm going to be the favorite. I'm going to be the fun one, and you two are going to be the ones who make it eat vegetables, and I am going to be the uncle." He pulled Aneka in again and held her gentler this time, his voice dropping. Neek, you're going to be a mama." "I know," Aneka said, muffled and wet against her brother's shoulder. "I called it," Akil whispered, but there was nothing smug left in it at all, just a man overflowing. "I called all of it. I just didn't know how much there was to call." Later, when the noise had gentled and the pie was out, and the news had settled over the table into a warm golden hum, Lorraine reached across and took her daughter's hand, the one with the ring, and held it. "Now," she said, and Chase could hear the mother in her shifting into gear, already planning, already joyful and practical at once. "Have you thought about where? For the wedding?" She turned the ring gently on Aneka's finger, admiring it. "Because I'll tell you what I think, and then you do whatever you want. You always do. I think the Sweetgum Meadows bed and breakfast. Out by the water. Benjamin and Rochelle would do it up beautiful. You know they would." Lorraine's eyes were shining. "You could do it in the garden, with the willows, before the baby comes or after, whenever you like. But that's where I see it, baby, out by the water where this whole town can come." And Aneka looked at Chase, and Chase looked back at her, and he thought about the lake and the meadow just up the shore of it where he'd knelt in the grass only hours before, and the studio she'd named for a meadow, and the house he'd built looking out over the same water, all of their life gathered along one shoreline. "Yeah, Mama," Aneka said softly, her eyes wet again, her hand tightening in Chase's. "The B&B, by the water. That's exactly where I see it, too." And Lorraine clapped her hands together once and held them there against her mouth. And Akil said he wanted to give a toast and had been thinking about it for years. And Reginald cut Chase a second piece of pie without being asked. And Chase Whitfield sat at the loud, full table of the family that was about to be his, with the woman he'd loved since he was 16 years old beside him, and her ring on her finger, and their child already on its way, and understood that the box had been right all along. It had just been waiting. The whole time, it had only ever been waiting to be full.
Epilogue 1. The morning of her wedding, Aneka Boyd stood at an upstairs window of the Sweetgum Meadows bed and breakfast, in a slip and bare feet, looking down at the garden where they were setting the white chairs out in rows on the grass, and did not feel one single thread of the old urge to run. She kept checking for it, the way you check a tooth that used to ache. It wasn't there. There was only the bright, nervous fizz of a woman about to walk toward the best thing in her life in front of everybody she'd ever known. And that, she had learned, was a different animal entirely from fear. That was just joy that hadn't been let out yet. Down in the garden, the willows hung low and green over the water, and Benjamin was directing 2 teenagers on the placement of an arbor, while Rochelle overruled him about the flowers. And the morning lay gold and easy over all of it, the lake flat and shining past the lawn. Rochelle had been planning this since the day Aneka said yes at her mother's table. She had thrown herself into it with the fervor of a woman who had married into a bed and breakfast specifically so she could one day do exactly this. And the result was going to be beautiful. Was already beautiful. The green shoreline dressed up and waiting. "Stop looking out the window and let me do your face," Renata commanded from behind her. "You cannot get married with no eyebrows. I won't allow it." "I have eyebrows. You have potential eyebrows. Sit." They got her into the dress together, the 3 of them, the way they'd done everything since they were girls. It was simple and ivory, and it skimmed over the gentle new curve of her, the small swell that was just beginning to show now, that she'd stopped trying to hide weeks ago because she wanted it seen, wanted everyone to know, wanted the whole day to hold both things at once, the marriage and the baby, the 2 of them arriving in her life in the same gold season. Tabby did up the long row of buttons at her back with surprising tenderness, and Renata cried and was sent to fix her own face. And her mother came in at the last and stood looking at her for a long moment with both hands pressed to her mouth. "Oh, baby," Lorraine said. "Don't, Mama. You'll start me." "I'm allowed." Lorraine crossed and took her daughter's face in both hands, her thumbs brushing along Aneka's cheekbones, her eyes wet and shining and fierce. "My girl, my beautiful girl." She shook her head. You spent so long thinking you had to make yourself small, and here you are, the biggest, brightest thing in this whole town, about to go marry a man who's been half out of his mind in love with you since before either of you could drive." She kissed her forehead. "I am so proud of you for letting yourself be happy. That's the hard part, you know. Not finding it, keeping your hands open long enough to hold it." Aneka pressed her face into her mother's shoulder. Careful of the makeup Renata would kill her over, and held on and let herself be held. Her father walked her down. Reginald Boyd, in his good suit, his arm steady under her hand, walked her out of the back of the B&B and onto the grass path that led down through the garden toward the water. And the music started, and everyone stood and turned. And there they all were. The whole town had come. The trio's families and the women from her morning class and Mrs. Adeyemi in a hat the size of a satellite dish, old Mr. Pruitt and the Pruitt boys, Joanne from the coffee shop standing next to Rashad from the ice cream shop, Darius and half of Main Street, the church ladies in a proud row, all of them turned toward her and beaming, the people she had grown up among and run from and come home to, every one of them here to see her do this out loud. A few months ago, all those eyes would have flayed her. Today, she walked into them like sunlight. And at the end of the path, under the arbor, with the willows behind him and the lake throwing the light back up gold into his face, stood Chase, in a dark suit, his hands clasped in front of him, watching her come the way he'd been watching her all summer, like she was the only thing in the frame. Akil stood beside him as his best man, already wrecked, already dabbing at his eyes with the back of his hand. But Aneka barely saw her brother. She saw Chase, and Chase saw her. And as she came down the last of the path on her father's arm, she watched his composure go all to pieces, watched his jaw work and his eyes fill, watched him press his lips together and fail entirely to keep it together. And then, helplessly, under his breath, just for himself, she saw him start to whistle. Soft and broken, and barely there. The tell he didn't even know he had. The sound he only ever made when he was happy. She was laughing and crying both by the time her father placed her hand in his. "You're whistling," she whispered. "I know." His voice was thick, his eyes streaming, not a shred of the charmer's polish left anywhere on him, just Chase, undone, hers. "Can't help it. Happiest man alive. Look at you." They wrote their own vows because Chase had insisted, and because Aneka had a few things she'd been waiting 15 years to say out loud. She went first. She told him she'd loved him since she was 13 years old and too shy to speak, that she'd spent half her life certain she was invisible, the girl who felt everything one way across a room. She told him she'd been wrong. She told him he had spent that same half a life carving her initials into a box he was too scared to give her, and that the two of them had been reaching for each other in the dark all that time and just hadn't known it. She told him she wasn't scared anymore of being seen, of being loved, of being his, of any of it. "You taught me how to keep my hands open," she said, her voice steady and clear in the gold garden. "I'm never closing them again." And Chase, when it was his turn, didn't pull a card from his pocket. He just looked at her. "I had a whole speech," he said, "worked on it for weeks, and I'm not going to be able to do any of it because you're standing there." A laugh went through the crowd. He shook his head, gathering himself. "So here's the short version. I loved you first. I loved you longest. I left this town once, and the only thing I couldn't leave behind was a feeling I'd never said out loud, and it took me 10 years and a whole lot of growing up to come back and finally say it." He took both her hands. "I'm going to spend the rest of my life saying it, out loud, in front of everybody, every single day. You are the most visible thing in any room I will ever be in." His voice cracked. "I'm yours, Aneka. I have been since I was 16. I always will be. Both feet, all the way in." She didn't wait for permission to kiss him. Neither did he. They met in the middle under the willows, and the whole town came up out of their chairs roaring. And somewhere in the noise, Akil let out a sob that could be heard 3 counties over. The reception went long into the gold evening. Lanterns coming on in the willows, the lake going dark and then silver under the rising moon, music drifting out over the water. Akil gave his toast. It was, as promised, a thing he had been working on for years, and it ran far too long, and he had to stop twice to collect himself. And it included the phrase, "I called it," no fewer than 4 times, to escalating cheers from the crowd, and it ended with him raising his glass and saying, in a voice gone suddenly soft and unsteady, "My best friend married my sister. Some people get one person they love most in the world. I had 2, and now they're 1, and I'm going to be an uncle." He had to stop. He wiped his face. "I don't have a joke for that part. I just love you both. Drink your drinks." Her father danced with her first. Reginald Boyd, who had spent all day holding it together by sheer force of will, led his daughter out onto the grass while the band played something slow and old, and he held her the careful, formal way fathers hold daughters at weddings, a respectful foot of air between them, and for a while he didn't say anything at all. Then he cleared his throat about 4 times. "I'm not going to make it through this song without embarrassing myself," he warned her. "Nobody's making it through anything tonight, Daddy." Akil set the bar on the floor. "That boy." Reginald huffed a wet laugh and turned her gently, and the lantern swung by overhead. "You know what I keep thinking about? You at about 6 years old in the backyard, refusing to come inside because you were waiting on the lightning bugs. Wouldn't budge. Sat out there in the dark every single summer night waiting on them to show up." His voice thickened. "And I'd watch you out the kitchen window and think, that one feels everything all the way down. That one's going to love somebody so hard it'll knock her flat." He had to stop and breathe. "Took you a while to let it knock you flat. I'm glad it finally did. He's a good man, baby. He looks at you the way I look at your mama. Daddy, that's all I wanted for you. Somebody who'd sit in the dark and wait on the lightning bugs, too." He kissed her forehead, his eyes streaming now, entirely unbothered about it. "Now go on. You've got a husband over there about to wear a hole in the grass watching you." There was cake, a tower of it that Rochelle had made herself and guarded like a dragon, and somebody's toddler got into the bottom tier when no one was looking and was discovered fist deep and unrepentant, and the whole reception laughed about it for the rest of the night. Mrs. Adeyemi danced with old Mr. Pruitt and led decisively. The church ladies formed a receiving line of their own to inform Aneka, one by one, that they had always known, every single one of them, that she and the Whitfield boy would end up here. Renata caught the bouquet with the controlled aggression of a defensive lineman and immediately burst into tears. Darius and Joanne argued amiably by the drinks about whether the coffee shop or the bookstore should host the baby shower, as though either had been asked. Aneka stood in the middle of it with a glass of something sparkling she wasn't drinking and watched her entire life carry on around her, loud and warm and gold, and felt so full she thought she might come apart. She found Chase off to the side of it for a moment, near the water, standing with Akil. The 2 men had their heads bent together, talking low, and as she came up unnoticed, she heard the tale of it. "Just take care of her," Akil was saying, rough. "That's all. That's the only thing I've got to say to you that I haven't already said." "Every day of my life," Chase said. "You have my word. You had it before you asked." "I know I did." Akil gripped his shoulder, hard. "That's why it was easy. Best friend a man could ask for. And now you're my brother, which means you have to come to Sunday dinner forever, and there's no getting out of it. Wouldn't dream of getting out of it. You say that now. Wait till Mama makes you help with the dishes." Akil pulled him into a rough hug, thumped his back twice, and then spotted Aneka over Chase's shoulder and grinned, wiping his face. "There she is. Go on, I'm done with him. He's all yours. He was always going to be all yours." He pointed at her, walking backward toward the cake. "I called it." "You called it," she agreed, laughing, and went into her husband's arms. Then there was their dance, slow and unhurried. Chase with one hand spread warm and certain against the small of her back, and the other holding hers up between them, turning her in slow circles while the whole town blurred happily around the edges, her mother and father swaying nearby, Renata still clutching the bouquet, Tabby presiding dryly over the ruined cake with the satisfaction of a woman whose oldest friend had finally gotten everything she deserved. "You happy?" Chase murmured, his mouth at her temple, the 2 of them barely moving now, just swaying, just holding on. I'm so happy I can't feel my face. She tipped her head back to look up at him. Her husband, the words still brand new and ringing in her like a struck bell. You? Aneka. He looked at her, and the lanterns caught the gold all through the willows behind him, and his entire heart was right there in his face for anybody to see. No walls, no polish, no distance, nothing held back at all. I carried an empty box around for 10 years, hoping for a day, a tenth this good. I never thought I'd get it. He pressed his forehead to hers. I got it all. The girl, the town, the baby, the life, the whole entire thing. And Aneka Boyd, who was Aneka Whitfield now, stood in the middle of her whole life, under the willows by the water, with the man who'd loved her first and longest swaying her slow under the lanterns, surrounded on every side by the town that raised her and the family that made her and the friends who'd never once stopped believing this exact night would come, and rested her head on her husband's chest and closed her eyes and did not feel anywhere in her the smallest urge to be anywhere else in the world. She had spent so many years on the edge of the light, watching. She danced in the middle of it now and let herself be seen and was so glad, so unbearably glad that she had finally let herself be held.
Epilogue 2. The house was finished now. It had taken Chase the better part of 2 years, working evenings and weekends around his other jobs, but the lake house was done at last, every room of it, and on a gold evening in early summer, he stood in the doorway of his own kitchen with a dish towel over his shoulder and looked at the whole of it and could hardly believe it had ever been anything else. The one wall he'd once been so proud of had become a real kitchen. Cabinets all the way around, a window over the sink that looked out at the water. The porch he'd rebuilt held 2 chairs and a swing now. The bedroom where he'd first brought her was just their room, ordinary in theirs, her things and his things tangled together in it, past any telling apart. Down at the bottom of the lawn, the flat-bottomed boat he'd restored with his own hands still rode at the dock. And on the shelf by the window, the walnut box sat in the evening light. No longer empty, never empty again. And in the middle of the main room, where there had once been sawdust and sawhorses and a man eating breakfast alone off the floor, stood the table. He'd finally driven out to Townsend's and bought it back before the wedding, the honey-colored dining table Ellis had been holding for him all that time. He'd known, by then, the right reasons. It wasn't a lot of table for one person anymore. It was exactly enough table for the life that was coming. "Daddy," he turned, and there, in the doorway, holding the rail with one fierce little fist and grinning up at him with her mother's exact smile, stood his daughter. Della Whitfield was not quite 2, and she ran the entire household. They'd named her for his mother, the grandmother she would never meet. The woman whose recipe cards still lived in the kitchen drawer and whose eggs Chase still made on Sunday mornings the way she'd taught him. He had not been able to say his mother's name out loud without something catching in his throat for 10 years. Now he said it 40 times a day, hollered it across the yard, sang it at bath time, whispered it into the soft, warm crown of a sleeping head. Della, Della, Dell. And every time he said it, the catch was a little less and the gladness was a little more, until somewhere along the way his mother's name had stopped being only a thing he'd lost and become, mostly, a thing he had. "Dell," he said, crouching down, holding out his arms. "Come here, baby. Come to Daddy." She came at a dead, unsteady run, the way she did everything, full tilt and certain the floor would hold her, and slammed into his chest, and he scooped her up and stood and settled her on his hip, where she fit like she'd been made to ride there. She smelled like graham crackers and the outdoors. She grabbed his face with both sticky hands and looked at him with Aneka's eyes, and his whole heart did the helpless tipping over thing it always did, the one he'd never get used to and didn't want to. "You been helping Mama in the garden?" "Bug," Della informed him gravely. "You found a bug." "Bug," she confirmed with tremendous feeling, and pointed out the window toward the lawn, where Aneka was getting up off her knees by the flower beds, brushing dirt from her hands, laughing at something, the late sun all through her, rounder now than she'd been at the wedding because there was another one coming, a brother or a sister for Dell, due in the fall. He carried Della out into the gold evening to her mother. The yard had filled in over 2 summers the way the house had. Aneka's doing. Beds of something blooming along the porch and a vegetable patch down the side that Della treated as a personal buffet. His wife straightened as they came down the steps, one hand going to the small of her back the way it did now, the other shading her eyes, and the smile she gave the two of them was the one he'd spent a decade of his life not knowing he was going to get to keep. "There's my people," she said. This one made a discovery. He set Della down and she went immediately for the dirt. "She wanted you to know. It was urgent." "It usually is." Aneka leaned up and kissed him, easy and unhurried, her belly between them, dirt on her hands. She smelled like sun and green things. "How was the studio?" "Full." "Priya's threatening to add a 4th class. Mrs. Adiemi asked after you and Dell and told me again that she knew about us before we did." He smiled. "Your brother came by too. Took Della off our hands for an hour Saturday so I could finish the trim in the nursery. Brought her back wired on something he swears wasn't candy. It was candy. It was absolutely candy. He's going to be the worst influence a child has ever had." He watched Della pat a fistful of soil with the focus of a tiny mason. "She's crazy about him. He's crazy about her." Aneka rested her head against his arm for a moment, the two of them watching their daughter conduct her business in the dirt, the lake going gold behind it all. "He cried again at her birthday. Did I tell you? In the middle of the song. Had to go stand by the cooler. That tracks." Chase pressed his mouth to the top of his wife's head, full of a feeling he'd long ago stopped trying to find words for. "Come on, let's get the bug scientist washed up. It's almost supper." They ate at the table that night, the 3 of them, the way they did every night now. It was the smallest, most ordinary thing in the world, and it undid him a little every single time. The simple fact of it, the 3 plates and the spill-proof cup and Della in the high chair he'd built flinging green beans with the arm of a future ball player. Aneka across from him with her feet tucked up under her on the chair the way she always sat, the window behind her gone pink and then violet over the water. He'd eaten at this spot alone for a year on the floor, back when it was just him and a half-built house and a box he couldn't open. He'd thought that was his life. He'd made his peace with it being his life. He looked at the table now, the full table, and could not for the life of him remember how the alone version had ever seemed survivable. "You're doing it," Aneka said. He surfaced. "Doing what?" "Whistling." She was watching him over her water glass, that soft, knowing look, the one that still went straight through him. "You don't even know you're doing it. You do it when you're happy." "I know I'm doing it." He reached across the table he'd waited so long to buy and took her hand, the one with the ring on it, and Della immediately grabbed his other one because she could not stand to be left out of anything. And so the 3 of them sat there joined up around the table in the violet light with the lake going dark and easy outside the window. "I'm doing it on purpose. I'm a happy man, Aneka. Disgustingly happy. I keep waiting to get used to it. And it just keeps being a lot." He brought her knuckles to his mouth. "In a good way, every single day, a lot." Putting Della to bed was his job, by long-standing arrangement, because Aneka had her all day and would have the next one all day too, and because the truth was he'd have fought anybody for it. He carried her up after her bath, warm and clean and heavy with sleep in her footed pajamas, her head already going slack against his shoulder, and he laid her down in the crib he'd built in the room he'd spent a month getting right, and stood there with one big hand resting on her small back the way he did every night, feeling it rise and fall. "Night, Dell," he murmured. "Daddy loves you. Daddy loves you more than the whole lake." She was already gone, one fist curled up by her cheek, the exact way her mother slept, and Chase stood over his daughter in the dark of the finished house and said his mother's name one more time, soft, just to the quiet, the way he'd started doing without quite deciding to. A thing that was half a good night to the baby and half something else, something older, an old grief and a new joy that lived in the same 2 syllables now and had finally made their peace with each other. He turned off the light. He left the door cracked the way she liked it. Later, after the dishes were done and the house had gone quiet around them, Chase stood at the window of the room he'd built, and looked out at the water and the dark shape of the dock and the boat riding easy on the black lake, and felt Aneka come up behind him and wrap her arms around him from the back, her cheek between his shoulder blades, her hands spread flat over his heart. "What are you thinking about?" she said. "That I almost didn't come home." He put his hands over hers. "That I had a whole plan once to carry that box around empty for the rest of my life and call it good enough. That I came this close to never finding out about any of it. You, Dell, this." He shook his head at the dark water. "I built this house for nobody, Aneka. I told myself I was building it for nobody, because building it was the only thing that kept me from going crazy that first year back. Too many rooms, everybody said so. What does one man need with all these rooms?" She didn't say anything. She just held on, the way she'd learned to, the way they both had. "Turns out I wasn't building it for nobody," Chase said quietly. "I was just building it early, before I knew who it was for." He turned in her arms so he could see her face in the dark, the woman he'd loved since he was a boy, who didn't have the words, who had the words now and meant to spend the rest of his life using them. "I was building it for you, for all of you. I just had to wait for you to get here." And out past the window the lake lay still and gold-flecked under the moon, and upstairs their daughter slept in a room he'd made with his own 2 hands, and another child turned over easy under his wife's heart, and the house he'd built with too many rooms for one person stood full at last, every room of it, lit up warm against the dark, and Chase Whitfield held his whole entire life in his arms in the middle of it, and would never again be alone.
This concludes Love in Motion, an African-American sweet romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author: if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.